All right, good morning, everyone. Oh, that was kind of weak. Morning, everyone. Yeah, woo! My name is Craig Vernon. I'm the Director of Sales at Safe Software. Just want to thank everyone for taking time out of their busy schedules to join us today. We've got hundreds of people online, so good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you are. We're really excited about today. In front of you, there is a welcome package, and there's a USB memory stick. You just pull his head off of Geography Jones, and it's a USB memory stick. I know that sounds bad, but it's better than the alternative, which is pulling his pants off. So, if you are online, you can always ask questions, and of course, everyone here, put up your hand during the presentations at any time, and at the end of every presentation, there's going to be time for questions and answers. When you're online, go to click the word bubble icon, and you can make sure you add your email address. If you don't, then we're not going to be able to get back to you. So please do so. We have a team here. Actually, all the safers, could we all stand up just so everyone sees you? All right. So, of course, we're all available for questions. And Mark, put your hand up. Mark Stokes, thank you. So please feel free to grab them throughout the day, and at lunch, we're all available. So if you're going to be tweeting, use the hashtag FMEWT. We've got a bunch of other Twitter accounts, the most popular being the FME Evangelist, and another good one is the FME Beta Builder. That lets you know when the latest beta is available. Okay, in your welcome package, there is a free training pass. It's for any online training that we offer. It says it's non-transferable, but I think that's a typo. So it is transferable, so please pass it to your coworkers. If you have relatives or friends, they're welcome as well. We're trying to make it easy and available for you guys to take training. If you use the promo code Craig, WT, so C-R-A-I-G, WT, or anything with the name Craig in it gets you training these days. I know Craig is cool. That's at least 3 training sessions. We were traveling with Stuart Harper this week, and he used the training code Craig is sexy, and he's got more training than he can handle. So please, anything with the name Craig in it will get you training. So on the agenda, on the back of the agenda is a feedback form. So we'd really appreciate if by the end of the day you could fill that out. I find that if you just go with a big circle over the 5, then you're halfway done, so it's nice and quick. And if we could get those before you leave, that would be fantastic. Oh, one more thing, washrooms. Out there to your right, top of go past the stairs, and then kind of curl around your right, and there's the washrooms are in there. So with that, again, welcome, and I'm going to bring up Dale and Don, the 2 founders, and they're going to go over the latest release, FME 2012.
Okay. Thanks, Craig. So, Don, where's your hat and coat?
I think I left it with your sweater.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks very much, Don. We've been dragging this around everywhere these last 2 weeks,
yep.
And the first thing I always do is get rid of it. Okay, so we can get started. Well, first of all, thanks very much for joining us here today. My name is Dale Lutz.
And my name's Don Murray.
And a special thank you to all of you tuning in from home. Thanks for taking time to join us remotely. So
what are we talking about here?
Well, this is going to be interesting this morning because Don and I have gone off for the last 2 weeks presenting each a variant of this presentation, and now we're bringing it back together. So Don's never going to quite know what's coming up next.
That's right. I lost the coin toss. the coin toss. So there you go.
Yes. So just a few words about Safe Software. We're located in beautiful Surrey, British Columbia, just a suburb, a fantastic suburb, just not far at all from Vancouver. And I know all the people here wish they lived in Surrey, but
we're right beside a hot tub plant.
Hot tub plant.
Yeah.
It's very relaxing. There's also a fish food factory nearby as well.
That's right. So it's really good smells.
But it's a wonderful place. And so we are about 90 people or so,
yep.
Plus or minus, and we've been around since 1993.
19 years.
Yes, so we're soon going to be hiring people that were born after the company was started. And if that doesn't make me feel old, I don't know what will. So that's a little bit about us. Our FME product is now used in like just about every country outside of the axis of evil,
I was going to say every country except for North Korea.
Yes, and so we're very pleased about that. It's been translated to 5 different languages and supports just a large amount of things. And that's what we're going to talk about today, actually, is this thing called FME.
Awesome.
And we like to say that FME powers the flow of spatial data. In other words, it gets spatial data from wherever you need it, from wherever it is to wherever you need it to be, except that more generally, it really powers the flow of data.
Yeah, because of course, if we just moved just the spatial data and left all the attribution behind, well, we'd probably only have, like, you and I would probably be here, because it wouldn't be too useful. Because, while that attribution isn't very exciting, it's kind of important. So
yes, and so it turns out that a lot of folks have problems that don't involve explicit spatial geometry, but FME can still play a great role. And I like to tell the story of our reseller in the UK who goes to a municipality, and who maybe they're tuned in today and they can verify the story, but they go to a municipality and do some kind of example where they take building footprints in 2D, extrude them with FME to 3D, put textures on the side, put it out into a 3D PDF or in Google Earth and do a fly-through, and the customers go, that's kind of interesting. And so then, you know, then they go and they take an asset tracking spreadsheet that's got nothing spatial at all, that's kind of a big unstructured thing, and they run an FME process that produces a new spreadsheet with 3 tabs, a summary tab, and then kind of broken out by asset class, and the people go, you're kidding me, you guys can do spreadsheets? Unbelievable, that's amazing. And so sometimes these things that aren't that visually stunning are actually even more useful, and we're starting to see more people realize that about FME, and we're going to be trying to convey that as we move ahead. So I think we've got a first poll along that question. Roger, where are you in back there? Can you tell us the poll, please, Roger?
So the first question we have here is, I use FME to move, and there's a bunch of options here. The first is only spatial data. Second is only non-spatial. The third is both. And Don wanted to throw in none of the above.
And I also want to throw in all of the above.
There you go.
Which would include none of the above, just because that's a very interesting
So anyway, in this audience here, so all the folks at home answer, how many use FME only for spatial data? A few of you. How many of you use FME for spatial and non-spatial? Okay, good. This crowd is... and then how many only for non-spatial? I wouldn't expect there's too many in that camp. No. Nope. And then how many don't use FME at all for anything? Yes, thank you for coming, Ted.
Yeah, and he's one of our speakers.
That's wonderful. Ted's going to be speaking later.
So that's going to be a very interesting presentation. I'm looking forward to that.
That's fantastic.
I think the title of his presentation is Why I Need FME But Haven't Bothered to Use It.
Yes, so we'll tune in for that this afternoon. So Roger, are the polls closed?
They're starting to stream in here.
Okay.
Right.
So we got the majority of people, actually about 2/3 are using it for both.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we got a small chunk, about a quarter for only spatial data, but so
Right. And how
both
many
is
none
leaning
of
the
the
way.
aboves?
None of the aboves. Oh, we got one.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Well, thank you very much for tuning in.
Yeah, yeah.
And you can be convinced by Ted a bit later today about why you might need FME. All right. So we're going to do a couple of these polls just to engage people out there, and thanks very much. So the rest of this morning's chunk, we're going to talk about things that are new in FME 2012. Yeah. And if you are someone who hasn't ever used FME before, this is going to be a little bit like sipping from a fire hose.
That's right.
So there's going to be a lot of information about different bits and pieces, and ideas to kind of get you thinking about different things you can do with the product. If you want to kind of step back and learn more how to do it, then that's a great opportunity to use Craig's name in vain or in not to get some of that free training to kind of get, go from a starting point. Yep. The other point is actually we have a lot of webinars archived online. If you want to dig in, you can look at those as well.
And I think Stuart's going to talk about that today, all our stuff online.
So the first thing, and we're going to spend the next 10 or 15 minutes on the splash screens.
Because we probably have the largest splash screen department of any software company anywhere.
I know Robin always enjoys when we use all of our time on splash screens, so this one's for you, Robin. But no, we have some fun with the splash screens. We started off this year thinking that, okay, it's 2012, the Mayan calendar runs out in 2012. This could be the last FME.
Yeah.
And if it is, I'm really mad because we spent a lot of money on FME 2013 already.
I know, and we haven't told the developers yet because we don't want them to realize that they're working on a product that might never ship.
Yes. Well, I'm just sad that we didn't save that money for the end of the world, because we could have,
we could have gone on a trip.
Exactly.
Say to see the Mayan ruins, for example.
That's right. So, but like somebody told me, if the Mayans could predict the future so well, then how come there's no Mayans? So, but anyway, so we had some fun, and from there it turned into an Indiana Jones thing, and our lizard is in there, and I think Mark Stokes is going to end the day. Are you, Mark? Okay. If the world doesn't end before the end of the day, Mark is going to tell us more about the lizard. But our graphics department made a few splash screens, and so we basically couldn't decide. So we like this one a lot too.
Yeah,
I don't know how those balls are suspended up above there.
That's magic. Those mines are pretty tricky.
Yeah. And so this one is one of our favorites.
That's one of my favorites. Although, you know, I have to say I'm a little bit disturbed that an a ball with an FME logo could potentially kill the FME mascot. Yeah. There must be some rule there. But anyway, that's my favorite when that one comes up.
Yes. And so lastly, this one. So how many of you that are using FME 2012 have seen any of these alternate splash screens? One, how many have you seen?
Yeah,
only the ball?
That's my
Anybody
favorite.
seen any of the other ones? No, this group, you must start FME once each day and then just stay with it all day long. We had some customers that saw
Maybe we
all
have
four.
a bug. Oh, we had a customer. Okay.
We had one customer that saw all four.
Yeah.
We couldn't decide, and so we use
very random number.
very random. Basically, it's the number of seconds after the minute, and you have a 1 in 60 chance of seeing any of those other three. So if you collect all four, we should give you a prize. I like to tell people, too, a lot of folks don't know, but the city of Raw here, which really is a bit of a stretch from the Mayans, the city of Raw here, they actually had a 3D city model in City GML, and because it's human readable, they could put it on a papyrus scroll, and so we scanned that in and turned it into the PDF for this particular scene, so that was kind of nice, too.
Yeah, and you can see the... I was just going to say, you can see the shadow doesn't quite match the lizard, but there you go. The shadow doesn't have his...
Are you telling me this isn't a real picture?
I would never say that, but it's very interesting lighting.
Yes.
I'll say that.
So when we talk about FME, there's really three things to consider. In some respects, there's three products kind of living around in one. One of them is what we call the FME platform or the FME engine. And that's a set of functionality that's just in the core FME that lets you move data from A to B, so it includes all the formats, and then all the transformations between A and B. And so that's where the majority of our time this morning is going to be spent, talking about the new tools that we've given you to rearrange data. Now, the second thing is, on the desktop is where the FME desktop product lives, and that's where you get to author using those tools. And so I have a little bit of stuff that's just for the desktop this morning. And then lastly, we're going to talk about the FME server, where you take all those tools and the things you've authored from the desktop, put them up in a central place, and let people use them hands-free in more and more automated ways.
Yeah.
And we'll introduce a few things this morning, and then Don's going to take a bunch away before lunch.
Just
right?
before lunch.
Okay.
Yeah. And that way, if I go overtime, I know I'm just...
You'll be hungry.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
You're motivated to stop.
That's right.
Unlike when Don does XML, because of a nice full stomach. Then,
Yeah, poor Stuart. One time I thought I was 1 minute over. I was 16 minutes over, so Stuart had to do a half-hour talk in 6 minutes. The next time he had 6.5 seconds. About that, yeah. So anyway, so now
right.
I'm under control.
So, yeah, okay. So we can, Craig, you're going to yank him off.
XML's pretty exciting, though.
Right, we'll skip through the XML slides. So we like to say FME is faster than a helicopter. This is because this is actually the mini Craig Vernons, the superheroes from last year that one of our German customers put into his model helicopter, which produces an XML flight line.
Yeah.
So there is an XML tie-in there,
There
Don.
you go.
But we run about
4,500-ish?
around 5,000-ish tests every night, and we track very carefully, A, that the output is the same or better.
Yep.
So one thing is, if any of you have critical workflows to your business, please send them in with some sample data. We'll put them into our test suite. That's our promise to you that it'll never, ever change, basically, or go backwards. But the folks came back and said that the timings on all those were down by almost a little more than a quarter.
Yeah.
To which Don and I said...
That's because they made them all faster, so that's kind of cheating, because a lot of the tests are, only take a fraction of a second.
Right. So basically, we didn't believe this first number across all the tests because, I don't know, several thousand of the tests take less than 3 seconds.
Yeah.
So if we shave a second off every FME run, that's going to skew the percentage, and many of you don't care about 1 second faster across everything. So we had them go back and look at only tests that were taking more than 10 seconds.
Okay, is that what that is?
That's what that one is, the long run.
Okay.
The long run tests.
Yeah.
And so across those, we're 2% faster. And everywhere I went, and I'll see what I said, that's because Don pounds his fist on the table and says, every FME, what do you say, Don? You don't know?
I don't know what I say.
Okay. But I think he says every FME...
But it's not my fist, it's my head against the wall.
Okay.
Yeah.
It says every FME must be faster than the
Oh, yeah,
previous
that's
one.
right. Or he won't ship.
Or he won't ship.
That's right, that's right.
And so we
are there other things we measure in there?
We measure how much memory we
Yeah,
use.
memory leaks as well.
Yes,
So
yes.
we also watch that very quickly. So memory leaks getting to zero, sort of like the speed of light.
Yes.
You know, you can never actually get to the speed of light, but the more effort you put in, the closer and closer you can get. So we're watching the memory leaks as well. So and every time we fix a bug, what do?
We put in a test.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
we also try to tell the customers too.
That's right. That's right. Because we don't want to fix the same problem more than once.
If we can help it.
If we can help it. Yeah.
So we also introduced in this FME some stuff about multiprocessing. I can't remember. Are we doing the lightning talk on multiprocessing today or not? Nobody knows?
We are.
We are.
Excellent.
Okay. Well, then I'm not going to talk about it other than.
So
to
does
stay tuned.
this stuff we've done with multiprocessing, is that in the 2% faster, the 25%?
No, it's
That's
not.
on addition?
That's over and above.
Holy
so
smokes.
if you flip what this does is it lets you make use of those 8-core machines that you all have on your desktops. And you can crank up the amount of FME processing that's going on at the same time.
Yeah.
And so to give you just a quick summary, Dimitri's here. Dimitri, wave your hand. The folks at home won't be able to see him, but Dimitri is kind of the expert on actually applying this. And so if you're interested, grab Dimitri during a break or tune in to the talk later today about this. Well, we support lots of things.
Yeah, and when we continue to add new ones, there's some that data types that we don't support. And so if there are any data types that you'd like to support, let us know. One that we've heard on the road, both on the east and the west, was geotagged video.
Yes.
So that's an example of a data type that we do not yet support. So if there's others that you would like, let us know. And that's what we do. We add support for new types of spatial data.
Already in Mark's group, Dave Campanis, some of you locally would know the famous Dave Campanis. He's been doing some experimentation with clipping geotagged video with FME to a certain. So you got this long video. We've got a river, let's say. Let's just clip out the pieces of the video that are close to the river. So we take 2 hours of video and get it down to 15 minutes. Already people are starting to be able to do that kind of thing. And that's an area. If that's of interest to you, please talk to us. We are looking at that moving forward. But the world just doesn't stop adding formats, Don.
No, we love them too.
Yes.
Formats are sort of like the tax, because what we're really excited about is the data integration, bringing different data sets together to deliver the data to the application so you can use it. But of course, the formats are the key to the city. If we can't read the format, then it's a very short discussion when you ask us if we can help you. Okay.
So I'm always surprised that this graph continues to grow. We aren't particularly trying at SAFE to pump up the format number.
I think we've added 5 already for
in
2013.
There's at least 5, And the other thing is that this understates the true number because customers can add their own or third parties, and we don't keep track of that.
Yeah, and a great opener if you're at a party and you bump into somebody who uses FME, you can say, tell me, what's your favorite format? It's sure to...
But everybody
really
just says
people.
XML, don't they, Don?
Well, yeah. Well, if they don't, I just leave.
Yes. So in terms of the new formats, here's a list of them all. Let's see, the cat came back.
Yeah.
It wasn't the very next day. It was only about 12 years later. But there was a format in FME called column-aligned text.
Has anybody heard of Fortran out there? Yeah,
Yeah,
you old guys like me. Yeah, Fortran really was a great cat generator.
Yes, and there still are. In fact, on the road, one of the customers was talking about how on a daily basis he has an FME process that goes to some Texas FTP site, sucks down the daily well permits, and guess what format they're in, Don?
Column-aligned text.
Yes.
Awesome.
And then he has to pick them apart with FME, so he was pretty excited about the cat.
Yeah, but we don't do SCAT yet.
No.
No, but that's
a different story.
Yeah, that's a different story.
We should give a prize to somebody that knows that actually was an FME format.
A lot of these formats up here are XML based. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I try not to dwell on that.
Yeah,
though.
okay.
The one that I do like to dwell on just for a minute or two is the free file geodatabase API. That lets you read and write file geodatabases without using an ArcObjects license. So what are the things to know about that? You can use it anywhere, even on Linux.
How about on the Mac?
It'll even run on the Mac. As a side note, FME runs on the Mac, but we don't sell it there yet. No. The UI is a little sketchy.
A little
sketchy still. So the free file geodatabaase API, if you're doing points, lines, or polygons, it'll be about twice as fast to write as what the ArcObjects-based one is. But you know what? The file geodatabaase API has a little trouble with commitments, Don.
Right.
It just won't do relationships.
Okay.
So
how about ARCs? Does it do ARCs?
It does ARCs.
It does ARCs.
But
okay.
no relationships.
No relationships.
So if that's important, it also doesn't do annotations. So if those are important to you, well, then you better get your objects license handy.
Yeah.
But if you're just doing points, lines, polygons with attributes, then this is a great
Can it support attributes more than, say, 10 characters?
Yes.
So it's better than shape then?
It is better than shape,
Yeah.
by a long shot. And inside of FME, there's now 2 file database writers
Yes.
and readers. And Robin just loves this. You can talk to her about how we named these, because we wanted to try. We did our best to try to make it clear to you all, y'all. Hey, actually, I learned how to say that in Oklahoma.
Okay, y'all?
Y'all. We tried to make it clear to y'all. And I also learned that, let's say I refer to that table as, hey, y'all over there. If I wanted to refer to all of you, then I would say all of y'alls.
All y'all.
So,
So a table is like y'all, and then all y'alls.
that's right.
Okay.
So all y'alls, if you already are using the file database writer, you would be using the ArcObjects-based one. So if you wanted to convert a workspace, you have to add a new writer to that workspace, which is the API one.
Okay.
It'll have no feature types. It'll just be sitting there.
Yep.
Then you go to your existing feature types,
Yep.
click on one of them, and flip the writer to be the new one, and then say apply to all, and then bang, you've converted the workspace. Now, as long as there's no relationships or annotation, you'll be happy. So I think that's all I'll say about this. Is that
I
good?
think that's good.
I did want to do a tiny little thing about Google Fusion Tables. Some of you tuned into the webinar, and for those at home, if you want to afterwards, you can watch. We got a 1-hour webinar on the details behind this. But if you don't know about it, it's kind of an interesting cloud-based format.
Absolutely.
The beginning of these things, to some degree, I wouldn't be surprised if ArcGIS Online becomes available like this as well in FME in the weeks and months ahead. But today we'll take a quick peek at Fusion Tables. And so we have a little case study I want to quickly go through with Dr. John Snow. Many of you know that this is really the first reported use of GIS. What many of you don't know was that it was actually a crowdsourced effort that involved using an early version of Facebook. I thought Zuckerberg stole it from those twins.
Yeah, but
in
he stole
fact,
it from John Snow.
Well, or even somebody else.
Wow.
So this is the King James Facebook we have here.
Wow.
And so Dr. John Snow posted back in 1854 asking if there's a crowdsourced data set of cholera deaths out there. And just like today, some troll comes on and says, "You're a nut bar. Knowest not that cholera be a plague of the air and not the water." Laugh out loud. So even in 1854, there were these kind of people. But thankfully, someone more helpful comes on and says, "Don't listen to that imbecile. You can find a crowdsourced cholera map on the line at this place here." And he's very thankful. He says, "Wow, it's in OSM open sewer map format. That's fantastic. Many thanks, Your Highness." So let's go out here and take a look. So here is my Google Documents, and I do not have any recent cholera files, thankfully. And so I'm going to go out here into my Fusion Tables area, and I'm going to load up this workspace, which is fairly straightforward. We just have a GPX file going to Fusion Tables and an OSM. If I want to write to Fusion Tables, I can say Add Writer, and I would say Fusion Tables. I can pick if I want spatial or not.
Okay. And the hardest part of writing to this format really is remembering your password?
Yes, which I've had that happen in
Yes,
demos before.
yeah, I have
and so
too,
then I've actually gone and saved it as my default, so that doesn't
that's what
happen.
I did too.
So that's a little tip. But it does mean if you are making workspaces that have Fusion Tables, I've had one customer mail me their workspace. That means I've run their Gmail account.
The most excitement we had was one of our presenters password protected his workspace and forgot the password.
Is that really right?
Yeah, so we have it on a stick and we're going to try to help him.
Okay, that's exciting too.
Yeah, that was exciting.
So anyway, I can go ahead and just run this. When you're writing to Fusion Tables, you can pick what kind of attribute types you're going to be working with. These are the types. But location is an interesting one because you can write text strings that are addresses in there, and then it will do the geocoding. So let's go ahead and write this thing. And there's nothing quite as exciting as the log file going by, I find. What about you, Don?
No,
especially when you're writing to a cloud service that has to go through these wires and out to Google and everything else. So there's a variety of things that can happen.
That can go wrong. Exactly.
So it's with a little bit of trepidation that I watch the log file each day as I do this.
Yeah.
So there we go. Thankfully, looks. Oh, and there it is. So these two just appeared.
Yeah.
And so I can go in and look at the cholera cases. And usually at this point, well, there's a bunch of them here. These are how many deaths at each spot. And so I can visualize this on a map. Oh, and that's merry old London, and that's not London, Ontario either.
Yeah.
So we can kind of zoom in here and take a peek at things, and I can click on them and see. So all of this is just out of the box Google Fusion Tables. I can then decide if I want to share this with my friends and control how much or how little access I want to give them.
And so you're just running this on desktop. You didn't need an FME server to share data like this?
Nothing.
Nothing. Just plain old desktop.
Exactly.
How much did this cost? Do you have to buy this Google Fusion?
Nope,
stuff?
it's free for the privilege of having a Gmail account.
Wow.
Which my friend FME Meister has.
Yep.
So the one thing is you can't overlay. So if I'm Dr. John Snow, I don't know how to see the pumps on top of here. Their online tool doesn't do that. But I can make myself a little bit of HTML. And here's one that I did with the Voronoi diagram overlaid that kind of shows the influence of each pump. Sadly, I don't have a way to show more than 2 tables at a time. And I know folks at home might say to me, but Dale, Google says you can actually show a total of 5 at a time. Well, they say that, but I've never got it to work.
Okay.
So I had to write a little bit of HTML. One other thing, when you're working with these Fusion tables, let's hop back to one here. You have to know their ID. So this is a very important number. They don't really use the name. You can use SQL or SQL against these things, but you have to always use this number. So that's what that is. And so over in here, I've got 3 tables that I kind of tried to make work. And over here, I'm going to just go and change that to layer 3, save it, get rid of this. And then if I refresh my cholera outbreak, let's see, with luck, yeah, there we go. We've got a different kind of styling. And now I can click on these pumps and see pump number 1 had 250 deaths closest to it.
Ooh.
And if I go out here, I think, you know what?
I'm going to pump 7.
Yeah, I think pump 7 might be the best one.
Yeah.
So that's what, if I was crowdsourcing this or sharing this out, we would get people to use pump number 7. So that's just a little bit about Fusion tables to whet your appetite. It's an interesting thing. Don, you've certainly been using it a lot for many of the examples.
Yeah, we're going to see all the server stuff we see later is powered by those.
Very powerful, quick way to get data up.
So how does it scale? Do you have to worry about, like, if you have 100,000 viewers, do you have to...
No, but you do have to worry if you've got 100,000 rows.
Yep.
Good question. Fusion tables caps out at 100,000 rows of data.
Yep.
So that's something. There's a thing called CartoDB that's trying to be a Google Fusion Tables competitor, and that thing can scale past that. So that's worth looking at if this sort of stuff excites you. All right, we thought we'd take a quick peek at some LiDAR things in FME, and I'm just going to quickly show you...
I'm glad you have your server window open there.
I don't leave home without it, Don.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's just take a look in LiDAR. What I'm going to do is look at whichever one was the most recent. I'm not doing exactly what I did on the road each day, so let's look at this one here.
I never did the same thing any day either.
Okay, so I've got here some input data that was some XYZ files. Okay. I'm in friendly Canada, so I can say that. I'm going to use this open containing folder, and we'll take a peek where they are. Here they are, and if I say view with the data inspector, which is the good 3D tool in FME.
Stuart actually mocked me when we were on the road. Just thought I'd share that with you.
Why?
Because I opened too many windows, and Stuart had some comments during the middle of his talks about how open containing folder was made for me because I had so many windows open. It's the only way I could possibly find what I was doing.
Right. So there's that point cloud. So that's quite nice. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I've got an ortho photo for that area. Notice how I don't use the data inspector for that, just because I'm nervous. Okay. And then I also have an area of interest, which is my project site. All right. And so there it is right there. So that's all my data, and that LiDAR is in the middle there. And so what I'm going to do is first join those LiDAR files into one, clip them to my project site, and here's where it gets exciting. I want to colorize the point cloud. So this one here goes out, and it takes a raster that I pulled in from the bottom, and for each point in the point cloud, we go down to the raster, lift the color out, and put it up onto the point cloud. And we could set other things too. We could set the intensity or the Z values or whatever we felt like in that way. And I can choose what interpolation I want to do too. And then lastly, I'm outputting here to a LiDAR file, but I'm compressing it because in FME 2012, we have this option on our last writer called compress files, yes or no. And that uses an absolutely free LiDAR compression library by this genius guy named Martin Eisenberg, who's coming to Vancouver in September for a LiDAR conference. I'm looking forward to meeting him there, which squeezes your data down between half to 10% of original. Now, our mileage, Dimitri, you can quiz afterwards. Our mileage has been more like 30%-ish, but definitely some folks are getting as much as 1/10 the resulting size. Many states in the U.S. making their LiDAR holdings available with this thing. So that's that. And then I'm also, just because I want to share this with my, hi Mom, I know you're tuning in today. I want to share the results with her. I'm making a tin out of that point cloud, slapping the raster on top, and making a PDF. So I'm going to go ahead and run this, and I think it should write to this output directory. Let's see. Is there output here? Well, there's nothing in there right now, Don.
Oh, there it is.
One thing's coming. Okay, and how about the rest? The PDF is coming.
Yeah.
It's quite exciting. Oh, it looks like it's done. All right. So let's go look at my LAS file. Let's see. So I need to get my friend the data inspector up and running, and then I'll get the LAS file, and we'll see. We should have a colorized LiDAR file here. So it says it's, yeah, LAS compressed. And there it is. That's a relief. And so, whoops, we'll do this. Yep. And so there's our point cloud, nice and colorized. So that's believable. And we also should have this PDF we made. And there's a nice 3D PDF.
I bet even your mom knows how to use PDF.
Yep, she does. I've made her do it, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
So there we go. So that's good. And I like to tell people it's not just that we make these PDFs to play with. If I type here, let's see. Look at that. It looks like I've searched for that before. Our friends at Shell, in their last newsletter, in fact, our last newsletter, they are making 3D PDFs using FME Server. And so let's just take a peek at what those look like. So they're integrating data from a bunch of places, making the surface model, draping it on top, drawing some vectors on there, and then putting the well traces, the well bores down underneath. Wow. And so this is done through an FME Server thing. One of their geophysicists gets a web page, they fill in a land location, bang, out comes the PDF. And so this is a bit of foreshadowing that I'm going to set Dawn up for later.
Okay, perfect.
Remember this?
Yeah.
What if the guy makes the PDF today and the world changes in the next week and then he doesn't?
Right.
So remember that.
I'll remember that.
Because those poor
I'll try to
Shell
incorporate
guys.
that into my story.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm setting you up.
Perfect.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
All right. Okay. So let's just whip through a few things. We can translate point clouds like crazy. If some people care about new formats like E57, the FME 2013 betas have that. Now, this is the compression stuff we talked about. If you have existing workspaces, you're going to have to add a new writer to pick up this option and then do that trick that I said.
Yeah.
Okay, we saw me inspecting them. We like to talk about the data inspector being a great scientific research and experimental development tax credit
That's right.
for SAFE. We've been up on the original viewer Don wrote on a weekend back in 1995, I think.
Yeah.
And of course it got added to a little bit over time.
A lot of people have worked on it since then. Yeah.
But nonetheless, it represents probably less than 6 months of
effort.
This new one is now at about 5 man-years of effort, or person-years. And maybe if we had women working on it, it would be...
So why are we doing this new one again? What's the end goal here?
To be cross-platform.
That's right, yep.
And secondarily to do 3D.
That's right.
But anyway, good news is I think we've unlocked the mysteries.
Yeah.
And,
so really what we want to get to is having the entire desktop authoring on many platforms, so not just the Windows platform. So then if you had a Mac or a Linux device, you'd be able to use Workbench or the viewer there. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so we can inspect, we can reproject. In this FME, if some of you care, if you're surveyors, we can do coordinates that are measured from the center of the Earth. And as well, we can deal with orthometric heights in North America. But if that isn't good enough for you, this is exciting as when Sonny and Cher were reunited on the stage of David Letterman in 1987. I remember watching that. Blue Marble and Safe Software together in the same software package. So we've worked out something with Blue Marble where if you have their products, you can use their reprojection capabilities because many people find that they have committed to the Blue Marble as the gospel truth in their organization. Yeah. And so that's, and it has a very extensive library as well. And so I think on May the 1st, some announcements will be made, but you've heard it here first, folks.
And what if I'm using Esri? Can I use Esri reprojection? Or
yes, you can.
Okay.
You can.
Okay.
As well. So that's there. All right, we can tile, we can clip point clouds, we can thin. That means getting rid of data here and there in a variety of ways. Make tins, combine many small ones into a big one, split them. We can actually split by a number of things. So you might just want only the last return, the ground.
Yeah.
We can split by classification. But our friends at, where are they? Somewhere in Quebec, that are splitting by color ranges. So let's get only the yellow points out, and that will give us, that's Ministry of Transportation there, and they'll give us the center lines of the roads. So then they can kind of do feature extraction in a way.
Yeah, centerline extraction. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I'm a forest company, I want to measure my wood. Can I do that with LiDAR?
Yeah, you could get the difference between the top and the bottom.
So the first and last return?
Yes,
Okay.
would tell you something. Okay, this is that thing about lifting values off of raster and moving it into a point cloud. This is an important one. If you're going to be moving to ArcGIS 10.1, in ArcGIS 10.1, you can display and do a lot of interesting things with LiDAR natively. LAS files, not compressed LAS files, but just the LAS files. But you need to have this thing called a LASD or LASD file, the last data set. That be very clear. It's not an LSD file.
Right.
Okay. And when we cross the border, we never say we're going to do LSD demos in the States. we do not say that. But it's a bit of a pain in ArcGIS to make those. You've got to run a geoprocessing tool. So we added the ability right in FME. If you're producing LAS files, you get the LASD, and you're in business. Okay, profiling and slicing. I do have a demo to show that, but I think I'll skip that today. So, but bottom line is you get results that look like this. So you can basically use FME to follow along a road, clip out along a piece of LiDAR, only little slices perpendicularly, and then take a look at it. You know what? I'm going to show it. It's just
Absolutely,
too much.
go for it.
It's too much fun, Doc.
If you're excited about it, I'd do it.
Yeah,
I'm excited about XML, so I
and
can't
you're going to show
really
some
talk
things about it.
And XML is very visual, as I'm sure you can imagine.
It's exciting to look at.
Yeah.
So almost as exciting as this. So let's look at the profiling example. Almost Heaven, West Virginia. Okay, here we go. Let's run it. And so this is going along, taking that LiDAR, and Dimitri, my friend back there, made this, computing perpendicular lines, getting a buffer, clipping that out, and now here it comes. And one of the most exciting things of all these demos is actually zooming into the right spot. So we got to go to 3D, we got to go zooming, we kind of drag over there, but no matter what I do, it kind of creeps off to the side. So, all right, there it is. And now we'll turn off the original LiDAR, we'll turn off the project zone, and we'll turn off all the roads. And so now we can flip this up, and we can zoom in a little bit, and you can see what the profile of the land is along that line.
That's cool.
So that's pretty cool.
That is.
And one thing Mark and I have learned is I always get rid of the data inspector before I go back to my presentation.
Okay. Bad things can happen.
Yeah. Sorry, those of you in Austin, Texas. We did learn our lesson. Okay. Just some idea. These are numbers Dimitri has made, but yes, in FME 2012, we can handle 1 billion points at a time. Don, when you and I started years ago, remember a big file, we'd have to use
PK zip, PhilCat zip,
to split it onto 2 floppies.
I know.
And
I know.
actually,
That
some
was
of you in
big.
this room worked with us back then. I see Bob is laughing. Remember, Bob, those huge data sets with 40,000 points. They were called mass points. There were so many of them. And now we have people that to send us the data, we can't even use the internet.
Nope.
Because
they send us a terabyte drive in an envelope.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. And so Dimitri has a whole room full of terabyte drives now from customer test data that we get. All right. Raster. I said FME would never do raster, and I regret it.
Yeah, you certainly have never said FME will never do video.
That's right. I learned my lesson.
Yeah.
So just whip through. Yes, on the raster side, we can translate huge number of formats in FME for raster.
I guess the shuttle radar one is we're not collecting any new data on that.
It's
now.
a collector's item now.
Yeah.
Kind of like the Wang format that we had.
That's right. That's right.
So
GFIS is probably another one.
Yeah, GFIS. There's a few of these that, we should have sort of a special day to kind of honor the formats of days gone by.
That's right. That's right.
SDE 2.0.
Oh, yeah, there's
a
a good
good
one.
classic one.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Where do old formats go, Don?
I think they just keep hanging on. Somebody out there has them.
I think so, yeah. I'm kind of all teared up now. It's kind of, this is what happens when that never happened to me on the road. And now Don's here,
now
and
we're getting
all sentimental.
Yeah.
Okay, quick, let's get to something that snaps out of it. Okay, resampling. Yes, we can resample. Of course, we can reproject.
Yeah.
And we can reproject using the various engines besides ours,
That's
too.
right.
The Blue Marble one and
The
others.
Esri one. Yeah, yeah.
Mosaicing, we do a great job at that.
Yeah.
We can compress. Can't compress with Mr. Sid because they won't let us, but we can compress with everything else.
Yeah,
and we can read Mr. Sid.
That's right.
So that's kind of nice.
So I guess you use JPEG 2000 then if you...
Yep,
yeah.
or ECW.
Yeah.
I think they say ECW
ECW?
when you go south. Yeah. So we can clip, we can tile for the web, and we're seeing more people doing this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Actually,
That's a great example.
we're putting some effort in right now to increase FME's flexibility in this area. And as well, some folks have asked about us supporting a new tiling format called MB Tiles. And if that's of interest to the folks at home or the folks here, please write it on your sheets if you care about MB Tiles. That's on the edge of making it or not in FME 2013. But it's a very fast tiling format that a lot of web map tiling servers can use. The other thing I'd say about this is that we've had people ask us if we're going to support Mapnik, which there's a group called Mapbox that makes a thing called TileMill, and underneath the technology is a thing called Mapnik. All of that is about rendering gorgeous cartographic rasters out of vectors. And so if that's something that you might be interested in, let us know. A few folks on the road looking at that. Because what you could do is use FME, bring a bunch of interesting vectors together, render them using Mapnik, and then tile them up.
Yeah.
And then Bob's your uncle. All right, we can drape. You saw that with that LiDAR example. And look at that. You saw that before, too. We can take a raster and lift it up onto a point cloud. And boy, we should have had the example from our friends at Township of Langley. They might be here today. Yes, we have used your test data, and we've done exactly this. And you can see the results from Dimitri. And we do appreciate a lot of our local municipalities, many of you, helping us with nice test sets of data. Plus, it's nice we can make a road trip. It's expensive to send Dimitri to West Virginia to check if it's right.
Absolutely.
But if he can just put him in his car and send him out to Langley, that's a lot less expensive. There's a lot of powerful things you can do with rasters in FME. Of these, I would mention that we can do raster math per cell, and we'll look at that in a minute. For a company that said we would never do raster, we've done a lot.
We've done a lot of raster. Yeah.
Yes. Do you have a favorite in that list, Don?
Raster DEM, it's tough. Oh, the expression evaluators are pretty.
The raster math is fun.
Yeah.
I thought, Don, is there a DEM generator or something like that?
Yeah, there is a raster DEM generator.
That would be one of Don's
But the first
favorites.
letter I went for was something about rasters and XML, so I'm going to...
There is no XML raster.
There's no rastered XML transformer.
The raster XML converter.
That's right.
Now we're going to need like 10 terabyte drives.
We would, yeah, at least.
Okay. But I did, all of this was just to introduce this new functionality that we have in FME 2012, which I think is quite interesting. And this is just for you, Keith. Keith asked us for this maybe 8 years ago, and he's back today to see it unveiled. Thanks, Keith. So let's take a look. If we go to the desktop here, under raster, we got the segmentation example. And I just have to flip this around, so I'm not going to use Data Inspector to look at this. I'm going to look at this with the good old-fashioned classic universal viewer. And I'm going to run it. While it's running, I'll talk it through. We got an elevation model from our friends in Sherbrooke, a CDED file. And the first thing we're doing is rounding the elevation using raster math to the nearest 25. So I figured this out myself, Don. I was pretty proud.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
Except it says round to the nearest 5.
Yeah.
It is actually the nearest 25.
Okay.
So we divide by 25, add a half, take the floor, and times by 25. Okay, so now we've got a raster that everything is in multiples of 25. And this new thing called the raster to polygon coercer goes and threads the polygons.
Okay.
But they would be kind of ugly staircase polygons, and Keith said he didn't want that. Yeah. So he wanted something nicer. And to do that, we use this make curvy.
Okay, what's make curvy?
Which is the generalizer.
Oh,
now, it's kind of an odd thing that the generalizer does because, Don, only the first 3 or 4 of these actually generalize.
Yeah, it does a whole bunch of stuff that has nothing to do with generalization.
I'm fitting NURBS,
Yeah,
which is a different form of, basically, I'm trying to make a nice, curvy, smooth thing.
Yeah.
So and we've added a lot of things into this generalizer over the years. If you haven't...
Do you have Poiker there?
Poiker is part of Douglas.
Oh, okay.
And that's kind of a religious thing. so get Don and I over a cool and we can tell you the story of that. But anyway, so we can fit NURBS in there. And then I'm making these outputs. So let's take a look. Do I have output? Output? Yes, I do. All right. So let's zoom this up somewhere inside here. All right. So if we go back, we'll turn off things. Here's the original raster, and if I click in here, you can see these cell values. They're kind of nice integers. If I take a look here, here's the output just for Keith. So if I click on this one, it's 175. And I better be that if I go to one side or the other, it's going to be 25 off. That's what I'm hoping.
That's your prediction?
I hope it is. Nervously await it.
Waiting. Uh-oh.
There's a lot of data there because when you make NURBs... Okay, 150. That's good.
That's good.
And so it all worked. We got nice. And if we zoom in somewhere, look how nice and smooth and curvy that is done.
That's awesome.
I really like it.
Keith loves it.
Keith loves it. Look at him. He's smiling.
Yeah.
He can't believe he had to wait 8 years, but it's worth it. It's worth every second, isn't it, Keith? So that's what I wanted to show. That's some fairly high-end... I actually sometimes make jokes about cell phone tower strengths.
Yep.
Better not, because this is broadcast live. But telcos do use this kind of thing to figure out
where the signal strength is.
Yeah. And so I'll just, in case, Don, you're presenting somewhere where there isn't any telcos in the audience, you can make jokes at that point. Okay. Let's see. We got niche formats, and that's the end of my raster.
Awesome. That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Wow. Is there a webinar on that?
There is. If you go into our webinar archive and you want to see in more detail all the things I've just flown through, there's a nice...
And demos of a lot of them?
Demos of a lot of them.
Yeah.
I think, have we ever done... Hey, Mark, have we ever done a raster online course? Yes. In fact, these folks might be eligible for a free one, I think. I think they are.
You just have to say Craig is and then fill in the blank.
And hope that we've scheduled one. But I think that there is one scheduled for later this year.
Yeah.
So if you want to know more about FME and raster.
And FMEpedia, I guess. Stuart's going to talk about where we find more information on all
Yeah,
this
Dimitri
stuff.
has a bunch of stuff up there on all these things as well.
Yeah.
In both LiDAR and the raster side.
Yeah.
So switching gears, another key functionality was this thing here. As we've toured around, a lot of folks have figured this is one of the key things.
It is. This is exciting. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So as we like to say, it unleashes that inner join that's been inside of all of you that's wanted to come out all this time. But what this is about is it lets you add into the middle of FME basically a temporary database.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so in the example I have here, I've got my favorite birds and eggs, column line text.
Are you going to show us a column line text GUI?
I could.
Because that is awesome.
You like it?
Oh, I love it.
Well,
yeah.
okay.
Because it's so easy to use. That's
All
why
right.
I love it.
So it's here.
So yeah, so what the inline query is about is performance is something we take very seriously at SAFE. And so we analyzed a lot of workspaces, and what we found was that people, who here has used a feature merger? Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah. How about 2 in a row? You ever had to merge 3 things together? So, yeah.
I got a 2 in a row back there.
And
what's the highest? Tell us the highest that you've ever had in a row. How many? 4. Okay.
So
here's Bob. Bob's got 7.
Okay.
We should let's give Bob a sport for that.
Yeah, just don't throw it. It's really
I need a
embarrassing.
runner. Who's going to be my runner to give Bob a... I'll run out there while you talk
Here
about it.
comes Drew. Here comes Drew.
Drew, can you give
Drew
me a
is
sport?
Drew's excited because the New York Rangers won. So, yeah, boo. Okay. So yeah, the thing about the feature merger is it's great if you just have 2 streams and you want to do something simple. But the moment you start chaining one after the other, your performance is going to take a huge dive because you're writing a lot of stuff to disk every time you use a feature merger. So as part of our, while Dale's getting this going, I'll keep talking. So as part of our performance things, what we also do is we look and we say, well, what are people doing and how can we make them more productive? And the inline querier is a great example of that because now you can merge as many things together as you want in one transformer. We're using, what database are you using? SQLite?
SQLite.
Yeah. And you can also have as many outputs as you want. So look at this this is just the most amazing user interface. Oh, you're off by 1. You better fix that. How do you do that?
I don't know. I just dragged it.
There you go. Look at
anyway,
that, eh?
You get the idea. We can bring these in, and then we can also indicate what kind of field type this is, and even say that it's actually an X or Y coordinate in there. But
you could have done this in the old FME. You would have to use the favorite reader, the text line.
I know.
And then you have string splitters all over the place, and of course, you know, I have a 15 transformer rule, so you're going to use all 15 of your transformers you're allowed to use, just trying to figure this crazy thing out. Off by 1 error, it'd just be a nightmare.
So what I do is I end up routing each of these 3 things into this transformer. Now, when I put down a new one, this is the part that got Don kind of rattled the first time.
Yeah.
If you pop down a new one, you go like, what the heck is that?
Well, I thought it was really easy because it had no inputs and outputs. I thought, wow, how can I go wrong there? But I could never get the red to go away.
Yes. So anyway, you can go and define, basically you define the input tables you want to work with. One way of doing this is if those tables are the same as what you're reading, you can do this, and now each of them knows what their structure is.
Yeah.
And then I can go down here and start making up output queries, as many as I want.
Oh, yeah.
That I can just drag things out. Like, let's say I want just these two fields. I can select the egg ID and the feature content from the cat.
What's feature content? That wasn't on the original.
Yeah, feature content is sort of a hidden thing that represents all the geometry and all the fullness of the original FME feature.
Okay.
So actually, you don't need to define all the columns of the input feature. You only want to define the ones you're actually going to query.
Oh, ones are going to use in a select statement.
Yes,
Oh,
because
okay.
these are the ones that are going to be indexed, basically. Perfect. But the feature content is everything else. And so I can do joins and everything else from this. If I say OK here.
Can I type like spatial joins, like select this, buffer that, where is inside?
No.
Okay.
But we might do something called spatial light.
Right.
Eventually, we may extend this so that we will have a full spatial database under there. There's an open source spatial database called Spatial Light. If we put that in there, maybe this release or next, then you'd be able to do that. And like to tell people, my example, and we'll see how politically incorrect this is, but I'll go for it.
Go for it.
So you can have maybe your proposed pipeline.
Yeah.
And then environmentally sensitive areas.
Yep.
Define this thing. They could be coming from totally non-database things, different places.
Yep.
And then you define this, and then you can say select pipeline routes that intersect, where they intersect environmentally sensitive areas.
Yep.
And you know what you'd find out? Everything is going to be selected because it's all environmentally sensitive. So you wouldn't even need your spatial database for that. I got a good laugh in San Francisco and in Austin, Texas, over that one. But anyway, in Alberta, I didn't even try it.
No.
I was scared. Scared. There's just not very much sense of humor around this there. Okay, so you get the idea, but it lets us do some amazingly powerful things. So I can do aggregation, for example. Here I'm grouping by, basically I'm finding out how many eggs are in each nest. We never knew this before.
No, we didn't. And what did we find? Did we learn anything?
We found out actually that there's some nests that have no eggs.
Jeez.
We've been using this test set for about 15 years, and I never knew that there was some nests that had no eggs when you do this. So we can, all the things that you like to use with your SQL or SQL.
And you can write SQL as long as you want now.
Yeah, so here's one that we put together that's kind of interesting, that joins. It's a three-way join, so get everything from nests, eggs, and species, and then we join them all by their IDs, and then just to show off, we say also I only want to get results where there's at least 5 or more eggs in the nest.
Yeah.
So we weren't able to do, but I mean, if you're a SQL person, if you think of the world in terms of one big SQL statement, you can now start to solve interesting problems that you couldn't solve before because these things weren't in databases.
Yeah.
And so you can build a temporary one, do something, chuck it out. This gets rid of the need for cascading feature mergers because you can do one in one shot, but it also opens up a whole pile more.
Right. Can I get rid of the joiner and use this?
No, not really.
Yeah.
Because there's other database things in FME. The joiner's job is one feature goes by, and we're going to use its key to go out somewhere else and just read only the things for that one.
Right.
The feature merger or this thing are good when we're forced to be reading everything anyway, and we're kind of merging everything. So the joiner is good if we're just looking up a few things.
Yeah.
The other one to know about is, we don't really talk about it, but there's this guy called a SQL creator or executor. Yeah. And these things go out to an existing database and let us do SQL. So I can start selecting in here and so on. And this just throws the whole select statement out to the original database to begin with.
Yeah. Yeah.
So all these things, bottom line is FME is a pretty powerful tool to be using with databases, and we've given you some additional tools right inside the product to kind of SQL up your problems.
Yeah. So if you know SQL, now you can leverage your SQL skills within FME.
Now, is it SQL or SQL? We should do an online poll around
It's sort of
that.
like, is it Esri or is it ESRI?
Right. What I did learn in Oklahoma City on this trip, I learned a number of things. One thing was I learned where Oklahoma was, which is...
Is Oklahoma City in Oklahoma?
It is.
Because Kansas City is actually in Missouri.
Ooh, I would have failed on that one.
Yeah.
But in Oklahoma, I learned that if you actually say, I'd like... first of all, if you say I'd like a pop, they don't know what you're saying. So you have to say, I'd like a Coke. And then they say, what kind? And then you say, Sprite,
Yeah.
or you say Coke. If you really want a Coke, you have to say Coke twice,
Right.
Which does seem inefficient to me.
Yeah, I saw a map once for the U.S. where some places with soft drinks as opposed to a hard drink. We all know what a hard drink is. Soda,
Yes.
Coke, yeah.
And pop.
And pop.
If you get close
Yeah.
to Canada, it turns into pop.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I have to give my friends in Oklahoma a minus for that, but I do give them a plus for y'all because that is a very useful term to
very
a group
efficient.
of people.
Yeah.
Very efficient.
All y'all.
Yeah. Okay, so you saw that example, and before I would have solved it with a cascading feature merger to join all these. Now I can do it with a query, but I can also then do a bunch of other things that I couldn't do before.
Yeah.
So that's really it for that. Hulls.
Convex, we do convex. And what is a convex hull?
This one. It's
Yeah.
like putting a rubber band around the whole thing.
That's right. That's
yeah,
right.
so I remember that one.
So there's only one definition of a convex hull then, so it must be easy.
Yes. But the other kind we can now do is concave hulls.
Ooh.
And that lets us snap more than a rubber band, kind of like a vacuum seal
Okay.
around. And Don, can you answer me this. Why does this one curve in like that, and this one does not?
Because it must be because it's looking for the points. This point must be too far away
Yes.
from.
There's a measure called alpha.
Yeah.
Which I like to say is kind of like how big of a Pac-Man can you fit in there?
That's right. That's
And
right. So oil companies sometimes to
fact, they
represent an oil field, for example.
That's right. In fact, one of our customers from Kelman down in Houston put up his hand and was already using this.
Yeah.
But he did say that it is a little bit of an art to
Yes.
figure out what the right
Yes.
value for this alpha is.
Yes. And as I tell my daughter, whenever you see a Greek alphabet letter, it's usually because it doesn't really mean anything, so that means play with it.
Yes.
Otherwise, it would have given it a, yeah.
That's a good way. So I'm just going to show people I won't actually fire up an example, but I will show the hull replacer.
Hull replacer.
Or accumulator, either one. One works on a group, one doesn't, but I'll show you how we've spared no expense in terms of our icon here.
I know, I love this.
And see this other one?
It
Like
looks
that.
concave.
So, yeah. So anyway, that's the easy way to tell these apart.
And then they just enter. So what if I don't enter an alpha value? What happens?
It'll make a guess.
Okay. Is it a good guess or a real bad guess?
It's a guess.
Okay. I think it's a good guess.
Yeah, it's not a bad guess,
Yeah,
actually.
I think
Like for the
so.
city event, we did a thing, I don't
With
have
graffiti.
it handy.
Yeah, with graffiti. And the guess actually just has holes in it and everything.
But if you start to play with the alpha, you can start to see that, sadly, all the graffiti is right along the SkyTrain.
Yeah.
Oddly enough.
Yeah.
So we've done some playing with that. But anyway, that's on hulls. All right. Oh, now I could probably hand this over to Don.
This gives me tingles.
It's hard for you to probably get this down into
Even my wife knows I'm excited about XML, so I have
Yes.
to be careful.
So is it easier, Don, or is it just...
it's called having fun now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not that easy. And there's a number of formats, of course. Some of these formats are pretty tough. Like AIXM is the aeronautical format that's put inside things like Airbuses and things, so all the airspace. And all the other ones are for our European friends out there.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this...
Oh, yeah, there was an old lady who swallowed a fly. Yeah, I'll talk a bit about this later, but in FME 2011, I burned up all my 15... I could not do this in 15 transformers. In 2012, I can do this in 1, and we'll talk about what we can do there. But it's pretty exciting, and you might even get to hear us sing.
Yes.
So I sang almost in every city. Not the whole song, but...
Wow.
but
See, next year I'm going to mix this up, and I'm going to do On My Way to St. Ives. I met a man with 7 wives.
Wow.
Each wife had 7 sacks, each sack had 7 cats, each cat had 7 kits.
Wow.
Kits, cats, sacks, and wives.
Yeah.
How many were going to St. Ives? I'm going to model this in XML.
Awesome.
Only to find out that the answer is 1.
Yeah, that's right.
St. Ives, but,
well, actually, now I don't do I actually do the sequel where there was a group of ladies who got together to wonder how the first lady died.
Okay.
And so they all ate a fly, but then you have to make sure you get the right flies with the right ladies. And
But all of this seriously is about creating hierarchical XML documents.
Yeah.
Most of our world is relational.
Yep.
In other words, things are nicely split out into tables and layers. But XML people love nesting things inside each other.
Yeah.
So I know the smart grid stuff that Mark and some of others of you may have worked with, you compose like substations are part of networks, are part of
awesome.
all these things.
Yeah.
And so you have to take this well-behaved relational data and kind of corrupt it down into a hierarchical model.
I wouldn't use the word corrupt, but...
And then just in time for someone else to decorrupt it.
That's right.
Back out into a relational model.
That's right.
So,
that's right. So that's all very exciting. So that's foreshadowing. You're not going to want to miss that.
Yes, you are doing that later today.
Oh, I am, absolutely.
There's no stopping
You know that I'd blow a temper tantrum and I'd be standing in the hall just
If it doesn't happen, we're going to go into overtime today.
Exactly. Yeah.
So we like to, this is very un-Canadian of us, but we do say that our CityGML is the best reading on the planet.
I think it's a galaxy, actually. But,
yeah,
but we were
it also might be the only reading on the planet.
It might be.
But anyway, several vendors do use our stuff. CityGML seriously is a very good format for 3D city models.
Yep.
Very, very common and popular in Germany, the Netherlands, European countries, and we do a great job of that. All right, on the desktop, there's really one feature we wanted to highlight on the desktop, and that is these, what we call powerful parameters.
Yeah.
Some people, I know.
Hey, wait a minute. The attribute renamer now has default values even.
Yes, that's true. It does too.
That's a big deal.
Yes.
Yeah.
I never even
Small
noticed that.
thing, but a big deal, right? Before you had to test, and you'd run out of your 15 transformers just trying to figure out which ones weren't there.
Right, so you can rename something, and if the original wasn't there, we'll give it a value, the new guy a value. But these powerful parameters give us this funny little button there to hit, and then we get a bunch of options about what we can do to set things. And we can also concatenate strings together.
So if I had like a city, if I had an address that was like street number, street name, I could just do it right in there. I didn't have to drop down another one?
Right.
Yeah.
So I have a little example that I change every time I use it, called the mains demo here.
It's like the main demo?
Yeah. So this is an old example that, let me just look at the input data first to kind of get us thinking the right way. Whoops, okay, DWG, good. And we'll go up to here. If I zoom in here somewhere, whoops, that's a little bit aggressive. You can see I've got kind of a network that isn't very noded, and I've got text here where my water meters are. So if I mark these, and what I want to do is go and create the little feeder lines that are coming into there, and then I'm going to also split this line at that part of the network. So that's what this workspace here is. It puts these water meters into the neighbor finder, and then for each point it finds the closest line and outputs that here. So I get a 2D point for that spot that's close to the existing line. This extends it out to the meter, so I've got that little feeder line, and then I take another copy of the point close to the line and put into the point on line overlay, which basically snaps it into the network and cuts the line. So that's what that one did. And then it also here outputs the meters as a text label. So what I want to do, I'm going to just say, imagine I wanted to buffer out those little feeder lines.
Okay.
So I'm going to put down a bufferer.
Bufferer.
Okay. So I slap that down. I'm going to take a copy. These are the feeder lines here. Slap it in. And I'm going to buffer it. And so I could always type a number, but that's kind of not so fun. But I might want to do something interesting, like open the arithmetic editor here and say, you know, I want to make this a function of something. And what I'm going to do, you know, I'm going to ask the user how wide of a buffer do they want to use.
Okay.
In fact, I'm going to say,
right within there.
I just went in here and said, make a published parameter to ask the user something. And in fact, I'm going to ask them for, let's buffer it by a percentage of the length. So let's see. So I want to call this the buff percent, and buffer percentage amount. Okay, no default value. And that's that. It pops it in there. So, and I'm going to multiply. That's going to be a percentage. So I need to divide that by 100.0 to get it down to a ratio. I'm going to ask people to enter like 10 or 20 or something like that.
Yep.
And then I'm going to multiply it by the length. What I happen to know was here, this distance. Whoops, I need to multiply by that. Okay, so I've just written an expression.
Wow, and you didn't have to type any attribute names, which is great.
Nothing. I dragged it all in there. And now if I do prompt, whoops, I better I'll add an inspector onto this just so I can see what's going on. If I prompt and run, it asks me for the percentage amount. I've now added to the user interface of this thing right within the parameters deal. I'm going to buffer it by, let's say, 80% of the length. So they're going to be pretty close to square buffers. It could be kind of ugly, but that's okay. And so we'll run this, and it'll pop up its thing. And so I should see these sort of fat little things.
Oh, wow, look at that.
There. So all of that was just to show how any time when I'm being asked for a parameter, I can set it, of course, to an attribute value, but more interestingly, open an editor either to do math, or I can glue strings together. And I've got one here that I cooked up earlier. called Maine's Fancy, which this one does a few things. It lets me do some prefixing. So I've got this attribute creator here, which does a couple of things to adjust text size, but also in here, I'm going and, I guess I'll go advanced, I'm just adding a prefix onto each text string. Mm-hmm. And so when I run this one, let's do prompt and run, and I'm going to do prefix of YVR, just so that you know I'm not making it up. And this will make an extra set of labels, for example. And so if I zoom in somewhere here, you can see that, yeah, that all happened. So anyway, you can see we can glue strings together, we can do math, we can get out to the user to ask them things, all very, very quickly and conveniently. And so that's really the most important part of that. We didn't talk about FME Evangelist. If you don't know about him, you should. You can go to evangelism at safe.safe.com and read the articles. They come out about every week or two. Yeah. Is the evangelist joining us here today or not? No, he's not here, but he's tuning in.
Yeah, he's on. Got to be online.
He's online watching. Hi, Mr. Evangelist. A little shout out to Mark Ireland. Does a great job of that. He called it the integrated GUI. Some of our French reseller published this stuff as Parametrage
de Shelley.
Parametrage de Shelley. Because the woman who worked on this at SAFE, a fantastic engineer of ours named Shelley, and for a while we called this the Shelley stuff, and unfortunately it leaked out, and then it got translated to French. So, but it's really called powerful, or he called it integrated parameters. Okay, Mark, are we talking FME Store at the end of the day today, or Stuart or somebody? No? Okay, so it's voted off the island, I guess, today, so we're not going to talk too much, but really the FME Store is, it's mostly, we were going to joke that it's a dollar store, but it's actually even cheap.
Yeah, it's a free store, mostly.
Mostly it's a dip and save, as we would say.
That's right, that's right.
But basically, we're making available all kinds of resources to users right in the product that are online, which grow with time. Yeah. Now, there are some third parties that have added things that are for sale in there, but the majority of stuff is stuff from us that's free. Yeah.
So in the past with FMEPD, if you went there and you looked for something, you'd have quite a bit of work to get it in Workbench. Now, when using Workbench, you just discover it right within the product.
Yes. So that's what we'll show. Now, Dimitri is here today. He's made a presentation of his top. It was supposed to be his top 10 picks, but he couldn't cap it at 10. There's actually 14.
Wow, so he just couldn't. There's just no stopping Dimitri.
It's a Russian 10, I guess.
That's right. That's right. So it's a little bigger. It should have been called bigger than a baker's dozen.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's right. It's fantastic. His picks, and maybe Dimitri will get you to make a YouTube video of that talk, and we'll make that available on the FME channel.
That would be awesome.
Which is a great resource to be aware of on YouTube as well. Okay, so that's what it is. There's a few places where the store shows up, and so one is when I go here and I say, let's see, create me a workspace. Down in here, I can find all these examples. So if I want, for example, a starting point to do with LiDAR, I could pick one of those, or raster, some of these ones. Yeah. That looks interesting, actually. Yeah. These are all free. The Penbay ones, on the other hand, is a little bit more pricey.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And probably needs more description.
Right. So here's some things on FME in the cloud. This looks like using simple notification services. So you just double-click these, and down they come to get you started. Yeah. So that's that one. Now, also, whoops, I'm just going to make myself a blank workspace here. Let's see, blank.
Nothing like a blank workspace.
It's really a nice, clean way to get started. Yeah. And so if I start in here, I can look down here in my Transformer gallery. There's an FME Store category. And like these DMTI guys are an example of a third party. And if I, let's see if I can get myself, so I can drag this out. And, whoa, that's bad, Don. Yeah. I didn't try that before, so the store must be not open this morning. So, well, that gives us something to work on.
Oh, there's always more. Yeah.
All right. So, but you can also type in here, if I would type measure, for example, and say measure generation from Z, that would download it from the store and pop it in there. Yeah. And some of our staff have actually found these useful already, even though they didn't know that they were even there.
That's right. There's a good feature merger one. What's that one called?
The unconditional feature merger?
Unconditional feature
merger.
Or is it
unconditional?
There it is.
It's unconditional.
Yeah.
So it just merges things, I guess. I don't know what that means, but
Yeah, yeah.
somebody said it's useful, and there you go. So that's the store, and you can get templates or transformers from it.
Yeah. Or custom formats now in SP2.
Oh, right. Yes,
Yeah.
custom formats as well.
Yeah.
And if you want to know more, again, our friend Mark has made some stuff available for everybody there talking about it.
No,
Okay, just the last 15 minutes here to introduce a few things about FME Server. And we got a question on that. Okay. So, go to the polls. What's our question, Roger? And let's get the polls going for the folks at home.
Yeah. Before we get to the polls, Craig had some breaking news apparently to relay here. And back at the office, they scheduled a course on raster. So that is open for folks here to register for.
Excellent,
okay.
excellent.
So the poll question here is, how familiar are you with FME Server? So we got 3 options here. One is never heard of it.
Okay, folks at home here, or folks here, how many have never heard of FME Server or don't know much about it? There's nobody in that category, okay.
Okay, the other option is know it a bit.
Know it a bit? Yeah, okay, fair bit of you, okay.
Okay, and the other one is have it and use it.
Have it and use it. Okay, Stuart is in that category.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for, we got one person here. All right, that's great. And so are the poll answers coming in yet?
Yeah, it looks like the poll results online are pretty similar. Most people kind of, they kind of know it a bit, maybe use it a bit, but yeah, that's about the same.
Okay, excellent. All right, so just to kind of summarize, the idea of FME Server is to take the great stuff you do on the desktop and very quickly push it up to be run kind of hands-off in a centralized way. And why would someone on a desktop want this? What's the value? Well, one thing is you can schedule things to happen automatically instead of to introduce more repeatability or rigor into important business processes. Another one is sharing transformations via web page. Our friends at Shell, the guy figured out how to do that interesting 3D PDF. But he didn't want to give that to everybody or have everybody have to have an FME installation. He puts that up on a server, then he just gives a web page to his friends, and they don't even know FME is there, so they can take advantage of the processing abilities without needing the whole FME install.
That's right. We also have an easy translator on FME PD as well, so you can just, as a service, translate any format to any other format.
Yes. You can also offload work processing that is on your desktop to be up on the server as well. So the idea is you author with Workbench, and then you push it up to the server. And so I'm actually going to try doing this here. So my mains fancy, wherever it was. So if we look here, let's get this back down. Here's mains fancy. So this is the one that we were doing. If I do this prompt and run, you can see that here's a few parameters that it asks. And I might say, I want to push this up to the server. And I'm going to try pushing this up to the server that Don set up for me to play with. Thank you, Don. This is running an Amazon EC2, and I can't do a server thing.
That's not good.
I mustn't have connectivity to the into the internets. So that might end my demo there, Don.
So what would have happened is it would have gone up. This is...
Okay, well, I guess I can't do it, so that serves me right for changing my presentation.
Well, that's okay. That's okay.
So
what would have happened is it would have gone up there, then you would have been able to upload data and run your workspace.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if it had worked, I would go out here to the server, and it would have appeared in here, for example, and I could have, let's see.
You'll be able to run it there.
Yeah, I wonder why I can't.
It's a bug.
Okay, you know of this?
Yeah, this is the same hotel we had our VAR meeting at. You might have seen those go by.
Yes.
And so we're going to be sending our server guys down to this hotel.
Because
if this hotel has some sort of weird proxy thing going on. And
that does us in.
Yeah, as far as Workbench talking to
All right.
Yeah.
So what I would have done is uploaded it, and then I'd have to log in. Yeah, okay, I can actually get the stuff here.
Yeah.
And then I would have been able to see my those parameters that I had published, and I can also see the request, so that I can, if I wanted to, I could write my own web front end for this instead of using the one we've generated, or I can just give this URL to my friend as well.
Yeah.
And then I can go ahead and say run, and it would do its thing, and down would come the answer.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that would have been what I was going to show if I was able to show it. And I'm not.
Oh, that's too bad.
Hopefully you're not publishing anything up to the server
I am
today.
not.
Okay.
I learned to...
you learned your lesson?
Because I was here for the VAR meeting, so
Okay.
this hotel scared me.
All right. So anyway, we can install it quickly.
Yeah, what sort of prerequisites do we have?
It looks like you don't need any.
None.
A computer.
Okay.
Well, you must have to have Windows 7 or something.
I guess you must have an operating system.
Right.
That's right.
But if that's too hard for you, you can also get an Amazon instance
Yep.
to install with.
Yeah.
And you can just grab that and go. And we do have customers that have deployed their own servers in Amazon as well.
Yeah. And all the servers we run that are visible are all in Amazon. So,
Right.
yeah.
Okay, so we do have Active Directory integration. So there's security in the server. And if we go over here to security, well, it's pretty secure. I got to log in again. But I can see all these. And I always would joke on the road, Don, that probably I shouldn't be given this many privileges. It's very dangerous for you that I have run of the place. But if you are an organization that uses Active Directory, these things can be sucked in from your existing infrastructure.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to maintain two things.
Yeah.
So that's that. Oh, you can also control somewhere in here who has access to what, including down to this thing called repositories, which is kind of like directories inside of the server. So I could have only I could see the things that are inside my repository or modify them.
That's right. And so now in 2012, when you create a new repository as well, only users in that same role who are in the same group will see them.
Can see them.
Yeah.
So if Don was smart, he would probably hide many of these from me.
Yeah.
Because I could go and monkey around with his server. So there's that on the security side. I really love the administration side of this because if I go in here and look at the jobs, for example, I can see right now nothing is running.
Yeah.
If I had been successful with my demo, I'd have had something running,
Yeah.
but I don't. So there's nothing running. There's
Nothing
nothing queued. And if I'd have been successful with my demo, there'd have been something in the history too.
Oh,
it looks like you're up to something.
Oh, I was playing around with sensors. Yeah.
You were again?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, making it easier.
Let's see.
Yeah.
That's today, isn't it?
Yeah. Every time.
You just did that,
I have this
like you did
sensor-
that 5 minutes ago.
I found a sensor in Toronto, and every time it changes value, it sends me a notification, and I'm writing it to a Google Fusion table.
I see. Well, we can snoop at this because we can say, let's take a look at Don's job that ran a few minutes ago. Even though he was here, that means it's running unattended. It's magic.
I know. It's scary, isn't it?
It's magic. And so we can go and, let's see, somewhere here, yeah, we can look at the log file and take a peek at what went on.
Yeah.
And I really love looking at log files, so it's kind of exciting.
I know. I love log files, too.
It looks like you're...
I was using a custom format.
yeah, and you're reading
There's
from...
a new Pashu-Bay sensor custom format.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you'll tell us more about that later. It's nice to see you making use of the server while we're trying to do demos, Don. That's why I lived in fear, because I know Stuart and Don have this demo that they do that floods the server with about 800 jobs.
Yeah, it's great.
And I was just living in fear that I would be the 801st job that was going to be in behind that each day for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Oh, there's some logging.
was there?
Yeah.
Where?
Oh, just a picture.
Just logging. You're right. I never
Sorry.
noticed that all week.
No. Yeah.
Look at that. I'm always so nervous that I never got a chance to
That
see
you missed something. That's right. Yeah.
Well, that's
too
good.
funny.
Anyway, so server is this thing that lets you centralize things, run jobs.
Yeah. Some people have.
hands-free.
I know of at least one company that installed server. They didn't even buy it. They don't have any engines, and they're just using it as a central place to put all their workspaces. Because then in an IT department, now you just have one directory to back up, and you've got everybody's workspaces. You don't have to wonder where the latest workspace is. So even from an IT standpoint, it adds some value.
Yes, and we don't have the slide in here, but one of our customers, Devon Energy in Oklahoma, gave a really good presentation about how they're rolling server out in their organization. And he talked, I think they have now 10 scheduled jobs that run every day that are part of their regular workflows. They have 5 that run on weekends.
Wow.
And then he said that they found that they're using it a lot for what he called ad hoc offloading of big processing off desktops.
Yeah.
So they could take big jobs that were normally running and tying up a desktop, push that up to the server, let it grind over there, and then being able to do important things like update Twitter status and so on their desktops. So that was a thing there too. Scheduling.
Oh, scheduling's big.
I know, it's fun playing with the
Scheduling's
schedule.
really
Every
big.
day, Don, I would go in here and say, hey, Don's got something scheduled.
We now have an enable-disable.
I'm going to turn it off on him and see what happens. I always did that, but I never actually checked it in.
Okay.
But
So
I don't
you
know.
could do that.
I know,
Sure, you
nothing
could.
too bad would happen.
No, nothing too bad.
But you can do that. So you can schedule things, and I would also go and
It's just
say...
no future subscriptions that ever be activated, that's all.
Right. I can make a new task where I go and I pick a workspace out of a repository, and what's one that's going to... Now mine isn't here that I was running with before, but I can try let's see, like color last delivery. Yeah, there's a couple of parameters here, and I can fill those in, and then they would run at this time. Whenever, if I don't want it immediately, I'd say like basically run it at 10:30 and run it every hour, repeating every hour.
Yeah.
So you can set it up to repeat, and so I can parameterize the workspace together with its schedule entry. So I could have one workspace that's running a bunch of different times,
yeah,
but with different parameters.
Yeah.
So once maybe for
which
the
you
production.
couldn't do in 2011. We missed that.
Yeah.
And we missed the enable, disable too on the schedule. Scheduling was a big thing. People asked for it, and then of course you get a call from a customer who says, "Oh, that's great. I had a whole bunch of schedules. How do I disable them?" And it's like, we missed that.
Yes. So very, very powerful. You could, for example, schedule the production database, the same workspace, to work on the production database at night,
yeah,
and the test database in the morning,
yeah,
but just by fiddling some of the published parameters. So that's what scheduling is about. Data upload and validation. I bet you're going to do some of that, Don. Showing.
Yes, we are. We are. Yes.
Yeah. So I'll foreshadow
That's
that.
a big use of FME, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So you
that's
can
some foreshadowing.
And then you could chain workspaces together. So if this workspace passes, then we'll run that one. Otherwise, we'll run this one. So quite interesting systems can be created with
What
this.
are those links you got there? So these are all links. When I get this workspace, I can click on them and
I
the
don't
complex
know.
workflows? Oh.
I don't know.
Okay, you don't know. Okay, sorry.
I'm scared now. They look like they are.
They look like they are.
Well, maybe they would go somewhere. Oh, it's a video.
Oh, YouTube videos.
I see. I never even knew that it was there. Okay, if we go here, then you can see our friend Aaron probably. Yeah, it is.
There you go.
Look at that. It works.
That's the FME channel.
Never knew all this time. Okay, good. Well, when you get these slides, you can try these videos out yourselves. Okay, so we can also do data distribution in our friends at the City of Surrey, and I probably should be able to go here with luck. Yeah, you can go and fill out this form, draw what you're interested in, and then download the data that you want, just like that. And underneath, it is hitting an FME server in the back that's doing this grinding. Mm-hmm. So, whoops, that's that. Good. And friends in Arkansas were probably the earliest ones doing this for years and years.
Yeah.
Years
big
and
site
years.
there.
Well, I'm going to try my hand at this, Don, since my other demo didn't work.
Okay.
You can get FME server to respond to events, and that's what Don's largely going to talk about this afternoon. So one is every FME server now has an email server as part of it. That's a new thing we've added. So if I go to my friend the FME Meister here, and I send an email into lidar@alertdemo.safe.com, and I say hello, and I send that. Now if I go over here, it's been sent. If I go look at jobs, if I'm lucky, it's running, yes. So the email was received. That kicked off a job that knows all about the email that was just given in there. It knows the subject, who it's from, and if there was the body, and also attachments.
Okay.
So all those things made it in there, and it's thinking about running and doing something right now. Oh, and it looks like it's done. And so if I go back to the Meister here, whoops, I don't want to do that. I'm panicked now. Discard that.
Yeah, you like it so much you want to send another one.
Well,
just click on inbox there.
Click on inbox. Now we have to wait for the Googles on the internets to receive our answers.
Because you're sending, you must be, based on the name, I'd guess you're going to mail me back a LiDAR.
Ah, yes. Whew. I'm always relieved when that appears.
Yeah,
and so I got my, and so all of you can try this. If you don't like the take-home USB stick today, some people in Calgary thought those were chocolates, actually. Do not try to eat them.
That's right.
But
That's right.
Instead, you can just send an email into lidar@alertdemo.safe.com.
Wow, that was 5 meg. Boy, you're really... You like to zing data around.
I do. And so then I can get this down. And this proves that it's my own personal PDF. Like, that's quite a giveaway to get your own personal PDF with your email. You know, if you have a special person in your life, just sneak onto their email. You can mail in from there, and they'll have one too. Wow. And burned right in. And so all that is...
Oh, wow, it even follows the terrain.
Yes, it's burned in. So that was done by that example at the very beginning that we did. All that we did was add into there the ability to fish out the person's email address.
Yep.
And then I use a text stroker to make polygons.
Yep.
And then I do vector on raster overlay to burn that into the raster before I draped it.
Wow.
And so I burned it in that way. That's pretty fun. So that's, I think, all I'll show on that one. You can watch if files arrive.
Yeah, that's...
We've got sample code we can give people to do that.
So you could set up an FTP site, and then when people drop a file on the FTP site, it would automatically, just the arrival of the file would trigger a job to process it.
Exactly. Don loves his sensors. Are you going to talk about the green goose later, Don?
Oh, I don't know. I can't.
Should I talk about it now?
Sure, talk about the
green
goose.
According to
Just
this,
go to the
I've got
site,
2 minutes.
www. Oh, yeah, we got lots of time.
Can we see what Don's up to?
Because really, we can go into coffee because we know that we only really need a couple minutes for coffee.
That's right. So the green goose here basically is a thing that you can order, these little wireless sensors.
And my favorite sensor is the toilet seat sensor.
Yes.
You can see the picture of the toilet seat up there?
Well, it just moved on you, but...
yeah, so you can actually put it on your toilet seat, and then when somebody in your house goes to the bathroom, you can say, did you put down the toilet seat? And if they say yes, you can say,
let's check.
You might want to go.
So-
look, you might want to go look again.
So these guys are trying to find a market basically for this technology, but...
And we bought 2 of these. Only one's come so far.
That's right.
And I've been telling people this $99, but I was wrong.
It's cheaper, isn't it?
It's $49.
Yeah, that's
$49.
right. What a deal.
Yeah, what a deal.
But basically, we set it up as if Dawn was our
And see, there it is. That's a Toilet Genie app. If you type Toilet Genie on your iPhone, you can get an app called the Toilet Genie.
But we've set it up so that Dawn has the sensors attached to him.
Yeah.
And so now when he leaves the office and he comes back, it says Dawn has gone for a walk.
That's
for
right.
An hour.
That's
and
right.
when he has his coffee cup, Dawn has been fed.
Yeah.
So
And I never go to the bathroom at the office anymore because I'm afraid.
of the Toilet Genie.
That's
But
right.
anyway. So that's the green goose as an example of the kind of sensors. More seriously, there's this thing called twine.
Yeah.
I could try searching for twine.
Yeah.
Twine and spool. Okay, let's see.
that's-
These guys are from...
Yeah, and
no,
it's
I can't find it.
yeah.
That's spool of twine. That is not the right thing. What if I type sensor? But these guys... Yeah, maybe Kickstarter would have got me.
Kickstarter. There you go.
There we go. Twine, listen to your world, and it
This one-
basically it's this little blue box that's going to post stuff
Yeah.
to any place you
And
want.
it has a temperature sensor in it. Has an accelerometer in it.
A humidity
Yeah, it has a whole bunch of
and a water, I think,
yeah,
in contact.
It's really and if you tip it over, it'll know. Yeah. So, and that one is
$50 as well, I think.
yeah. We haven't it hasn't shipped it yet though, have
No,
they?
because they had so many people. They wanted to raise 35 grand, and they raised $500,000. So they got a lot
And that's
of...
before they ship. So
Yeah, exactly.
maybe
So-
they never want to ship.
But anyway, these things can be hooked into FME server very easily.
Yeah.
And I suspect, Don, you're going to talk about the Internet of Things a little bit or
Yeah.
not? Yeah. Okay, we won't do that. So just to kind of wrap up, I got no time left. Just talking about FME, we think that we have the industry's best data support in terms of formats. Basically, almost anything that folks use, certainly spatially and even non-spatially, we have worked very hard to cover off that. And along the way, we have unbelievable data transformation. We've given you these transformer booklets, which are great for kind of getting you to sleep at night. But
I would love that on my iPad. You know.
yes, it would be good. It's part of the way there.
Yeah.
But anyway, you can flip through these to understand the magnitude. I don't know what there's like close to 500 transformers, I think. It's really close to that many to do things. And so all of this lets you get on with the important work that you do. I like to say what makes us at SAFE wake up in the morning and come to work is knowing that we're building something that helps all of you get your jobs done more quickly and more productively, moving the data from wherever it is to wherever it needs to be.
Absolutely.
So that the rest of the people in your organization can get on with life and make the decisions that need to be made using the best possible information, as opposed to everybody sitting around fighting with out-of-spec shape files.
That's right.
And so if we're even partially successful in that mission, then we are so happy to be playing that kind of a role. The world has enough problems that need data-driven solutions that we don't want people wasting their time writing code or doing other things inefficiently when it comes to moving data.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I think that's about it.
That's great.
Craig, what's our time like?
So we'll reconvene at 10:45. We've got coffee and refreshments out there.
Okay, and we
great.
have a guest speaker then, don't we?
We do have our first customer meeting.
All right.
Okay, great.
So come back then. Folks at
All right, welcome back. Okay, so we have the first of our customer presentations today. We've got Robert Schultz and Heidi Lee from the RCMP, and they're going to show us how they're using FME and to improve their productivity. So, thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, Craig. So my name's Robert Schultz. I'm the GMS coordinator for the RCMP in British Columbia, and Heidi Lee and I here are going to talk a little bit about how our deployment of FME Workbench has improved our productivity. So I'm going to start off with a brief overview of the RCMP Geomatics unit and the work we do for the RCMP. Then we're going to talk a bit about how we use FME for our map data updates, how we use it in GPS log mapping, and then we're going to wrap up and be available to answer any questions you might have. So the RCMP Geomatics and Mapping Unit, we provide a very wide range of geomatic services to the operational and administrative units of the RCMP across the province. These services include analytical and administrative mapping, things like doing some crime mapping, providing boundary maps to units as they require it. We maintain and manage a GIS server and develop a number of applications for some of the units in the province. We provide advice and guidance on the use of geospatial technologies and data. We maintain a province-wide base map of data that many of our end users depend on for their mapping needs. This includes a centerline road network, lakes, parks, police jurisdiction boundaries, First Nation reserves, to name a few. We are the main point in contact for resolving street address issues in the dispatch software. So if an address doesn't validate, people ask us to figure out what went wrong and to fix that. And we also produce some custom map data for a number of applications. And so today we're going to talk specifically about how FME has allowed us to really streamline our processes and improve our productivity, particularly around our map data updates and GPS log mapping. I've chosen these two particular processes because these are core to our unit's work, and they're core to the RCMP in British Columbia, and both of these processes require very timely completion. So for map data updates, the PRIME system, which stands for Police Records Information Management Environment, which is nice and big. The PRIME system provides all the dispatch and the records management system for the police forces across the province. All of the police forces use it, and it's nice. It's a good system for sharing information, but we specifically provide mapping support for the RCMP jurisdictions across the province. The system is divided up into 3 servers that cover their own geographic area: the north, southeast, the Vancouver Island, and the Lower Mainland. Each of these servers get their geographic data updated on a quarterly basis, and this results in a monthly update for us to push out. Now, what we specifically provide is when the geographic data is updated in one of the PRIME servers, we provide a series of shape files that are produced for the map applications on the dispatch workstations and on the mobile data terminals in the police cars. In addition to these custom shape files for dispatch and for MDTs, we also produce a series of attribute spreadsheets that represent how the street file works, and those are provided to the actual detachments across the province for their purposes. So I'd like to hand things over to Heidi right now, and she's going to go in to talk about how we're using FME to make this process much easier and much more productive. Heidi?
Thanks, Robert. When we receive map data updates for each server, the map data requires to be massaged before it can be used effectively in the dispatch map viewer. Up on the screen here is a screenshot of displaying the north-southeast region, and what gets displayed is the police map data, the location of the calls, and the location of the police cars. The different colored zones are the various patrol zones within each police jurisdiction. Initially, a single shapefile is provided with proper attributes for all the zones across the server area during an update. But due to the map viewer limitation, where we cannot symbolize on attribute data, we have to split up all of the different zones into separate shapefiles. So all of the pink polygons would belong to Zone A shapefile, and all of the green, Zone B, etc. As well, additional attribution needs to be added to the roads shapefile to display the address range and street names along the bottom of the map viewer. when the dispatcher hovers across the road. Before FME, some scripting was developed inside ArcMap's model builder to automate portions of the process, but it still required a significant amount of manual interaction to produce the final product. As well, multiple models had to be created to accommodate the update. You couldn't start the next model without finishing the previous one, and initially this took us 1 to 1.5 days to process. But with FME, it has reduced our time to 2 hours. The map viewer requires the associated index files, SVN and XVX, to work efficiently, so we need to take an additional step of re-exporting the shape files in an ESRI product. This is an overview of a map data update FME model. I just kind of wanted to just show an overview. The red circles display all the inputs, and all the green circles display all of the outputs. So there's a lot of parallel processing going on. And so with FME, we can just let it run, and we don't have to wait for each process to finish before we start the next one. Here's a closer look at 2 parts in the model. This part joins the north-south-east street data with the street data from the Lower Mainland. It adds additional fields and calculates the minimum and maximum value of the address range and concatenates it all into one display field. So we end up with a field, for example, 100 to 200 Main Street, and that's what they would see at the bottom of the map viewer when they hover over a road. The minimum and max values are calculated by the script in the Python caller transformer. One particular issue that we deal with is different projections across the province. The north-southeast and island uses BC Albers, while the Lower Mainland uses UTM-10. As you can see, the reprojection transformer comes in handy, especially when dealing with data from different districts. For this portion of the model, this input, the municipality codes table, is joined with the address, intersection, and range files, populates the appropriate fields in each data set, and then exports them out as a shapefile. We also have another workspace that uses those shapefiles to create the spreadsheets that the detachment uses. That concludes the map data update portion of our presentation, so I'll hand it back to Robert to introduce the GPS log mapping.
Thanks, Heidi. So the GPS, all the police cars within, most all the police cars within the province are equipped with GPS units. This allows the cars to be tracked in a real-time fashion, and this helps facilitate the dispatch of the closest, most appropriate car to a particular call of service. And it also allows the operation commanders to be able to ensure that the cars are geographically distributed appropriately so that they can have the right kind of coverage. Upon occasion, we're called upon to provide a map of where the cars have been and showing the location history for that car. This used to be a very manual process, but with FME, we've been able to provide a much more automated, more efficient method of taking these raw logs and producing some spatial data that we can do the mapping with. So Heidi's going to take some time to outline how exactly FME helps us achieve that, and also how to deal with 2 very specific issues that we've come across with our logs, the size of the logs and a fairly newly discovered variable field format. So Heidi.
Thanks, Robert. Up here on the screen is a sample record from a GPS log. To import the GPS log into ArcGIS, we require a date time field to be calculated from the raw log. The date is extracted from the NDT date time field and the time from the GPS time field. The 2 values are then appended together to produce the ArcGIS date time field, which we set to text because of leading zeros, and that's just a whole other issue. This process was originally done using a spreadsheet, template, and formulas, which was then used to create the feature class. As the demand for mapping of GPS logs increased, we encountered several issues that the use of FME helped us deal with. The manual spreadsheet process became impractical once we started dealing with larger GPS logs. Most logs typically have thousands of records, but a server log for an entire day can have over 400,000 records. Sometimes These server logs include the GPS data from all of the police vehicles that were out that day in that server. The spreadsheet method was a time-consuming process that could take hours in the case of 1 or 2 logs, or days or more with full day server logs. It became impractical to process the raw log using a spreadsheet, especially dealing with the limitations of the number of records that you can even display in a spreadsheet. Prior to implementing FME Workbench, the process of manually importing a normal log into a spreadsheet, using the set formulas, importing into ArcGIS, and producing the map took about half a day. Multiple logs would take many days and was compounded by limitation of the number of records the spreadsheet software could handle. Automating the data processing steps has allowed us to reduce the turnaround time of a single GPS map to about half hour or so. This has been particularly valuable in allowing us to complete large requests in a reasonable time. For example, a month of server-wide GPS logs can be processed in about 11 hours or so on the server while we work on other tasks or overnight, and then the map can be produced in a day or so. I'm now going to do a quick overview of the GPS log FME model. When you run the model, you are required to set your parameters, the input where you can select 1 or more GPS logs, select whether or not it was daylight savings time when the GPS log was recorded, and the output file geodatabase. We also have some QA/QC tools in place throughout the model. This logger transformer will log all records without an XY or time value to ensure that the entire GPS log is processed and that we're not missing any records. This is a test filter and sets the projection based on the unit ID of the police car. Every police car has a 2-unit ID that starts with the detachment 2-letter code. Based on that 2-letter code, we can determine what server it is and therefore what projection it should be in. At this unit ID test filter, I've also included a visualizer that will display any records that does not pass the test filter. So if necessary, we can always add a new unit. This portion of the model calculates the date and time. We have 2 test filters here, and then I'll explain a little bit later as in why we have 2. These transformers add extra fields for easier map making and labeling, and at the very end is the output file geodatabase where all of the logs will be placed into. Initially, we had used shapefiles as the output, but once we received some more server logs, we encountered the maximum number of records for a shapefile. As GPS hardware was upgraded in the police cars at different times across the entire province, it was discovered that the field for the GPS time began to change from 5 characters in length to 6. In some 5 characters represents the time in seconds, while the 6 characters represents the time in hours, minutes, seconds. The addition of decimals and zeros always complicated things. We're not sure why the different GPS and different MDT models, some of them have the decimal, some of them have following zeros, some of them don't have following zeros, and it created a bit of a headache for us. So we ended up with 2 different time formats, seconds and hours, minutes, seconds. But both, as you can see, could be 6 characters in length, depending on the decimal and the following zeros. This resulted in using 2 test filter transformers. With the first test filter, with calculating the time, I had it set so that when the string length is 5, it will convert it to hours, minutes, seconds. If the string length is 7 or 10, the value will remain, and if the string length is 6, it goes into further processing. In this further processing, the attribute gets split by the decimal, if there is one, and all following zeros get dropped, and then runs through the test filter again, where now 5 characters in length is seconds, and 6 is hours, minutes, seconds. And at the very end of this portion, the time is then converted from Greenwich Mean Time to Pacific Standard Time, as well takes into account whether or not the daylight savings option was selected prior to running the model. We had a lot of trouble with this section, especially with the scripting within the TCL caller, but with the assistance of FME, we were able to successfully complete the workspace. FME was the most useful with the calculation of time due to variation in the data across the province, and has been particularly valuable in allowing us to complete large requests in a reasonable time. The model may look complicated and probably could have been done very differently, but it works and reduces human error with the processing of GPS logs. And I'll now pass it back to Robert to wrap up.
Thanks, Heidi. So hopefully we've been able to highlight some of the ways FME has really helped us improve our productivity. One of the key things it has done is it's really helped simplify the data processing. We no longer have to have several scripts that we have to manually run ourselves all the time. We can just put all the data at one end, run the script, and out it produces all of our custom map data. It's been allowed us to be able to handle these variable field formats a little more effectively, right? We don't have to analyze every record or sort it on the field to try to find out where the 5 characters or the 6 characters are and the decimals are. It can do the tests, it can find those, it can modify them and pass them through the rest of the script. It handles large files much better, and as we do more and more of these larger server-type logs, we end up with much larger data sets, leaving FME is really the only answer. And probably most importantly for, within our work environment, often things need to be done in a fairly expedient fashion, and this FME has allowed us to really get a timely turnaround on these very 2 critical data sets. So at this point, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and I'm be able to take any questions from the audience or anybody on the inner tubes.
Yeah, we'll just we'll just run the mic over to you so people online can hear the question as well too.
You mentioned that you used a TCL transformer, and I found TCL very difficult to work with. Can you tell us why you use TCL instead of a Python transformer?
When we first created the workspace, we actually started using FME without actually going to any training. We had to learn things very quickly. So we did get a lot of assistance, specifically from Mark Stokes, and he was actually the one who kind of said to use the TCL caller, so that question might actually be best suited for him.
I mean, also to be honest, we don't have a lot of experience with Python in our shop, so wouldn't necessarily be aware of it. So.
Actually, Robert was wrong. We do use Python in our work, yes. We do use...
That's why I'm the coordinator.
I am more familiar with Python, and so earlier in the earlier workspace, I did use the Python caller because I actually kind of knew what I was doing. But with the TCL caller, Mark picked it, and he was the one who assisted me with the script and converting the time. And I guess he just thought that that transformer was better than the Python. Yes?
How do you manage the time zone shifts as they're driving along when they cross from Mountain to Pacific?
Pardon me, can you repeat the question?
When a car crosses from Pacific to Mountain time, the local time would change. Are you trying to detect which time zone it's in, or how are you tracking that?
Well, the different detachments across the province, they actually, even though I think, was it Cranbrook?
Yeah.
Cranbrook, I believe they use local mountain time, but everything in E Division, which is British Columbia, everything is done in Pacific Standard Time. The laptops are done in Pacific Standard Time. So it did cause some confusion when investigators request that the times be in local mountain time. So if that is the case, then I'll just convert it myself and do it specifically for them. But I've only had one of those requests in the last 3 years. So other than that, everything else is recorded in Pacific Standard Time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We do. So we'll get some.
Underneath my jacket, I think.
That's right. So here they are, hidden.
Heidi wants a spork as well, so since she uses both Python and TCL, that's worthy of a spork. So there you go, Heidi. There you go, Robert.
Yeah, we have to have a photo.
The group photo, is that what
Yeah,
happens?
that's what happens.
Okay, I'll come around to this side then. This didn't happen on the West Coast team.
Oh,
We got in trouble last year for marketing, so.
Okay.
yeah, we're.
Okay.
All right, say FME.
FME.
One more.
Okay. FME.
Great, thanks guys.
Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
Thanks a lot. That
Thank
was
you very
great.
much.
Yeah, thank you.
Mark's going to be showing us how to convert Mayan time a bit later too, which could have been useful for the RCMP. I think while Don's just setting up there, Roger, do we have one poll we got to ask the folks at home about what their Fusion tables talk?
Yeah, there's one other poll question here. Everyone who attended it here had the chance to kind of vote to see which lightning talks they wanted in the afternoon, but we thought we'd let the people online pick the last one. So they had 4 options to pick from, and the 4 options are Inline Querier, Google Fusion Tables, basically a tour of FMEpedia, and the top 10 FME store transformers, which is 14, as we heard
Bonus,
already.
40% more.
40% more.
So folks at home, you can vote on that right now. Folks here, we'll wait and see what they come up with. Maybe this afternoon we'll reveal the answer.
We do have some early results, and it looks like Inline Querier and the FME store transformers are battling it out for supremacy there. So.
And XML has been struck from the ballot?
It's actually on.
Okay.
Okay, wow, you can see it twice. That would be awesome.
That's right.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that.
We didn't actually do our thing that if you like XML, if you look closely, there's 4 XML classes coming up. And I know, Don, you're going to take all 4 of them.
Yes,
and one of them starts at 9 at night or something for our European friends, so you can really enjoy that as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're doing an Inspire talk where I basically, it's at 2 in the morning our time.
Is that right?
Yep.
Well, I won't be joining. Sorry. Okay, so Don, what do you got for us?
We're going to talk about some of the new stuff in FME Server 2012, and sort of the tagline on this is the power of events. Okay, so here we go. So just some of the sort of the background stuff. Dale's gone through most of this. Easy installation. Scheduling, automating workflows is, when we first started, was not something we really anticipated. We mostly focused on data distribution, but automating workflows with schedules and stuff was big.
Probably is more important, in fact, for many customers.
That's right. So, and of course, moving data is what it does. That's what all our products do. They just move data, and Server's no different. At the end of the day, we're moving data from wherever it is to wherever you need it. Okay, so that's the unit of work is still the same thing. It's still running workspaces. And that's the beauty of Server. When you're authoring with Workbench, you don't have to even think about where you're going to run it. And if you've been running on the desktop for years, you just move it to Server. And I'm assuming you can actually connect. It works.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, and then this is a slide for you in case, you have... I wonder why there's no red X's, But anyway, have you ever noticed when vendors have slides like this, they never have lines with red X's? They're always tick, 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 tick. Anyway, there you go. So there you go. See, it's good because it's all got...
I have to look up what EDA stood for, actually.
That's right. Event-driven architecture.
Yes, I know. I thought it was Energy and Defense Administration.
Oh, I like that. That's awesome.
A new combined group of the government.
That's right. So, yeah, if you want to get started, play with it. There you go. This is sort of our commercial part. Okay, so now we're going to get started. Okay, so if we think about what drives the world today, I think you're in this conference, so you probably figured out, and that is
FME. Is it FME?
It's FME. Yeah, it's FME. It's FME moving your data.
I see.
And even the cars now, like if you think about a Tesla car that one of us is seriously considering getting, and it's not me.
Okay.
Every day you drive home, you park it, and it talks back to the mothership, and data flies back and forth, and it knows if something's wrong. And the idea there is you get up one morning, you walk out your door, and there's just an army of mechanics that have your car in pieces, and they're fixing it. Now that may be inconvenient, but it certainly beats you taking it to the garage. And if we also think about these devices, I wish somebody would explain to me why these are called smartphones, because they're pretty smart. But they're not really a phone at all. I mean, phone is just like one miniature thing they do. They're really computers. I mean, this is a dual-core processor that has more power in it than the first computers we used to build.
That's right. I think actually there's more power in there than all the CPU that was used to make the first Star Wars movie.
Is that right?
Yes. You could do the special effects in that thing.
Is that right? That's
this is
amazing.
the Dynabook of Alan Kay.
So there you go. But what drives all these things is data. How useful would this device be, or Google Earth, or anything, without the data, right? It would just be a grid paperweight, really. So, people are active. Okay, so, so really the challenge now when we think about the world today is really, how do we get data from anywhere to everywhere? Okay, so the data We need to move the data. Or maybe, depending on who you are, maybe you want to get data from everywhere, and you want to get it to anywhere. Okay.
To specific people. So basically, sometimes specific people are the ones generating it.
Yeah.
Sometimes the whole world is generating it,
Yeah.
and vice versa. Sometimes we want to give the data to everybody, and sometimes we want to give it to just specific people. But
right.
all of it is kind of variations of the same problem.
Exactly. Just moving data. Yeah. And but how? And so what do? We focus on moving data. We are totally unique. We don't focus on building the fancy front-end tools. We focus on enabling you to leverage the tools, so all the great work other people do. And there's a picture of me when I was young. Look at how much hair I had. Look at how good-looking I was. That was before the accident.
And I can assure you that isn't me on the right there.
Yeah, that's not you on the right. That's right.
But you might think of Don and I as the two small men with big hearts of data moving.
Hey, I like that. Yeah. And so obviously, since those are FME boxes, we know what's inside them, don't we?
Yes,
it's
data. Must be data.
It must be data. Yeah. And I tried not to look at that girl with that grin on my face the whole time. It kind of got creepy for a while, and she left, and then the accident happened. And anyway, and so when I started thinking about this, I started thinking about the power of data. Obviously, I spend a lot of time on images.google.com, and I found this, data power. I found the unlocking the power of data, and then I remembered, the lights go on. Hey, wait a minute! 9 years ago, if you can believe it,
yes.
It was our 10th anniversary of SAFE. And we made a poster, and so I phoned the marketing department. I said, hey, do you have that graphic? And they dug it up. And the poster, some of you probably remember this, was data is power. And really, that's more true today than it was then, or maybe it's always been true. But certainly, it's more exciting today than it is, because now everybody has one of these supercomputers in their pocket that you can also use as a phone, and it's quite remarkable. But data is the thing, right? I mean, when they're even selling these supercomputers, one of the things they're saying is, it's got bigger bandwidth, so you can get data in and out quicker, right? This has got, 4G, 5G, 6G, 7G, and it's all about how much data you can get in and how much data you can get out. So really, it's all about data. Yeah. So we're pretty excited about that. And with FME though, and safe stuff, it's always been, if you just ask, and then we would deliver. So whether you desktop or server, you run something, ask for the data, and we deliver. Okay, and so it put you. Sometimes I find a picture and I got to figure out how to get it in. So anyway, so it put you in the driver's seat, so you could control, where the data was going from, where the data was going to. Okay, but, and there's a big but. You had to ask. If you didn't ask, you wouldn't get. So FME server kind of has been like, let's say you go home, you've had a bad day, and you say, can I have a hug? So you get a hug. Well, that's kind of nice. But isn't it great when you go home and out of the blue you just get a hug and you didn't have to ask for it? I mean, we all like hugs. I've never met anybody who says, they don't like hugs. But if somebody just gives you one and you don't ask for it, wow, you wonder, sometimes when that happens to me, I wonder what I did because I want to do it again. But you can't really, anyway. I go off on tangents. But the point is you have to ask, okay? And, or something had to kick it off, right? A workspace, a scheduled job, something like that. And if we look at the data distribution example, and this goes back to your shell, whoever's providing data, they have no idea really where people are going to ask for data in the future. And also when new data arrives, if I ask for data today, I don't really know that maybe tomorrow there's going to be a whole new data set there. And so what organizations did is they would periodically have an update cycle, right? Every week, every month, every quarter, every year, they would go and refresh. So they'd be totally disconnected from when the actual data is there. Now, as a data producer, I also don't know. I know where historically people have wanted data, but I don't really know where they want data today. And since I don't know where they want data today, the best I can do is look up where they wanted data yesterday. Okay, so because as a data producer, you want to serve your customers, and if you knew everybody all of a sudden was interested, in an area, a particular area where they weren't before, I might, get data where people actually want it, not just sort of guess. Okay. So with FME 2012 SP2, what we've done is we've built on FME 2012. In FME 2012, we added some real-time things, which we're going to talk about. In SP2, what we did is we just added new protocols, okay, to enable you to get data out. Because if we think about it on the desktop in the engine, it's all about format. The more formats, the more data you get in and out. we start talking about server, it's all about protocols. How do we make, and Dale's often talked about making things slippery, getting data, making it very easy to get data in and out. And on the server, it's protocol. So what we did is we added some new protocols. And you demonstrated one of them, the email one.
Yes.
And a very simple thing, email's not even particularly new, hip, or sexy, right? I mean, email is that thing.
Only old guys like
me use it. Yeah, young people use Twitter, or they're moving on to something else.
Yes. Pinterest, I think.
Pinterest, okay,
yes.
Yeah. And so now when you think about server, you're going to see us adding more and more protocols. And we've added 3 new protocols for SP2 because we couldn't wait a year because that was just too long. Yeah. Okay. So, and this is, I used to have, forget everything, but then I had to add some other slides because forget everything was bad because it sort of implied that the old stuff wasn't still there, but the old stuff is good. The point is that we do, the pull and the push now. So this is just a slide it's got a bunch of satellites up there, and of course, what are satellites doing? They're just zinging data around, right? That's all satellites do. A lot of it, too. So, okay, so what we're talking about now is the, all this to say, welcome to this new way to move data, the world of notification services and the subscription model. Okay, and the key here is that now we're talking about the power of events. And if we think about events generate a lot of data. Traffic accident, just knowing where cars are, anything that happens. A person buys something at a store for the first time, a customer record's created, that's an event. Okay, so if you're interested in that, there's a good book by this David Luckham. It's called The Power of Events. So I felt since I was searching for the power of events, and he already wrote a book on it, really it's his idea, but I'm just going to borrow it.
So you could argue that you can think of using FME and the technology that is FME as an amazing tool for reacting to events. So, and the other thing is that not only is it fast to create these scripts or programs because you're doing them graphically to react, it is also spatially aware. So we are a spatially aware complex event processing system. So, and we'll start to look at what that can allow us to do, in addition, of course, to all the other things that FME server has always been able to do.
Yep. And so, now it's about real time. Real-time events, real-time processing, real-time notifications. So with this new technology, now FME server is ready for real-time data moving. Okay. So with 2012, we built this event-driven architecture, and what this enables us is to push data as well as pull data. So we've always been pulling data with FME server. Now, for the first time, we can actually push data. So imagine, go back to the shell example. Imagine I get some data, but I register in that area. Then when there's some new data available, I could get a notification. It could say, oh, by the way, there's data there, new data there.
And so you could maybe get an email, or Don's going to show other things. Yeah. And so that's this idea of push. Push means that I'm sitting in my office not doing anything, and bing, something comes and tells me. Yeah. As opposed to pull, which means I got to hit the button to submit a form, and now something comes down. Yeah. Both are valid. There's no reason that pull is bad, but in addition, pull supplemented with some push is very, very powerful.
Yeah. And of course, the magic of FME is the transformation capability. So it's still running the exact same engine underneath. Okay, so got to have another picture of sensors. We love sensors. Okay, so there's lots of different kinds of sensors.
There's the green goose on there, Don.
Yeah, there's a.
But seriously, when we were out on the road, our friends at the Texas the Environment Administration, whatever they would be, their department, they talked about how there's a network across Texas of about 180 air sensors that are monitoring a wide range of things, and they're feeding data in all the time. And so he was quite interested in possibly tying those in, or having FME server process abnormalities that get detected and then kicking off other things. Another guy talked about, I think it was called ShakeNet or something like that, which is a network that you as a utility company can subscribe to in California to get told when there's an earthquake instantly. And then you could kick off things to try to figure out what you should do.
Yeah, and if you have a GPS with a fancy, and I have one in my car, and it shows me the, it has a green line if the traffic's good, yellow if it's slowed down, and red if it's stopped. Well, where are they getting that data? They're getting that data real time from these things. The cell phone companies, they aggregate it, of course, so they don't know who it is. But they know exactly when cell phones are moving along a road and slow down, and then they sell that back to the GPS company. And so then in real time, you can see in your car when traffic's going down. So again, they're using this as sensors because, of course, they have to know where these are at all times, to make calls and things like that. So they're able to, so that's kind of interesting. I did not know that.
Yes.
So. Okay, and this one is, again, Dale talked about complex event processing. We're not sure what the one in the upper right is. Maybe that's supposed to be a sensor net I have no idea.
I think it's so. We decided
Maybe it's phishing. Maybe it's
well,
phishing.
see, we decided this is sort of a personality test, like those ink blot things.
Yeah.
If you look at that, whatever you see there, that reflects something about yourself. So this one guy in, I think he was in Austin, Texas. He saw fishnets because he would rather be fishing than listening to our talk.
Ah, okay.
But I see a rip in the space-time continuum
That's
because I'd
right.
rather be a
That's
starship
right.
captain.
That's right. And I see that guy escaping from the data woes because he has FME server.
That's what he's doing there.
Yeah, that's okay. And obviously, there's just many different types of events that that occur. Okay, so in this model, there's two types of users. There's the subscribers, and these are the people who are interested in getting these notifications. They're interested in receiving this data. And they may receive this data in a number of ways. Email, Twitter, SMS, a web app. They may have a web app that we want to push data to, or a device.
Yep. You know, Mark Stokes made the interesting point on the West Coast team that it's not just necessarily users. It also could be systems or other actors or
devices. It could be sensors. Yeah,
so
absolutely.
These can be changed. They can either be humans in there or other systems that then do things when stuff changes.
Absolutely, absolutely.
They just want to be told.
That's exactly right. Yeah. And the other side is the reporter, the thing or person that's actually reporting the events. And again, you have many ways of getting it in, and they can be the same person. If you think about Twitter, we're all data reporters and data, well, maybe not all of us, but most of us are data reporters and data subscribers. We subscribe to people, and then they tweet, and then we tweet, and before you know it, everybody's tweeting.
And that's right. Nobody's doing any work, actually.
That's right. We're just all tweeting. Okay. So that's, you know, and as far as the subscriber does, he just says, he or it or them just say, hey, this is what I'm interested. Tell me when that happens. And they don't have to check. That's the whole point. And the data reporter just collects the data. So again, we have this decoupling of the data reporter from the data subscriber. They're two separate operations, that, you know, and so if you're the reporter, you don't have to worry about what's going to happen downstream. Okay. So, and obviously we're at an FME conference, and so it's FME server that enables us to do that. And you can see the guy there holding his smartphone.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't see that before.
Yeah. I spend too much time sometimes.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So anyway, so now what we're going to show is, you can imagine we have an application.
So what Don's now going to show is he mocked up exactly this type of workflow. Now, this is not something that we're necessarily trying to sell you. We'll give this to you. You can take these and modify them your own way. There's a series of, I don't know, 10 or 12 workspaces that are going to be in play here, and a couple of HTML pages that Stuart whipped up. And again, we provide this to you. It's an example implementation to get you thinking about how you might begin to use FME technology to solve these kinds of problems. So what do you got for us, Don? Did you find where we are?
I'm zooming into where we are.
Okay, true confessions. When I was in Oklahoma, I did not know where we were. When I came to this part of this talk, I was like, where, you know, I'm thinking this smart, world-wise Canadian, know where Liechtenstein is. Could not find Oklahoma. I apologize, Oklahoma. I know where you are now, and I'll never not find you again.
That's right. So I'm going to zoom. That's good enough. Now, the thing to remember is I did not write a single line of back-end code. To be honest,
no TCL even?
No TCL. I sort of have this no code. Okay. Also, all the workspaces I wrote here, 15 transformers or less. Okay, because my time's fragmented. I don't have time to do something with 300. It'd take me all the time to figure out what I did every time I went back. And so, you know, because when I make an example, when Dale makes an example, we want to give it to you so you can start as something as a beginning, and something that you look at and you go, yeah, I could do that. Not something where you go, wow, you know, he put a lot of effort into this.
So Don's using as a back end, in the set of things here, you've got HTML front end you're going to fill in. In the back end, we've got FME server sending emails and reacting to emails. This is going to turn into a post request probably, I think. That's going to trigger something. So what are you going to do there?
Yep. And Stuart, how long did it take? Where's Stuart? How long did it take you to write this? 2 hours.
Yeah, 2-3 hours.
So yeah.
And I'm guessing, Don, that you had maybe, 8 to 12 hours combined in all of your workspaces?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, again, what we're going to show here isn't like Safe has discovered fire and it's never been done before, but I don't think it's been done before in less than 2 work days to put this kind of a thing together. And this is a starting point that any of you might be able to take and turn into something yourselves. Although, actually, Don, I think you did a pretty darn thorough job of this, I got to say.
It was a heck of a lot of fun, too. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to type an email here.
Jason Birch, do not send emails.
That's right, Don at Safe Test. A Twitter here. I did not. My plan was to have this tweet too, but I didn't have time for the last 2.
That would add 2 more transformers.
I have a subscription period. And when you talk about real time, it's important to note that there's 2 types of real time. There's synchronous and there's asynchronous. Synchronous is when you do something and you have to wait until it comes back together. And this demo has both. So you'll notice I said the buffer radius of 3,000 meters. I'm just going to, I'll zoom in a little tighter here. Do I pull or push?
That's 3 kilometers, isn't it?
I know, that's 3 kilometers. That's awesome. Because then you'll see it. And so what's going to happen when I finish this polygon is this GUI is going to send a synchronous request to FME server to buffer it by 3 kilometers.
Just to show you. They're sort of showing off here.
Yeah. Now you got to watch or you'll miss it. Okay. Remember, this is running on EC2, so there's no smoke and mirrors here. And there you go. Okay. So probably a lot of the time was spent sending the request across the wire and getting it back and rendering it.
So there was this. So
that was a workspace that ran.
That just did that. Okay.
Yeah.
So now you're going to say, do you want it when we're inside or outside? I suppose we want to be inside today.
In this case, we want to be inside, but you might want to be outside. Let's say you're a police department, or RCMP. Cars probably have an area where they're supposed to be. And so you might not be particularly interested, or it might be a different type of event where they are. But you might be really interested if all of a sudden a car goes outside an area. Because maybe that could be the car stolen. That could mean, you know, a rogue car, the driver's in trouble. Who knows what it means. But you'd probably, all of a sudden, if a car is way off where he's not supposed to be, you might want to ring him up and say, hey, Joe, are you okay? You know, what's going on? And
actually, Don, I just thought of a great use. You and I both have kids that'll soon be learning to drive.
Yeah, we'd want to know where they are.
I think I'm going to want to buy my own FME server.
And anytime they're within 5 kilometers of you, just pull over to the nearest driveway. Yeah.
We could send out alerts, advance warning alerts for people.
Yeah. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to say inside in this case, but I could say outside.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to say submit.
And that's pinging your FME server now.
That's right. So that sent a subscription request to the FME server.
Now, just to stop me from signing up Jason Birch, you had this thing here, right?
That's right. So what happens is FME server sends an email and says, oh, by the way, did you really request this? So it uses the email I entered. You see this big fancy ID there. And it says, do you really want to receive this subscription? Tells you when it starts and stops and all that stuff. And if you do, then you just simply reply.
Okay. And I bet what Don does, I don't even know, but I'm guessing when this reply hits, it's going to go back to the FME server.
Okay.
You're missing your reply button?
There it is. Okay, that could be.
Yeah, you got sizing issues.
Yeah, I got sizing issues. Okay. And so then I'm just going to send it back.
And then I bet that subject includes that UUID, and he's going to parse that out of the subject, look in a database and see, was this a guy that I knew or not?
That's right.
And if it was a guy and you replied, then you're going to say, yes, that guy is active.
That's right. Okay. That's right. And again, I have to do this with 15 transformers or less because that's all I'm allowed.
So now it's been sent over there.
Yeah,
and
we wait a second.
You're going to say, yeah, you're good?
There we go. Now I've been activated, so now I am going to receive events in that area, and we also give you a nice unsubscribe link, of course, because you always have to have unsubscribe.
So you made a complete system here. And the unsubscribe just runs a little workspace that knocks out that UUID.
That's it. Yeah.
So I could unsubscribe.
And where do you think I'm storing all this stuff?
I know that you're storing it in Google Fusion Tables.
Yeah, Google Fusion Tables.
Only because it was a really easy database to get at and look at, and you'll see it gives us some nice visualization options too.
That's right. So we're going to go back now. So that's done. So you like how I did that?
Yeah, that's awesome.
It is. Okay, so now imagine that we had a web page for reporting. And again, Stuart did them both at the same time, and they're both very similar. So we're going to go back here, and we're going to go to the reporting one. Okay, that's that one here. Oh, we're going to go to the reporting one here. And here I'm just going to, we'll zoom into Vancouver again. Okay.
I also could not find Austin, Texas, no matter how hard I tried. And I have a relative that lives there too, which was really embarrassing. But anyway.
That's funny. Okay, so I'm
going
to
enter easy places like Winnipeg. That's easy to find.
Yeah, Winnipeg's easy.
Yes.
Yep. So we'll say having fun. I hope you're having fun. I'm having fun in Vancouver. And I think lunch is soon, isn't it? Lunch
We're only 28 minutes from lunch.
30 minutes, okay. Okay, and again, I could put a radius here if I wanted to. I could put an HTTP URL.
Okay.
And I can...
It's very severe, Don.
It's very severe, so we can say it's a severity of 9 or 10.
Now, you know what I did in one of the times?
What's that?
I didn't draw the event on the map. If you hit submit now, nothing happens.
Ah.
So you do have to draw your event.
So I'm just going to put... I know I'm around here somewhere.
Yeah,
so I'm just going to click there. And then now I got to go back here because I have sizing issues. And I click submit. And that's it. And so now if I go back to my email, oh, look at that.
We've got an inbox thing there.
I got an inbox. I wonder what that is.
Oh. There's a photo. Somebody's photobombing you, Don.
Somebody took a photo. It's probably that
Jason?
Jason Birch guy.
Okay, that isn't what we wanted. We can't look at
There's,
that
yeah,
yet.
we can't look at that. So you did not see that. That's sort of foreshadowing
Yes,
again. Yeah.
yes. Somebody's seen this demo before.
Yeah, or it's
Stuart?
Craig. We could even look. We'll see who it is.
We'll
because
see.
We'll see.
And
If it's
performance-
somebody. Yeah.
performance reviews
Yeah,
are
those
coming
guys
up.
back there looking pretty. They're chuckling. They look like Cheshire Cat sitting back there. Okay, so I click on this one here, and now I see a number of things. I see, having fun in Vancouver, lunches in 30 minutes. Hey, I even get a map.
Yeah, all this was done with FME. That was probably that static. There's a custom transformer that fishes out a static map. Is that what
That's
you did?
right. I use the HTTP. Well, I probably didn't do it that way.
Okay.
I used the HTTP fetcher, but maybe there was a
There is one.
Oh, well, look at that, eh? I just did it by raw. It took me an extra transformer.
Yeah, yeah.
But again, I did all this in 15 transformers or less because that's all I'm allowed to use.
Prep the email.
Yeah. And of course, I could control. I'm using Google Statics Map API, and away you go. So there you go. There's also something else I like about this is that I can see all the events, and something big happened on the West Coast. I'm not sure what it is, but it was one whopper of an event. When I first saw this, I phoned Dale to see if he was okay, because I thought maybe there was
If you click on it, it'll say what it says. You see it?
Yeah, okay.
It just says Canucks.
It just says Canucks. And
We
there's
were
another
really
over here.
upset.
Yeah, we were upset. So you can see that this is a big event if I zoom all the way out here. It's like, whoa! And one went for the whole U.S.
That wasn't
and,
me.
That wasn't you. Okay, okay. So, yeah, and so the nice thing about this too is I'm only using FME server to move the events around. I'm not using it to scale this map. So, if the server goes down, all these maps are still valid of all the previous events. I'm using Google Fusion tables to scale. If I go back, and I'll show you something in a minute, but the whole point is we're leveraging what Google did. They built this nice mapping thing with Google Fusion tables. FME server is just moving the data. It's not responsible for actually serving this stuff up.
So if you have your own infrastructure for doing this, knock yourself out.
That's right, and we could have used Bing. We could have used Microsoft Azure. We could have used
ArcGIS
ArcGIS online. You could use whatever you want, whatever front end you want. Go to it.
Oracle stuff.
Oracle.
Microsoft has stuff.
Yeah, yeah. So okay, so that's that one there. And so now we go back here, and this is my, okay. But wait, there's more.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
And so sometimes when you're using images.google.com, you come up with a really great clause and you just run with
Flog it to
Yeah.
death.
Of course, when you see anything like this, because we all know this is everybody's favorite Canadian.
Yes.
And there you go. Okay. And so you'll remember that we talked about you can send email to FME server now. And it just turns out that FME, lucky as we are, we actually can read rasters.
Okay.
And it just happens that...
So wave for the camera, please.
Yeah, wave for the camera.
Okay, there they are. Okay, that's good. All right. So
and it also happens that if the raster's geotagged, FME just happens to know how to do that. And so again, this workspace. This is the only workspace that's more than 15 transformers. And the reason is that browsers ignore the rotation, the header information that tells how the photo was oriented. So I did get it within 15 transformers, but then about 25% of the time it was this way, then it was other times it was this way, and then people said, oh, it doesn't work. And it actually is the browsers that ignore the header information. If you open that image up in any other tool, they're oriented the right way. So I had to use FME to rotate the image so that it was always up. Okay, so anyway, so what I'm going to do now is or Dale just did.
I've just done it for you.
Do you want to do air server, or are you good?
No, well,
okay,
I've already done it.
Dale just mailed an email to photo@alertdemo.safe.com. And so now if I go back...
I never know how long it's going to take to show up. That's the one nervous part of this demo. Well, as if there's only one.
Oh, there's two there now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it might not be me, but let's see who's there.
There's two of them there. So let's look at the first one so I can see.
That one's from Drew, okay?
That Drew is the troublemaker. See, let's see what Drew took a picture of.
Okay, we'll remember this, Drew.
Oh, there it is. That was him and Mita. Obviously pre-planned, demo attack. Okay, and then we'll go to the next one. Okay, go here. Oh, there's three now. They're coming in fast and furious. 3 minutes, 0 minutes. So
mine left the building here.
Okay, and then you can see here's another one. People waving.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you think about what we have here, not only does it have there's a picture. Okay, I just killed the lights.
That's a pretty good trick. There was notification that did
wow,
that.
That's right. That's awesome. We also have a timestamp. We also have a location. So if you think about communities helping to make the world a better place. Just think about something simple like potholes. Well, I logged on a site in Australia for fun, and they had this thing where users could report something as simple as potholes. Well, first thing you do is identify the closest intersection. I have no idea what the closest intersection is. I mean, so anyway, the user had to type it down. The next thing was describe how the pothole, right? Well, this is where people's different perception of reality comes in. You know, some people, if they see a pothole that my phone might be able to go in, they'd say, oh, there's a huge pothole there. And, you know, the city sends out a big truck that's full of dirt and stuff. And somebody else would say, you know, oh, there was a small pothole there. And you'd be able to, like, drop this whole table in it, right? And so you get this different perception of things. So, but you take a photo, and now you can really tell, you know, what kind of pothole or graffiti or things like that. We also have a customer in the UK. They're a law enforcement agency. Before they got FME, they'd get a weekly report. Every Monday morning, they'd come in, they'd get a report of all the crimes in their area for the previous week. So, you know, good from a historical standpoint. You can kind of tell where the hot spots are, so maybe, you know, to help
But not too actionable.
Yeah. And then they got FME Serve, and they could do it every day. So much better. You know, they went from a week to a day, but still, you know, not the greatest. So with this, though, you can imagine, you know, Crime Stoppers, you take a picture, Crime Stoppers at, you know, whatever, and then boom, it's going to go in, a real-time event can happen, and then people can be notified.
See, last week we were, when we're not in Vancouver, we would make jokes about mailing to, like, Riot at City of Vancouver.
That's right. That's right.
So you could just take pictures like that and maybe, you know, cause notifications that wake up people to come and stop rioters. But we don't need that technology this year, it looks like.
Nope, we
so,
yeah, and the secret there is just getting knocked out in the first round.
That's right. That's right. But anyway, so you get the idea, and turns out sending emails is a very approachable user interface for the masses. They don't have to install any software. You just say, use your smartphone, mail stuff in, and then you can be clever. It's pothole at City of Surrey, or it's pot at City of Surrey, whatever.
That might be a different one.
That's the short email
yeah, that's
address.
right.
But, you know, whatever it is.
That's right. That's right. That's right. So that's that. You know, this whole idea of using email as a gateway is very simple. You don't have to open up and write a web app or anything, right? Okay. But wait, there's more.
No, Don, really?
Yeah, there is. There is. Yeah. Okay. Was that a lemur?
I don't know.
I don't know. But if I saw one coming at me, I'd run.
I know that it's not Keanu Reeves.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
That's right. So we wrote a couple of apps.
Do this?
Okay. You want to do it?
Well, I can try
I'll turn the air server on.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to take over Don's
Air
computer.
Server's this $2 app, and, you know, before I buy anything, I like to think about it.
Okay, are you ready?
Well, yeah, do you see it there?
Well, yeah, I'm taking over.
Mirror on.
Here we go.
Yep, there it is.
There we go.
And, of course, I went to Starbucks, had a $4 coffee while I decided whether I was going to do anything. Oh, you got a lighter there.
Yep, you
Okay.
can do that. At the end, I do that.
Okay.
Okay, so what do you want me to do, a reporter?
FME Reporter.
Ooh.
So we wrote this app, and the guy who wrote this app had never written an iPhone app before, so we sort of said, congratulations, you're writing an iPhone app, and of course he was smart. Step one, we had to buy him a Mac. So you can tell we started from a complete standstill, and
so I got a bunch of settings here, so I can fill in my server.
Yeah,
and
your login information.
Right, and then this is all the different things on the server I could post to.
Yeah.
But I think that's the right one, right, Don?
That's the one, yeah.
And, is Vancouver the greatest city in Canada, or is Calgary?
Oh, it's not Calgary.
Well, in Calgary, that's what they had me write in.
Yeah, I'm sure they did.
I'll just use the same thing?
Yeah, sure.
I'll make it a capital G just to
do
to differentiate.
Yeah. And then there's also, on this app, there's also two other fields. There's a time.
Yes, down below.
There you go. How often you want to send this. And then there's also a distance filter. So if somebody's moving around, so we're going to send Dale out. We're going to set it for a kilometer. We're going to send Dale out for a run. And we'll know when he gets to that kilometer. Okay. And because
we probably won't get a lot of points.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. And the point there is if you're tracking something to send you these events, you probably don't want them sending a whole bunch of events when they're standing still. You can figure out when they're still because they're not sending events. And there you go. Okay.
Whoops.
Wow, that must be German.
Einmal. Einmal.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So then he
now
just can click send then,
okay,
right?
It's going to drop a pin right here.
Yeah.
Boom.
There you go. Grey Cup winners. And so now if I go back to, whoops, wrong way. If I go back to here, oh, I got an email. Look at that. It's the greatest city in Canada. And again, of course, it shows me a map of exactly where we are.
So that's been recorded in the Fusion table somewhere.
That's right, that's right, that's
and
right.
then basically all the people that were listening in this area received that very helpful notification.
That's right. You can see a list of, if I go there again, you can see the list. You can see where all the photos are, of course, and all the events. So if I click there, you can
Actually,
see.
this is kind of interesting because you can see where we've been on our world tour.
Yeah, and you can see people who've downloaded. So let's go to Calgary, for example, and you know, you can see the photo. I'm not sure what that is.
Amazing carpet design.
Yeah. Whoa, whoa. Okay.
One thing.
And again, when you're looking at, we talk about leveraging other people's technology. What we're using for the photos, I didn't want to store all the photos on FME server, so we're using Dropbox.
Yes.
You know, another web service that somebody's built that scales. And again, I don't want to be responsible for very much. I just want to be responsible for moving the data around. And this demo is remarkably resilient.
Yes.
You know, because we got people banging on it all over. It's just a very small Amazon EC2. But because it's only moving the event data around when things happen, it's able to scale.
Yeah, I mean,
really well.
this is a case where the fact that we shaved a second off of every workspace
Yeah.
does matter because each workspace is running for just a second or two anyway.
Yep.
So now what, Don?
Oh.
Oh!
Yeah, there's more.
And this is Keanu Reeves.
And this is Keanu
Not
Reeves.
a lemur.
That's right.
This is
Although
not-
the resemblance is remarkable, I have to say.
We didn't know who this was until we hit Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
But then we decoded it.
Again, look at the hair.
Yeah.
Good
Bill
hair.
and Ted era.
Yep. And so now we've also written a subscriber event.
Okay.
So you're going to show that now, are you?
Yep.
Okay.
Will you make something happen?
Yep. So you're going to.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
Look at, I had a few.
Yeah. So
that
I
this
will.
is this is one that was
Okay.
sent a few days ago.
Right. So I will go on my.
I'm going to clear that just to get rid of that out
I'll
of my life.
report
I
an
don't wanna
event.
See that again.
Okay. So you ready? Oh.
I'm ready.
Somebody. Oh, I'll report an event over here because then I can actually show, and then you'll see it pop out at the top. So you ready?
Yes. Wow, this has never been done.
No, this
Dueling
is just
iPhones on
dueling,
stage. You're
yeah.
the first to see this.
Okay.
I'm quite nervous.
I'm not. I'm excited.
You're going to report
this
something?
Yeah, I'm going to report something. Okay, I better see what I'm saying
What are you
here.
reporting?
I'm reporting.
Winnipeg rocks?
No. No.
It does, though. You were just there.
Yeah, it does. Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, you ready for this?
I'm ready. I'm
Okay,
nervous.
I haven't finished yet.
A lot of things have to work
Oh,
here.
somebody's sending another photo in. Sent from Michael's iPhone. Don't know who you are, Michael, but thanks. Okay, you ready?
Wait a minute. I might not be subscribed. Wait, am I? I must subscribe to Apple Relay. I got to be subscribed to something else.
Apple Push.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, did you report yet?
No, you ready?
Let me say done.
Okay.
Okay.
You ready?
All right, I am ready.
Okay, here we go.
I'm
You
nervous.
should see
This
it at
hasn't
the
been
top
tried
here.
before. This has not been rehearsed. Whoa! Lots of stuff. Vancouver can't wait for XML.
That's it. So touch on that.
Okay.
And that's the one. And yeah, and you can see where we are. And there you go, Vancouver. Next stop is Vancouver. Well, I didn't
You're
bother
gonna
with the
stay
second.
here.
Yeah, really the first part's the only part that matters.
Right. So, wow, that worked. And we got other
Yep.
fans coming as
Yeah,
well.
lots of-
well,
lots
that's a relief that hasn't been tried before.
Yeah. The first time in Vancouver.
You saw it unveiled.
Okay.
Dueling
So,
iPhones.
so hopefully this has given you some idea of what we're up to. We have one more demo, but first I want to make a couple points. Now, we could have changed things. I actually wanted a schedule, not just a subscription period. But Stuart only had 2 hours, and really the hardest part about turning that into a schedule is the GUI. The back end with the workspaces is nothing at all.
Oh, so you wanted to say like every day from 2 till 4, I want to be
Yeah,
notified. in
that's
this area.
right,
Okay.
that's right, that's
Yeah,
right.
that'd be easy
Yeah.
enough.
You could also do things like change the subscriber area to follow the phone or the device, the subscriber. So then as I'm moving around, I might say, hey, I'm interested in all the events, but only 2 miles from where I am. And then as we traveled around the cities, wouldn't that have been nice? You wouldn't have had to do anything. You could
Right.
just follow you. Yeah, yeah. And then because it's FME in the background, the alerts could be based on something else too. It could be maybe one person isn't enough. You know, maybe it's multiple events. So if we take the topic that scares me half to death, and that's Lindsay Lohan. I have a daughter, she's 11, and I live in constant fear that she's going to adopt Lindsay Lohan as a role model. And so if you came last year, you probably know that. But then this is why we're really building this technology.
Yes.
But maybe Lindsay Lohan, her location isn't enough. And as we all know, she does have an ankle bracelet with a GPS. And with our system now, we could draw a nice thing saying, you know, she's allowed to go from her house to the courthouse, from her house to jail, and from her house to, you know, her remand center, wherever it is for treatment. And anytime she goes out of that, maybe that would trigger an alarm. But maybe that's not enough. Maybe I'm only interested when Lindsay Lohan gets together with Britney Spears, because then I know, oh, now
That's a complex event.
Yeah, that's a complex event. Or maybe it's got to be Lindsay Lohan.
That needs processing, Don.
Yeah,
it needs
does.
processing.
Maybe it's Lindsay Lohan, Britney Spears, and I was going to say
Kardashian.
I was going to say Paris Hilton.
Okay.
Paris Hilton, but Kim Kardashian could join in, and then if we go back to our law enforcement example, what's better than knowing where a crime's happening, knowing where a crime is about to happen? So then you could generate an alert, and you could send it to the RCMP saying, hey, a crime is going to happen there. And then they say that they dispatch their cars, they go there with their handcuffs, just stand and wait, and it happens over there, and then they got
Actually,
him.
isn't that what Tom Cruise was doing in Minority Report, or not?
That's
quite?
right. He was predicting.
I think he was able to do that.
Yeah.
And so that FME could really help Tom Cruise.
Wow.
I'm sorry, I've taken over your computer now.
I know, you just don't get much for $2. So we'll get rid of that.
Shut me down?
I'm going to shut you down.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So, and again, it's the workspaces, really, that it's whatever you can imagine, right? It's not just, if we talk about the severe weather, a lightning strike by itself is not really interesting, but a whole bunch of lightning strikes is. And
So we've done this in kind of a whimsical thing involving us reporting things ourselves and so on. Many of you will have within your organizations feeds of data that are very real and not whimsical, that being able to do this sort of thing with would greatly enhance your organization's ability to make decisions in a timely way. And so we're trying to plant the seeds for you to think about how you might adopt this and integrate it into some of your other workflows.
yeah. So we have more.
Oh, I thought it was done, Don.
No. But wait, there's more, but I didn't do the slides.
What else is there? What else could there
some of our
possibly be?
users have set up web-based QA systems.
Yes, okay, yeah.
And so Stuart had a great workspace. It was more than 15 transformers that did some QA, some CAD QA. And so sitting in the airport, I said, hey, why don't we make it an email-based QA system? And so half hour later, as we're sitting in the airport, what we did is we bolted that workspace to the email server. So now I have an email-based QA system. So what we're going to do is we're going to compose an email here. CAD.
Looks like you've mailed to it before.
Looks like I have, yeah. And subject we'll say try this, and we'll attach a file. And now this is how I know that nobody else can ever find anything on my machine. Okay, because you got to go here. And just so nobody would find it, I put it in our 2013 demos.
Oh, it's a future demo.
Yeah, it's a future demo. And we can call this one bad, so you can imagine what's going to happen. And it attaches. And then, of course, I send it in. And because this is just a topic, CAD Water QA, that I've registered a workspace against, when I click send, it goes off to the server. The server runs a workspace like it always did. Whoa, the server's busy now.
It's busy.
Yeah. And, a couple seconds later, it failed. Darn. Okay.
I bet you're surprised by that.
I'm terribly surprised. And so,
can you see a report about what
it
went
has
wrong?
errors, and therefore has not been loaded into the central repository database. But what I can do is I can view, and it produced a report in HTML.
And there's no reason why it also couldn't give you back a CAD file as well that maybe flagged the errors with little pins or something.
Yeah.
This is just another way you can use email as an interface, which turns out to be very convenient for these kinds of things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because a web page, you have to be connected, right? And you might be out in the field somewhere where the connection is not always there. But email, nice thing about email is you can just, when you get a connection, it's just going to go out by itself and come back.
And most everybody can handle an email interface.
That's right. That's right.
So what else are you going to do there? So
now we're going to, so now, of course, we fix all this. Okay.
No, what do you do, though?
We're going to go back and we're going to resubmit it.
You are?
We are.
Do you view the map or don't you do that?
Oh, yeah, we have a map right here. Good point.
Oh, you have a map.
Yeah, so we have a map. So what we're going to demonstrate also is HTML5. Okay, this demo is going to use HTML5. So as the data is being loaded in, we're going to see it appear.
Okay, so what's going to happen is that Stuart set up a trigger on every insert. This is going into an Oracle database up in the cloud. Is that right, Stuart? So Oracle up in the cloud, and every insert is going to trigger another FME server job, which isn't very efficient, that's going to broadcast to whoever who's listening to draw that feature.
That's
right. So you're going to send a good one in?
Yeah, we're going to send the good one in. And there's a good delay here, so we'll be able to see if it's successful first. So we say send, and then we wait a minute.
So yeah, the West Coast team never was brave enough to try this.
Okay. And then we wait a minute.
A minute? A full minute?
No, a few seconds.
Basically, it's done
It just waits long enough to create some tension, so the audience is wondering if it's going to work.
Well, I am actually wondering. I'm part of the audience, I guess. For now, I'm going to say I'm part of the audience.
Yeah, well, I'm starting to feel like part of the audience now, too. Okay.
Well, what's happening there, Don?
Well, let's go look at our server and see what's going on here.
It's because it's doing the QA first, and then once it's done the QA, then it has to load into Oracle, so it will come.
You're confident, Stuart?
It's never failed us yet, has it, Stuart?
Quietly confident.
Yeah, never ever failed.
The West Coast guys were too scared. If you attended any of those other things I did, I never did this one.
The key thing is, though, there's no code on the back end.
There we go.
Okay.
Yep. And it depends what's going on in the back end, too.
Oh, and does it give you a report as well? It probably says all's well?
Yeah. We'll assume that.
Yeah. So now what's happening? In addition...
Yep. And so now if I go over here, it's loading into the Oracle database. Now remember, this website is not asking the server. It's not doing a got data. It's using HTML5 and WebSockets. How many lines of code, Stuart?
We cheated. We had to write 12 lines.
Stuart, well, he says it's the royal we.
Look at that.
And so now we can start to see the data coming in down there as it's being loaded in. And it doesn't matter how many thousands of people are looking at this. Again, what are we doing? We're leveraging other people's technology. So Pusher.com is a company that their whole thing in life is distributing data via HTML5, and so we just plug into them. FME servers just doing what it always does, just move data.
So the other thing that's interesting is that this is event-driven because a trigger is a form of event. And so you can have triggers in databases, poke FME server to do something. In this case, there's a trigger on every insert, which is a bit over the top, but and that's causing FME server to pull that thing out and then send it to Pusher, and then any web pages that are listening to Pusher are getting the answers. So they'll slowly dribble in here.
I think if we had to do this using a web technology on the back end, like Ruby on Rails or PHP, and get this demo working, we'd have to write at least a couple of thousand lines of code.
Right. And you wrote 12 lines?
Yeah, I wrote 12. So.
Okay.
And these workspaces are all trivial. To change his workspace to be mail-based, we added about 6 transformers.
Yes.
Yeah. So there you go.
It says that there's street hockey starting now, Don.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Outside. So if you have any questions or you want to try any of this stuff, reach out to Dale, reach out to myself, reach out to any of the folks at SAFE. We're happy to give you evaluation licenses of FME server so you can play with it, learn it.
And we can let you, if you don't have a place to install it, we can let you play with an Amazon instance. Craig can set you up either as part of our one that's there or even one of your own. Because we do know that some of you, to set up a server in your own companies can be a little bit of a tricky thing for experimentation. But we think it's an extremely interesting new frontier for interacting with the power of transformation through events. In addition to all the other stuff that we always have done. So none of the stuff we've just shown diminishes in any way the traditional way that our fathers used FME. But in addition to all that, you can combine it in this new way and maybe add even more value to the things you're doing.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, what we're doing is we're finding new ways to leverage the engine. And it's really all about the engine. That's what people at SAFE work on. Yeah, we have people who are doing the authoring, but they're authoring for the engine. We have people working on server. What are they doing? They're working on finding new ways to get data into the engine. And so everything you know about the engine can now be done with these real-time data flows. And it's pretty...
Right, so
emails... It's not as exciting as XML. I just want to get that out there.
Right, but next to that...
It is, yeah.
It's the next most exciting thing. So anyway, Craig, have you been cooking up our lunch for us?
So welcome back to everyone here and also to everyone online. Big shout out to anyone that's in Europe if they're still awake. Hopefully we'll try to keep you awake to the end of the night here with a few lightning talks that we've got planned this afternoon. So Mita and I are going to do 3 lightning talks, which are kind of specific talks on parts of the product that dive a little bit deeper into the functionality. And then we're going to have a customer presentation, and then we're going to have some XML from Don and some tips and tricks at the end. So the first thing I want to talk about is multiprocessing in FME. So who here has a FME workspace that they run that takes longer than 10 minutes to run? Good. Longer than an hour? Few of you. Longer than a day? No? And the record was 4 weeks. So that shows FME is a stable product, but it also shows we're starting to run translations that take longer and longer. I know we started working with point cloud data recently, and Dale, he asked for a client to send in some point cloud data, and they said, sure, but we'll have to ship it. And they shipped it on a hard disk, and there was a terabyte of point cloud data that came on this hard disk. Now, we can still read these data sets, but as the data sets get bigger and the types of processing that we want to do on the data increases, then our runtime starts to increase. So what we want to do in FME moving forward, and this is in 2012, is leverage multiprocessing in FME. So multiprocessing is the use of 2 or more CPUs within a single computer system. So almost every server you own, probably now, and indeed every laptop computer, has more than 1 CPU on it. Currently, FME in 2011 and previously, it just leveraged 1 CPU. So it's pretty much a single-threaded process is FME desktop. So when you ran the workspace, it ran the job, and it would create 1 process which took up 1 CPU. So that was fine. We could leverage all the memory. We could leverage one of the CPUs. But we were missing out on leveraging the entire CPU architecture that you had in place on the server. So the main aim here is to increase compute-bound throughput. So in layman's terms, that basically means, increase the speed of your transformations that you're running to enable you to process more data, to get the tasks that you're running done faster and in a shorter amount of time. So how are we doing this? This isn't a magic switch at the moment. What we have to do is we have to do a little bit of configuration in Workbench. And how we do that is by using options on many of the transformers. So if you see here on this Clipper transformer here, we have the parallel processing level. Here you can choose different types of parallel, basically the level of parallelism. So the whole idea is the way FME works when it reads features in is, let's say you have an Oracle database and you're writing out to, I don't know, maybe Small World or something. So the way FME works is it pulls a feature out of Oracle and it tries to write that feature all the way through the workspace, and it tries to write it out into Small World in 1 transaction. And then it reads the next feature and it tries to write it out. But what you're going to do in many workspaces is lay down transformers. And they're so-called blocking transformers, because what they do is they hold on to the features. So let's take a clipping example. Let's say we have, I don't know, a series of states that we're trying to clip data to. So maybe we have BC, Saskatchewan, etc. And so what FME does is it basically holds all the features for that area to do the clip. And it's these group by on the features that takes all the CPU and all the memory up. So what we're essentially allowing you to do, because currently this is single-threaded, remember, so what we're allowing you to do is use this group by to essentially split the process up and assign to different CPUs. So in this instance, when you run the transformation, if you're doing clipping on all the states in America, let's say, it would basically create a process for each state in America, and then the transformation would happen much quicker, and then once it's done, it would join back again. So you can also set this option on custom transformers as well. And let's look at the levels of parallelism that we offer now. So we have 5 main levels. We have no parallelism, which you can set, which is the same as 2011 was. We have minimal. What FME does there is it looks at the number of cores on the server. So say you have 16 cores on your server, it basically divides it by number of 2, divides by 2. So it would create 8 processes with FME. For moderate, it would create 16, so it would match the number of cores to the number of processes. Aggressive, it would create 24, and extreme, 32 processes. So these are the values you can select on those transformers, and we'll talk a little bit more about how you choose those values. The next thing is licensing. So currently, what we've allowed you to do is 1. So everything here you're gaining, you're onto a winner basically, because what we're letting you do is, if you have a base, you can now run 4 processes at once, professional 8, another 16. These aren't set in stone either, so if you are wanting to kind of scale more than that, you have a bigger server, just talk to us. We're not trying to kind of stop you from doing work here. We just don't want you firing up, you know, you have a professional license and you have a server with 200 cores on it and you know, basically fire up 200 processes. That's why it's in place. You know, we don't maybe mind you doing that, we just want to talk to us first. Okay, so here's a few examples that Dimitri have put together for us. These are on FMEpedia as well, so you can go to FMEpedia. The first one here, we have DEM generation. So we're reading in LiDAR data, traditionally large data sets with many points. And we have a raster DEM generator transformer. So that's the one we're doing the group by on. So without parallelism, it takes 1 minute 10. And you can see there with the moderate setting, we have it down to 33 seconds. The buffering example, you can see the drop from 2 minutes 51 down to 1 minute 30. And I'm going to dive into this example a little bit more because it's actually quite interesting. So as I say, we have to split this data up somehow on the transformer. So if you look on this transformer here, it's a custom transformer, and we're setting the parallel processing level to moderate. But we have to break this data up. So what we've got here is we've got a road network that we're pulling in for all the roads. I think it's in Austin. So we're pulling all the roads in Austin, and we're going to buffer them. But buffering, I know, is the bottleneck in this transformation. How I know that is because I ran it and I looked at the log, and there's a timestamp in the log, and you can see where FME struggles and slows down. So what I thought I'd do is I'll split that data up. And I want to split that data up and using the parallel processing level, use a group by and basically group the data into 8 sets of data. So when the data comes into this transformer, FME splits the data up into 8 different processes, and then the operating system basically takes those processes and assigns them to a CPU. So if you have more than one CPU, then it will leverage the CPU. But the clever thing here is we didn't actually have a group by, so I didn't really have anything to group the data on. Like, it wasn't assigned to a state, it didn't have an attribute that I could group on. So what I decided to do is create my own group by, which is quite neat. So Dimitri's used the modulo counter, which essentially assigns a number between 1 and 8 to the features coming through. So every feature comes through here, and it gets assigned a number between 1 and 8, and then the group bufferer basically uses that attribute that we've assigned to split the data up into groups. Because remember, we're buffering here, we don't really care about working on a subset of the data, we just want to buffer everything. So to split it up, we're using the group by and the modulo counter. If we had like an attribute such as road type, so we could look at motorway, primary, arterial routes, secondary, alleys, then we could have split the data up like that as well using that attribute. So this clipping transformer is the biggest drop, and you can see before parallelism it was 27 minutes, and after using moderate it was 7 minutes 30. So this was, the group by was on counties here. So this was, we used geographic area to split the data up and assign it to a CPU. One thing I will say is this is really the first iteration of parallel processing. As I say, I mean, it isn't a magic button that you just press and it happens. You have to get to know your data a bit, but if you are running jobs that take upwards of an hour, 2 hours, even half an hour, then it's worth just investing some time and play around with this to see if you can reduce the run times. And obviously, we welcome your feedback on it as well. So in summary, what we're trying to do with this is to leverage multi-core and hyper-threaded CPUs as the world moves forward. And to do that, you control the levels of parallelism, but you need to split that data up using a group by. It can give a significant performance boost if you use it properly. And there's 2 great articles, one that Dimitri wrote on FMEpedia, and one that Mark Island wrote on the Evangelist blog. If you search for parallel, you'll find both of them. Has anyone got any questions on this? Yeah, Roger, do you want to? So for those at home, they asked, do you need a 64-bit operating system to take advantage of this? And the answer is no. Yeah, it works with 32-bit just fine. But remember, with 32-bit, you only, well, you can scale the number of cores, so that's fine. You only get 3 gigabytes of RAM with 32-bit, though, so you need to think about that. There we go, yeah. Anyone else have a question? So I had a good question, actually, just before I hand over to Mita, which was why have you bothered with aggressive and extreme? It seems that every translation is fastest when you match the number of processes to the number of CPUs, right? So you've got 8 processes and 8 CPUs, so you use moderate. Why would you need aggressive and extreme? So sometimes you're not running translations that are really computationally intensive, so they're not taking up a ton of memory or a ton of CPU. You're doing things that are just slow. So let's say you want to create a workspace that connects to a web server and pulls data from a web server. Well, doing this, you can split the translation up, and if you used extreme, then you could essentially do, 20 web calls at once and pull the data down that way. So just think about it. It's not always when you're working with big data sets, but you can also kind of scale requests as well. So that was a good question, I thought. Okay. So thanks for listening. I'm going to hand you over to my colleague, Mita, and she's going to talk to you about some tips and tricks for Esri. Just give us a second. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you're having a good time and enjoying all those sugar buns out there. I'm going to indulge pretty soon myself. So I'm going to talk to you guys about geodatabase templates. I know we have a lot of Esri users out there. It's one of the most popular formats in FME. And we've added some really great and easy-to-use functionality with FME in 2012 called a template file for the geodatabase. So I'm going to demonstrate that through using something called an FME workspace template. So I'll get into that in a little bit. So a lot of users over the years have said to us, hey, I'm writing to geodatabase, but I want to be able to create subtypes, domains. I have an existing data model, for example. I've got aliases in there. I've got relationship classes. I've got networks. I want to be able to load to geodatabase, and I want FME to recreate my geodatabase model at the same time that I load the data. Well, now you can do that in FME 2012 by using an Esri XML workspace document or even an existing geodatabase, for example, a file geodatabase, as a template. So like I said, I'm going to demonstrate this, and I'm going to use an existing FME workspace template. And an FME workspace template is essentially a very quick way to get started with an FME workspace. And in this particular template, we're going to write to an existing geodatabase model. And that model is based on Esri ArcGIS for local government. So just a quick word on Esri ArcGIS for local government. Their resource center on the web contains all kinds of base maps and applications, lots of information pertinent to local government users. Of course, there are other resource centers there for other functional areas such as utilities and things like that. But on this ArcGIS for local government website, what you have is a geodatabase model. So an information model that is very extensive, very comprehensive, contains everything from infrastructure, land records, elections, etc., all housed inside of this geodatabase. So I have that geodatabase, I've downloaded it, and I'm going to be using it as a template file when I write some data using FME. But before I do that, I want to just review again what a workspace template is. So we've had FME workspace templates around for a little while now. Those of you that are familiar with FMEpedia, you've probably seen these FMWT files now when you download samples from FMEpedia. They are quick ways, like I said, of getting started. So you basically double-click on an FMWT file. What you get is the FME workspace. And you also get the data unzipped to your document settings local users directory. So you can go ahead and run that workspace as is. But typically what you're going to do is you're going to take a look at what's going on in that workspace. And you're probably going to want to run it with your own data. So that's what we're going to do. This screenshot here is writing to a well-defined data model. So this is exactly the template I'm going to show you guys right now. So let's open that up. So that second point there, that geodatabase template is what I'm going to open up now. And then we'll go back to this slide. So like I said, all you need to do is find or download an FMWT file, double-click on it. FME Workbench is going to start up, and it's going to load that template. Notice right off the bat at the top it says untitled, so it's put this somewhere in your Documents and Settings directory. What you're going to want to do right away is just save that as an actual FMW file or workspace. So I'll just save it here to the default location. And I'm going to zoom out a little bit and notice we're reading in a couple of different data sets. So what do I have here? I have some Microsoft Excel data coming in, and I've also got some shape data as well. So I'm just going to go back to my slides here, and we'll take a look at the structure of that data. So our source data is part of our data loading components. Election voting results in an Excel spreadsheet, and some voting precinct polygons in shape format. So if we take a look at the spreadsheet in the background there, notice that there's all kinds of information here for DuPage County. That's the data we're going to load. So just various election results for the various townships there. We're going to join that data to our shape data here. So that's an example of the DuPage County shape file. We'll use a combination. We'll concatenate a few fields together in the workspace to join the Excel data to the shape file. All right, and then of course we have our geodatabase template. We're going to write to a geodatabase, so going back to that workspace. Our writer is a file geodatabase writer. If I expand that node, notice that there is a new parameter in FME 2012. It's called template file. I could use the .gdb file that I downloaded from that Esri Resource Center, or the beauty of being able to use a template file now in FME is I could go to Art Catalog, for example, right-click on there, and export an XML workspace document. And in that dialog, I think it's the second screen in that dialog, you can pick and choose the elements of the schema that you want. So like I said, some of these data models can be very comprehensive. You might only want a portion of it. So instead of using that entire GDB as a template in FME, export the XML workspace document, and then reference that as the template file parameter here. Okay, so before we take a look at the results here, we'll just go into the workspace here and see what's happening. So our Excel source feature type here very smartly has a merged feature type set up on it. And if you don't know what a merge filter is, it allows basically any feature type or layer to be read or to be processed by this workspace. So this is on the Excel reader specifically. So if you read other Excel spreadsheets or worksheets, they will be handled by this particular feature type. So it's set up to be very flexible. This second portion here is basically just some schema mapping here. We've got some attribute renaming going on because we want to map to a very specific data model. So the attribute renamer comes in very handy for something like that. The attribute value mapper, of course, is another common schema mapping transformer you can use. Next section here is just creating a join key. So like I said, we're joining the Excel data to the shapefile. So we're going to concatenate a few strings together to create a join key there. And down in the bottom pipeline here, we're doing something very similar with the shapefile. We've got a merge set up on there. Here, we're doing some schema mapping, and we're creating that join key here as well. We're finally merging it all together with a feature merger transformer and simply filtering by feature type to the various feature classes within that data model. Okay, so if I had this template file, I've downloaded it, I've saved it now to an FMW file. The next thing I'm going to do is change up the source data sets I want to run my own data through. So this was set up using the Will County Recorder of Deeds. I'm going to go and find my other data set now, the DuPage County Recorder of Deeds. Throw that in there. Let's find the shapefile as well for DuPage County. And then the next thing I'm going to do is find my geodatabase template file. And just find that here. Now, I actually didn't pick and choose different elements of the schema. I did export the entire workspace document, so we'll just go ahead and use that. And then I would simply run this workspace. Of course, I want to write to a particular geodatabase as well, or create a new geodatabase in this case. We can just dump that out to ctemp and call it election results. And then when I run this workspace, what it's going to do is process that data. It's actually going to an inspector application. So let's just take a look at what's coming out of there. I forgot the redirect to inspector was turned on by default. And let's take a look. Here we've got the DuPage County Recorder of Deeds here. So I'm just going to show you guys that the data was joined from the Excel spreadsheet. So we're seeing information from the Excel spreadsheet now in our shapefile. And I'll just go into our catalog. I had run this earlier, so I'll show you guys what the output looks like in our catalog. There's our election results. So FME would have recreated the entire structure here. And in our election results here, we've got the DuPage County Recorder of Deeds. And if we preview that and select one of the shape polygons here, we'll see information from the Excel spreadsheet. So the key thing to keep in mind when you're using a geodatabase template file is that you do need to make sure that the names on your feature types here match up with what's in your geodatabase template file. If they don't, you'll simply get new feature types inside of your model. So import feature types is a good thing to use to make sure that that all matches up. So there you go, geodatabase template files new for FME 2012. Just go back to the slides here. So again, we use the FME template to get started with a workspace very quickly. The one other thing I'll mention here that I didn't actually, if we go back to that workspace, when I brought in that new data, the DuPage County data, the schema was very much the same as what that template file was set up with. So I didn't actually have to go in and mess with my attribute renamer to make sure my attributes were mapping properly. More typically, you might have a different schema coming in, so you do have to make sure you visit some of these schema mappers, or these attribute renamers and transformers in here to make sure you've got the correct schema mapping going on. So just one note. I had a very simple example there with a similar schema with my new data. So anyways, we added some source data sets. We did some schema mapping. And then we had a nice result. So I think on that Esri government, local government site, there's some pre-canned MXDs as well. So you could very quickly, once you write out your data with FME, you could very quickly open up one of the MXDs and visualize your results like this. So there you go. We've seen how to use an FME workspace template to create an FME workspace. And I've shown you guys the new parameter on our geodatabase writer called template file, which allows you to very quickly recreate a complex geodatabase when you load data to FME. Okay. Any questions? No? Okay. And I'll hand it back to Stuart now. And Stuart is going to talk about the FMEpedia.
Thanks for that, Marita.
Very welcome.
Thanks to everyone that voted online as well for the lightning talks. I think the inline query actually came out top, but Dale kind of covered that quite extensively in the opening slides. So we're going to do the second one, which is the FMEpedia support talk instead. And also, Roger told me that all these presentations will be available next week, I believe. Then get emailed to you, so you'll be able to download them anyway. Okay, so what I want to talk to you now about are the support resources available to you guys to help you basically do your work using FME. So I used to work for a consultancy before I worked for SAFE, and I kind of remember opening Workspace for the first time and you open it, and there's this big blank white canvas staring back at you, and then you expand the list on the left, and these 350 transformers appear on the left, and you're kind of like, so what do I do now? So you guys know what your problem is, and you know what you're trying to solve. You know what your data is, but often what I struggle with, I remember, is how you chain those transformers together to solve your problem, and how you bolt everything together. So we've got more and more support resources coming out, and we're trying to unify everything, but I wanted to give you an overview of what's currently there at the moment, just to make sure you're up to speed with all the great things that the professional services team have been doing. So the first thing I'll show you is FMEpedia. So for those of you who don't know, this is our kind of like our support site. It's changed dramatically in the last year. It used to be a Wikipedia, and the Wikipedia had about 3,500 articles on it. Many of them were kind of out of date. They were irrelevant, and they didn't work. So what we did over the last year, we've pulled and QA'd all of those articles. So this site now has 1,000 articles in it that have all been QA'd. You know, they all work, they're relevant, they're up to date. So basically the message is, you know, I urge you to go to this site if you have a problem, or you want to do a task in FME, because it could well be that there's an example that we've already built that's on here. There's two ways to really explore FMEpedia. You can just search for articles. So I know Dimitri's created a lot of point cloud articles, so you can search and we return you the point cloud articles. Or you can explore by topic as well. So you see here we have Explore FME. So if you're interested in CAD and GIS, where you have some CAD data, you can go to this page. We talk about what we do. We link to samples and demos. We link to helpful resources. We also even put videos and webinars that have been on that are related to that information as well. This is going to continue to change. This is the first iteration, and we're already going to be pushing out improvements and changes to this over the coming months. There's also an area by product as well, so desktop and server. And if you go on the server one, we've actually broken it down by like role. So if you're an admin, developer, or author, you can go in there, you can download workspaces, you can solve problems. So this is a great set of tools and resources for you that will hopefully help making working with FME a lot easier. Okay, so the next thing is the FME Evangelist. So that's a blog. If you Google FME Evangelist, you'll find the blog. Mark Island writes this blog. He's a great writer. He knows the product inside out. He pushes new things out every week. Well, not every week, almost every week, at least a couple of times a month. And they're really informative, well-written articles. So I definitely recommend following that blog. We've then got the FME channel. So the FME channel is a relatively new initiative. It's a YouTube channel that Don kind of spearheaded. And the whole idea is, if we go to the channel, so within SAFE, and as you guys well know, you know, FME is a big product. There's many different areas within the product, as we've seen today: 3D, LiDAR, FME server, with XML. And as you'll see, basically within the company, we all have our own specific skill sets. No one in the company knows everything about the product. So the whole idea is basically freeing our knowledge and giving us a platform to push information out quickly to you guys. So we've already had 8,000 views on here. I think we have over 60 videos. So we're trying to hit 100 subscribers by the end of the tour. And if you subscribe, basically you get the videos pushed to you. There's some short, there's some long. If you go to videos and then playlists, you can see all the different things we have. So coordinate systems, desktop, Twitter, data upload. I think that's there somewhere yet. So 10 videos, I think, all 10 done by Don. Probably a couple of hours worth in there, I'd imagine, at least. I doubt they're short. Okay. So that's the FME channel. It's on YouTube. If you just go youtube.com/FME channel, you'll find it. And we'll be looking to pull this into FMEpedia as well at some point. The next thing is the webinar series. So speaking to many of you at lunch, a lot of you have already partaken in the webinars. If you go to safe.com learning webinars, these are all the webinars that we have up and coming. And these, if you scroll down below, the recorded ones are all there for your viewing as well. These are always free. There's a weekly desktop overview webinar, which is really good. It's an hour long. It gives you a great overview to the product. We also do a server one every second week. Again, that's a great overview to the product, and they're completely free. I think they usually start in the morning, West Coast, so you're in the right location as well. So, yeah, check those out. The downloads and documentation is on FMEpedia as well as it being in the product. So usually I access the documentation from within the product, but if you do wish to access it, it's also online as well. Okay, the next thing I want to mention is the FME store. So unfortunately we are constrained by this proxy or whatever they've got going here, but there's two main components to the FME store. There's the transformers, which you access here. So these are custom transformers, essentially, that solve specific problems. So let's have a look. KML diagrammer transformer. We have various point cloud transformers. I know this won't work, but oh, there we go. It did work for me. We download, and you see how it's pulled that down? It's a different color. So it's pulled that down from the store to your local computer, and you can start using the transformer instantly. The other thing is, if this doesn't solve your exact problem, that's okay. It's a custom transformer, so you can right-click on it, and you can edit it, and you can go into the other workspace, and you can see what we've done in there, and look at what we've done in there, and then hopefully you can tweak it a bit for your specific needs. So if it doesn't quite fit your needs, also feel free to contact us and say, I'm looking at this transformer, any ideas how I can tweak it for my needs. The other component of the store are the templates. So the custom transformers are just, custom transformers. The templates are what Mita was showing you. They're blueprints, templates, basically workspaces that allow you to start and add your own data. So if we go to this one, last DM, okay, it doesn't work, but usually it would pull down the template from the store with all the data, with the workspace, with the full workflow. You save it, you run it, you're good to go. You can just add your own data in. This is going to evolve a lot. We do have some third-party templates in there already, but things are going to move forward a lot in the next couple of years. But this is going to be a great tool for you guys to basically solve your problems quicker and break down the barriers for using FME. That's what we're trying to do here, make it easy for you to solve your problems with FME. If you want to contact support, you can go to safe.com support, or you can click, if I go back to FMEpedia, you can click on request support here. And this is just like the old email way, but this is a bit better because it recommends articles for you when you've put your question in, so sometimes you'll find your solution straight away. And this is just the same as always. You fill this in, and it'll go into our support system, and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. All these things we're doing as well, when you have a problem, we just want you to, it's not that we don't want you to come to us, it's just we don't want you to come to us when you're trying to install FME Desktop, for example, if you have a licensing problem. We want you to get your answer as quick as possible, and then we want you to come to us for kind of higher level questions. Stuart, can you help me with this architecture diagram? I'm trying to install FME server. How can I install this in a distributed setup? So, we can free time up for those kind of questions that are more difficult to answer and they need specific knowledge on your configuration or something. So this self-serve kind of model that we're doing is just to try and enable you to answer common questions and common problems as quickly as possible. The other thing I want to briefly mention is FME Talk. So who here has used FME Talk before in some capacity? A few of you, that's good. So FME Talk is a Google group that we've been running, and it's our community almost. We do watch this and we moderate it. But this year, this is actually going to be closing down, and we're going to create a knowledge base answers plugin for FMEpedia. So we're moving the community from here to FMEpedia, and we're going to be building our own FME community. So what that means is you're going to have your own profile. Hopefully eventually you'll be able to check your cases, but you'll be able to answer questions and get input from the community. It'll be similar to FME Talk to start with. You ask a question and people answer it, but you'll be able to get badges and points. And moving forward, we want to try and make the whole support system more social. You can comment on articles and try and build a community again to solve the problem of breaking down the barriers of using FME and making it easier for you to use and work with FME. So that's kind of a quick review of everything that we have out there at the moment for you guys. I hope you found that useful, and definitely check them out and give us any feedback if you have any. That would be great. Does anyone have any questions on any of that? Okay. So that brings us to the end of our lightning talk. I'd now like to welcome up to the stage Ted Norcott and Harry Bandel from Fortis. And they're going to talk to us about hydraulic modeling with GIS data, I believe.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for having us out this afternoon. Again, my name is Ted Norcott. I work at Fortis BC. I work in the GIS department, and this is my colleague Harry Bandel from the System Planning Group. So today we're going to talk about how we're using our small world GIS data to build hydraulic modeling software, or data for the software, I should say. A little bit about Fortis BC. You probably know us as Terrace and Gas. We're now called Fortis BC. We're a subsidiary of Fortis Inc. We're now a combined utility of both gas and electric. So we're a little bit more dynamic now, I guess you could say. And we've got 2,300 employees. We operate, on the gas side, we operate approximately 48,000 kilometers of natural gas pipeline. And again, on the natural gas side, we have approximately 950,000 customers. We also have the distinction of being the largest, or having the largest territory of any North American gas utility. And similar to SAFE, we're also located in beautiful, sunny Surrey. So if you're in the Fleetwood area of Surrey, that's where our office is on Fraser Highway. A little bit about our service areas. So you can see it's quite extensive. We've got the Lower Mainland over here, all the way up the interior of the province, as well as the Kootenay area of BC. We also operate on Vancouver Island, and as part of that regulatory area, we also cover the Sunshine Coast. And another division of Fortis BC is our Whistler area. As you can see here, we have the Whistler pipeline running along the highway, and this is our distribution system for Whistler. So now I'm just going to hand it over to Harry, and he's going to explain his part of the presentation.
Good afternoon, folks. Neil here. Okay, as Ted introduced me, I'm Harry Bandel. I work in the System Capacity Planning Department at Fortis BC, which is a branch of engineering. So what we do is we do hydraulic modeling of our pipeline system, the 48,000 kilometers that Ted had mentioned. And basically, we're the fortune tellers at Fortis BC. So our primary function is to do long-term capital planning. So we try predicting 20 years out, see what and try to figure out what our system looks like. Sometimes it feels like, I don't know if any of you played a game SimCity. Similar to that. We just kind of play it. It's almost like a video game. And we also provide support to we provide support to operations, so planned and emergency work. So if our pipeline gets hit, we could simulate that in our model. Okay, so going back a couple of years, we were employing two different software to do our hydraulic modeling. So one was called Synergy Gas, which is for distribution systems. So that would be the gas being delivered to your homes, and it's at lower pressures. And a second system for higher pressure transmission lines. So these would be the big arteries coming from like northern BC, moving gas around the province. Okay, and so the two tools, we built the models using two different processes. So with the distribution system, we used CSV files, which were extracted from the GIS system using a custom-built application. And for transmission lines, very low tech. It was hand-built schematics. So it didn't really make sense to have two different software doing basically the same thing. You had to maintain two different skill sets. Our licensing costs were also doubled. And there's also we were also facing the issue of one of our software needed to be upgraded because it was no longer supported by the vendor. And bottom line, it was going to cost us money. Continue employing two different software. So the solution, go down to one software, and that was the Greg Engineering software. It was deemed to be the most economical solution, but we have a problem. How do we build 48,000 kilometers of pipeline in a software which we traditionally built hand-built schematics? It wasn't feasible to build our distribution system, which is a huge network of like basically a big spider web. We were not even going to consider building it by hand. And then the vendor came to us, and for Greg Engineering, they said, well, we could help you with this. We use a format called shape files, or a format called Esri shape. And, you know, like typical engineers, we try acting like we know what the hell, like we know everything. Except for when it came to this, we just all had a blank look on our face. We were like, shape, what the hell is that? And then we had to go to TED, and FME came to the rescue.
Thanks, Harry. Okay, so we wanted to give you an example area, and one of my most memorable places to go in the province is, of course, Hope. Now, the reason why we picked Hope is that it's a relatively clean data set. The numbers are small. When I show you some slides here, you're going to see some of the results of the translations, so we'll be able to discuss some of the numbers there. And it's also a self-contained distribution model. So that's why we chose it. And it was also actually our pilot area when Harry and his group came to our department to get some help. So this is what Hope looks like in our GIS view. Okay, so we have distribution pipes. There's a series of fittings and whatnot attached to those. At this scale, you're not going to see them. But we've got some water features. We have a municipal boundary. And these are, of course, the list of objects that we have in our system, or at least some of the objects. And this is what the data looks like in Greg. So basically what we're going to focus on today are the distribution pipes here. Now, as we all know, FME has become extremely dynamic over the years. I've been working with it since, I believe, 1997, and it's amazing how it's really come into its own. As a result, in order to process to the level of quality that Harry's group requires, we had to break it down into 7 steps, or 7 separate workspaces. First one being export the data out of Small World. We found that when we're running processes within the Small World database, it can sometimes be very time-consuming. It takes a long time for the translation to operate. It also ties up a Small World license. So we found that the best step, especially because we're dealing with distribution, they're called network area models. So for example, Hope, it was more efficient to actually pull that data out and then work with it outside of Small World. So the first step, export the data into shape. Then from there we need to merge some address data. We then need to move our customer meter locations onto the gas main because again we're building a hydraulic model, and I'll explain this in a little more detail shortly. There's a couple of QA, QC stages at 4 and 5. And 6, we want to distinguish between our different customer types. So we have industrial as well as residential and commercial. And then the last step is to assign some work order information. So this is our first workspace. It's fairly straightforward. Ideally, this would be all Harry needs. In other words, Harry comes to me and says, Ted, I need some shape files. There you go, Harry. Small world, shape. Are we done? Unfortunately not. Harry's got a lot of requirements. So here is how we fulfill those requirements. Okay, now I'm going to go into a little bit more detail on these ones. So in order to basically create our customer points, we have something what we call our service meters, which is this object here. And then we also have an address component part of that meter. Now within Small World, there's what they call a soft join. So they're actually two separate tables. So when we export the data out, we have to then rejoin that information. And so we're using the feature merger, which I believe was highlighted today, earlier in the talks. And if you haven't used it, it's an amazing tool. It's a great way to bring two databases together based on a common identifier. And so that's what's happening here. So we have the service meters have a service ID, and as well the address table has the corresponding service ID. And so we're just joining those back together. Next step is we're going to be extracting some coordinates here, and then we're going to test to see whether or not these are actually active customers. Because again, we're building a model. We don't want to have meters that don't have a customer attached to them. So what's happening here is we're doing a test to see whether or not that meter is in our CIS system or not. And the way we determine that is if the meter number is blank, then it's not an active meter. Or if it is assigned any of these other values. I'm not sure if you can see that from there, but it says not in CIS, and there's some different variations of that. So basically, we run the translation through, and these are the initial results for the meters. So we've got our green meters, which are considered in CIS or in our customer information system, and those that are not. Okay, so those are the two different data sets there. And I just wanted to show you this slide, because this is our desired result, because there's quite a few stages. So what we're trying to do is those initial meters that I showed you, they exist in this space in terms of the GIS. So they're not on top of the pipe yet. They're connected by a service pipe. So this is what you could call sort of the raw data. And then these lines are distribution lines. So what we're trying to do is basically move this meter to the main, so that it's actually attached to the main. And there's going to be other information attached to that service as well, which then, or to that meter, which then basically transforms it from a meter into a customer. So this is the what I call the big workspace, and I have to credit Safe Software. They were instrumental in helping me develop this workspace, so I extend my thanks to your team. In other words, when I was developing the requirements with Harry's group, I was able to get it to a certain point, but then I kind of hit a bit of a knowledge gap, and they helped me fill that gap. So I'm just going to go through and explain this entire workspace and exactly what's going on here, because this is really where the true FME power is being unleashed. So we have service meters with address now, because they've picked up the address from the address table. And then we have all the pipe information here. So we've got distribution pipes and service pipe. Okay, the next stage is we now have to then, of course, add value to that data. In other words, we need to transform that data. So in order to move it to the main that it's attached to. So the first step here is to actually overlay the meters with the service pipe. And from there, we're going to be attaching a distribution pipe ID. So that's what's happening at this point, as well as over here. And from there, we are then keeping some attributes. So there's some attributes that we don't need. We're going to make sure that we have these attributes. So we've got a scenario number. So this is like work information, as well as our distribution pipe ID, which is very crucial in moving those meters. The next step is a spatial filter. And what we're doing here is we want to perform a test to see where those service pipes are actually touching the main. And we want to capture those XY coordinates. And that's what the spatial filter is doing at this point. So from here, we're now going to merge the information that we acquired from the connection point to the main. We're going to merge that with the service pipe. And we're also going to make sure that the meter IDs are also attached to those service pipes. So the result of this this feature merger is that it actually identifies what we call our first generation pipes, or service pipe. Sorry, first generation meters. And those are flowing into this feature merger up here. Now, in our system, not every meter is attached to a single service pipe. In other words, you could have a meter attached to a service pipe, which is then attached to another service pipe, which then attaches to the main. So that's what's happening in the next stage. We've got 52 service pipes, which are actually what we call second generation meters. And we have a third generation spatial filter here, which isn't being used. But for example, in areas such as Surrey, Langley, where there's a lot of trailer park areas, there can be as many as 9 generations of these service pipes. So what's happening here is we're just making sure that we can capture, or we can pass all of that distribution pipe ID information to all of those service pipes. Now from there, we have the service pipes and the meters flowing into this feature merger. And this is where we're reassigning new coordinates to those meters. So basically, all of these service pipes that are flowing in this direction are going to pass their connection XY coordinates to the main to the meter. Okay, so then we have a 2D point replacer. So this is where we're actually going to reassign the coordinates. So in other words, the original shapefile for the meters has got of course, the original XY coordinates. We need to reassign those, and that's what's happening with this transformer. And again, there's a couple of things happening here. We have those that were complete, so there was a complete feature merge, and then unfortunately, we had a couple that were empty. So of course, what do we do with those? That means that they're not going to have their coordinates. Well, later in the process, I'll explain how we deal with any data errors, which in this case, we've had 2. And the error could be that the meter may not have a service pipe for some reason, or it could be that the meter is slightly disconnected from that service pipe, or the actual service pipe for that meter is slightly disconnected from the distribution pipe. So there's a few scenarios. Unfortunately, there's only 2. So they should be relatively easy to solve. So there's a little bit of attribute removal going on here. We're adding a sequence number. Another requirement from Harry's group is that every feature in the shapefile has to have a unique sequence number. So these are, again, this is another shot of that sort of our desired results. So this is what the viewer would pop up, and you would see that all of these are now relocated on the main. But of course, there's at least 2 of them that are empty. So we need to deal with those. So before we do that, we're going to do a little bit of QA/QC. So this is on the pipe diameters. Now, like any GIS system, ideally you would have all of your data with all the proper attributes there. But unfortunately, in some areas, we have a pipe that has got missing information, such as diameters. And this is what this checks for. Fortunately, Hope has got all the diameter information, but I just wanted to show that this is one of our QA/QC files. And if there were any pipes without a diameter, they would flow into this diameter file here, or this pipes unknown diameter file here. We also want to QA/QC our core customer, or our core customers, which would be residential, commercial, and industrial, basically all of our customers. And this is the point where we're going to solve those 2 meters that were not connected. So basically, we're going to do a point on overlay check to make sure that all those points are actually overlaying with the pipe. And as you can see, we've got 2,622 that passed, and there was, or that actually were overlaid. Then there was a tester done here, and unfortunately those 2 that we know about, they failed. So then, of course, we use that wonderful transformer, the neighbor finder, which would be really handy during a strata meeting, actually. You know, when you're trying to get something passed and a couple of neighbors don't show up. I wish I could employ this for those special SGM meetings where you have to get something put through. So we use the neighbor finder, and based on a certain distance from the main, we're able to relocate or locate those missing meters. Now, there is some visual checking. I'm not going into a whole lot of detail because of our time constraints, but we do actually make sure that that meter is within a proximity to the proper main. In other words, we don't want to be attaching it to the main on the other side of the neighborhood. We want to make sure that it's on the correct one. So we do that, and usually it's within about 10 to 20 meters of where it should be. So it's been extremely reliable for handling those errors that we find. And of course, we go back to Small World and we clean up the data errors that we do find so that next time we run the process, we don't run into the same problem. Okay, so then we have some attributes being removed. We're replacing the XY coordinates on these 2 features, these 2 meters. And we're renaming some attributes, and we're adding it back to the rest of the family here and applying a new count so that they're all in the right sequence, and then outputting them as our core customers connected. So next step here, we need to separate out our industrial customers from our residential and commercial customers. If you have any questions about that, Harry would be the one to answer. But basically, Harry's group needs to distinguish between the industrial, like high load customers, so we're talking customers that are consuming a tremendous amount of gas versus a residential customer load. And the way we do that is that Harry, every year he provides me with a spreadsheet of all of the industrial customers as well as their premise number. So that's a unique identifier for every customer. In other words, every customer has a premise ID. And what we do is we compare that premise ID in the spreadsheet to the core customer premise ID. And we use that, once again, amazing transformer, Dale and Don, excellent work here with the feature merger. And we're able to determine very quickly which customers are in fact industrial and which ones are residential or commercial. So as you can see here, Hope is not a big place, so there's only 3 customers that are considered industrial, commercial, and they get outputted into this file. And the structure of the files is exactly the same. The only difference is that now Harry knows these are the heavy low customers and everybody else. Last step, assign the work order information. So this is fairly straightforward stuff. We're just doing the usual point on line overlay. So we're just passing the work order information from the pipe to our other features here, which are stations and valves. Again, when you're going to build a hydraulic model, you have to know where your stations and your valves are, so you know, of course, where to turn the gas on and turn it back on. So that's what we're trying to do here, is just assign the work order information for those. And, of course, not very pretty, but these are all the shape files that we delivered to Harry's group, and they're broken down by network area. So there's approximately 50 models that we deliver, and this is the standard format. So we've got core customers, industrial customers, pipes, stations, and valves. And Harry, you can add to this conclusion as well. Basically, we're extremely pleased with the way that the workspaces have run for us. Shape is the desired format, so we're down to now one standard file format. And as Harry pointed out, they're using one hydraulic modeling software, so we're able to save money there. And we've had excellent support from Save Software. You guys should give yourselves a hand. I try every day to use your product as much as I can, and I have yet to be let down. So well done, and look forward to doing more projects with it. And Harry, do you have any last conclusions?
Yeah. I just want to point out again, we saved money.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Management loves to hear that. So, some future plans. Of course, we want to automate the process. I was talking to Dale a little about this before the presentation, that I'd like to chain all of those workspaces together. I mean, it's quite possible we could put this all into one massive workspace, but I think we need to maybe just break it down and maybe join those together. And then another plan is to put this entire system up on FME server, because we have FME server, and make it a self-serve option for our system planners. And that's it. Any questions? Jonathan? Yeah. Maybe, can you answer that? You're talking about which identifier, the premise ID or the pipe? Oh, the counter. Yeah, maybe Harry can answer that one. You're talking the sequence number? Yeah. No, we're just... Go ahead.
Yeah, we're not concerned with that. The main thing that we have to carry over from year to year is the premise ID, and that ID never changes. It's yeah, we don't recycle those numbers. If we lose a customer, we basically will abandon that number and never gets used again.
So the sequence number is just based on the requirements from the hydraulic modeling software?
Yes, yeah, and we rebuild our models every year, so that's not an important field.
Okay. Any other last questions? Okay, thanks.
So we've had some lightning talks, and we had a good customer talk, and we all know what comes after lightning, right? What comes after lightning? Thunder, yeah, okay. And so that's what XML is all about. And so we're going to have a lively XML discussion, because really there's no other kind of XML discussion other than being lively. And and I promise I won't sing an entire song, but I might sing a little bit, okay? So who out there loves XML? And if you're at home, please stand up. Okay, a few of you, okay. I can see Anna Helvarsson there in Sweden, and Lassie Tanny. Thanks for standing up there. Okay, if you love XML and you're afraid to, put your hand up because maybe, you might feel embarrassed putting your hand up in the middle of a crowd, you can send me email, xml@safe.com, and just profess your love to XML, and then you too can be part of the XML fan club. Drew looks like he's going to send it in. Okay, so as Dale alluded to, no release of FME is complete without making XML easier. Okay, and I'm lazy. I don't want to actually know how to use. I don't want to learn another language. I don't want to learn XSLT. I don't want to learn XQuery. We invented something called XF maps, and some people at SAFE actually think XF maps are intuitive. Well, I don't think they're intuitive, and I don't want to have to learn them. Okay, and if there's one thing I know about XQuery, if you look at the book, XQuery for Dummies, the front page says if you're a dummy, don't even bother trying to use XQuery, and so that's really where I'm at. Okay, so now if we look at XML, where is it being used? It's being used everywhere. So if we look at Inspire in Europe, oh, that's the wrong Inspire. Sorry, that's a European joke. It's used as the basic for sharing data across Europe. Okay. GML, of course, is XML. So when I talk about XML, I'm just also including GML, because GML is really nothing but XML with some geometric primitives added. Okay. Some of the new formats, we talked about those. If there's some formats that you have in XML that you want us to read, let us know, and we'd be happy to make it even easier. Okay. We talked about some sensors, devices. There's two types of formats that are really used for these. One is XML. The other one's JSON. I love JSON too. Happens to be at SAFE, we have the same team working on both XML and JSON. So heck, in 2013, we're going to have something enable you to turn your JSON into XML. So how crazy is that? Okay. Sensors, of course. Sensors, when you start looking around the sensors, you generally see data coming at you in three kinds of flavors. You see XML, JSON, and then column-aligned text or CSV. But as far as normally in the new sensors, it's JSON or XML. Okay. And of course, applications, because we all know that if you dump your data out in XML, it's considered open and easy to work with, human readable, all those great things that make XML what it is. Okay. So in FME 2011, we made XML reading easy. In 2012, it's actually fun. Okay, so you might be wondering what you're going to do tonight. It's a Friday night. You go home. You've been listening all about this stuff. Your wife says, "Hey, what do you want to do?" Well, I don't know about you, but I'm going to say, "Hey, let's play around with FME and some XML," and it's a lot of fun. Let me know how that goes. I hope you've had more luck at it than I do. But anyway, there you go. So we're going to get into some examples here. And really the point of our technology is, again, you shouldn't have to learn any other tools, okay? So let's say you get a metadata document and you want to read it. It could be any XML document, but I'm going to play with metadata. Metadata has all these standards, ISO, FGDC, OGC, it goes on. Esri has their own flavor of metadata. I'm not going to read the ISO metadata document and understand it, but yet I can read any metadata document. If you give me a metadata document and you tell me what you want, we can read it, a piece of cake, and that's what we're gonna do here. Okay, so I'm just going to find my release demos, and we're going to go to my favorite directory, reading, and I only have 15 demos to go through, so we'll be done here by dinner. Okay. So I'm going to open this, and I'll tell you where we're going next as well. So if I open this metadata document in this tool called Notepad++, and I look at it, you can see, sure enough, that's metadata. Okay. Now, if you've never seen metadata before, at the very top, you're going to see, a tag, MD metadata. And basically what you do now is you simply go through this and identify the tags that you want to pull out using your FME. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open FME. Okay, and I'm going to drag that file into FME as well, and then we're going to start to rip apart that metadata document. Okay, it's as easy as this. Okay, and again, I'm not bothering I don't know what type of metadata this is other than the title tells me. So I'm going to go into my parameters, and now I'm simply going to specify the tags within the metadata document that I want to read. So we'll grab the highest. We'll grab the highest level one. Okay. Okay, from here, this is where Stuart mocks me. Okay, okay, so we'll copy that there, Control C, okay, paste that one in there, so now I got the highest level one. Oh, let's grab another few. So we'll scroll down, and I'll grab another one. Let's grab distribution, okay, contact, distributions here somewhere, go down. Down, 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 down. Okay, I missed it. Okay, it's probably already distribution info. Oh, that's why. It's over here. Okay, so we'll grab responsible party. Doesn't really matter. Okay, and you'll see the point I'm going to make. What else do we got here? Identification info. We'll grab that next. So I'm going to paste this in here. Go back here. We'll grab identification info. Okay, copy that. Okay, paste this over here. Okay, I got one character too many. Okay, and so now when I do this, what I'm going to get is I'm going to get three tables. I'm going to say flatten, and so this is going to turn that into a relational structure. And I'm going to let that go. And you're going to see that I'm going to have three relational structures, and Okay, obviously you've made a mistake on one, doesn't really matter. And if I go here, you're going to see this is all my metadata flattened. But you're going to see that what I have in here is I also have the identification info in here, which is really not what I want because the identification info, I'm grabbing that itself. So I don't want that identification info in there. Well, that's not good. So I'm going to go again. Okay, we're going to go File, New. And this is what I like. If I go again and I add that same file there. It should remember, assuming I did that right. Okay, come on. And I'm going to grab this one in here again. Okay, parameters. And see, it remembered everything. And that's a big deal because I want to do several iterations. But what I want to do, the problem was when I was flattening the MD metadata, I went all the way down and I didn't stop when I hit the identification info, even though I pulled that out as another table. I just kept going. So what I should have done, and you can start to see why I love this stuff so much, is I got to grab them both and I say, well, here's the stuff I want. Okay, and I'm going to put it in here. And I want to ignore the subtypes while flattening. I paste it in there, so you see I put the same things in there. And what that says is, oh, by the way, as you're shredding this document, you get to a subdocument, don't go inside. Okay, it's because I don't want my metadata document to also have all the attributes of my identification info. Okay, so there you go. And you're going to see now, when I look at the MD metadata, it doesn't have the identification info, but the identification info does have a key that points back to, it does have a parent ID, so it does point back to the table. So now if I put those two things in a relational table, I can go back the way and I've created the key between it. So that's the first one. Okay, so back there from current slide. Okay, what if you have a GML data set? I'm not even going to demo it. Just have a GML data set. Just tell FME it's GML, and you're done. Okay, so then we were running this XML challenge. Somebody sends me a document that says, hey, this is GML. You can't read it. So I get it. And it turns out it was XML with GML geometry, which is not the same thing as GML. And you can tell by the picture there, the puppy was very sad because we couldn't do it. And so I walked next door because, of course, I'm right next to the GML team, XML team, and I have lots of great ideas. And I'll walk into Juan's office, who's the lead, and I'll go share him this great idea. And I can tell within about 2 minutes whether it's really a good idea or if he's just sort of humoring me. And so sometimes I can tell that maybe this is, and I'll slowly back out of my office and go next door until I come up with another great idea. Okay, but you can see with FME 2012, the puppy's now happy. Okay, because now what we've done is we've made it really easy if you have an XML document with GML geometry to get the file out. So I'll show you that one. Okay, and don't worry, we're not going to do them all. Okay, it turns out that there is 10 demos, and I made a movie of each one. So if you wanted to see them all, they're all there for you. Okay, so we're reading XML with GML geometry. Again, what I have is a data set here. Okay, I'm not allowed to use the real data set, so I was lucky enough to get a sample. Okay, so just sort of a contrived sample. But if you look at this, you'll see it's not GML. You can take my word for it, but what it has is it has buried in it, it has GML geometries. So what I'm able to do is I'm able to easily, okay, drag that in, okay, into here, okay, and now I have this data set, and we're going to get rid of the first one because we don't want that one, and we're going to say delete, yes, okay, so now I'm going to go here, oh, I did that wrong, file, reader, add reader, okay, now I'm trying to rush, so that's just never good. Okay, so there we go, so I got this, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at, what I first have to do is the value within this file was parcel, so I'm going to grab parcel here, but in this case, I don't want to flatten it, because if I flatten it, I'm actually going to destroy my GML geometry. It's going to be flattened, and it's going to be very difficult to work with. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to put parcel there. But in this case, I actually don't want to flatten, okay? And so now when I read it, what I'm going to get is I'm still going to get a feature for each of these parcels, but they're not going to be flattened. If I look at the attributes, you're going to see now I have something called XML fragment, which is the whole thing. And now to get the GML out, I use our old friend, the geometry replacer, which has been greatly enhanced in FME 2012. And so now, in there, it has something called, you guessed it, okay, GML. Whoa, no, I don't want GeoHash. Well, it has GeoHash too, but that's not what we want. We want GML. I simply specify that it's in the XML fragment. I say OK. Now we'll connect it with the visualizer. Okay, there we go. And we run it. And now we're going to see that we have the GML. The XML with the GML geometry pops up. I see the geometry there. Now the attributes, the XML still isn't flattened, but then we would add an XML flattener to that. And now I'm able to flatten it to get all the attributes out the way I want it, okay? Okay, but we won't carry on because we have more to do. Okay, I want to give Mark some time. Okay, so now you can see the puppy's happy, so that's good. Okay, XML updating. Had somebody send me a bunch of metadata documents. They say, I have a bunch of metadata documents. The responsible party moved. All I want to do is update the metadata document. I don't want to rewrite it. In FME 2011, that was very hard, if not impossible, to do without using fancy tools like XQuery, XSLT. So now we have something called the gotta be careful. We have something called the XML updater. Okay, so if I go here, I have a workspace here that'll open for you that I built. Okay, and here it is, XML updates. And essentially what you do here is you simply specify the path in the XML document that you want to update. So if here's my, I want to update the abstract, I want to update the responsible party, and I want to update the time. Okay, the XML document is coming in here, and the XML updater, I'll open it here. Whoops. Okay, I probably already have it open. Yeah, we'll open it again. Okay, and the metadata document's right here. And if I look for abstract in here, there we go. The initial one says this data set does not exist. Okay, and if I look at the path on there, you're going to see the path to the metadata is character string, GMD colon abstract, GCO character colon character string. And if I go over here, you're going to see that that's exactly what I say I want to replace for abstract. Okay, so I simply specify that path here, okay, in the document, and I specify that I'm going to grab the value for that from the field abstract, and then when I run that, I'm going to get that metadata document updated. And I'm really sure it's going to be updated because I haven't touched anything. I've only updated that one field. Okay, the things I don't like right now is I have to keep going back and forth between Workbench and this other tool to find my paths. So what we're working on now is so you could just navigate the XML document and click on things that you want and you want to update, and it's automatically going to generate that. Sort of like that, the column align text that really makes it really easy to start playing and reading those files. We want to do the same thing when you're reading and writing these. Okay, so I think I'm almost out of time, but too bad. Okay, writing. Okay, we take writing to the highest level. Now, when we came to writing, in the old days we would say, oh, you need a sample. Well, we had one customer say, well, I don't have a sample because FME is going to write it. I said, well, you must have an application that's going to read it. Where's that application? Oh, no, going to get it. Oh, no, FME is going to read it. So what else is going to work with it? Nothing. So can you explain this? Yeah, I'm going to buy FME, and I'm going to use FME to write this XML. Then I'm going to tell all my customers to buy FME to read it. And I said, well, I like the business model, but I'm not really sure this is helping interoperability. But anyway, there you go. Okay. Again, now the point is, if you have a schema document, it's very easy to generate XML from scratch with that. Okay. But we're going to skip that too because we want to get to the old lady who swallowed a fly. Okay, so in 2011, we did this. I did this workspace. I built this one. As you can imagine, how exciting this was to be in the crowd when I built this. And I went on about how easy this was. Now you didn't need XSLT or XQuery to build XML. But this breaks my 15 transformer rule, right? And so I was kind of excited, obviously, because I didn't have to use any fancy tools. I could just use FME. But still, that's pretty involved, okay? You can see for each table I have, I use good use of color there. but for each table I had a bookmark with 3 transformers. Okay, so I went away thinking we got to do better. And so in FME 2012 we did do better. So now we have 1 transformer. But we've taken it to the next level, more than this, because people don't realize that they finished that song and the lady died and they think that that was the end of the story, but it's not. Because what happened was then a whole bunch of ladies, they tried to recreate the scene, so a whole bunch of ladies got in rooms and they all swallowed flies. And then they swallowed birds, cats, dogs. So I actually built a workspace to demonstrate that. And this is important. If I had been talking just about forestry or power or anything, half of you go to sleep. But when I'm talking about there was an old lady who swallowed a fly, everybody is excited. Okay? So here we go. XML, we're going to writing, and we're going to go nested writing. And this is a brand new one for 2012, never before seen before this roadshow. This is the lady, FME 2012, db.fmw. So what I did is I built a database. Okay? And you can see the tables here. And this database has a number of tables in it. One's called ladies. Every lady has an ID, okay, because we have to identify the lady. And then every horse, because she followed a horse last, right? Remember that? She swallowed a horse, she died, of course. And the horse has an ID, has its own ID, the ID for the horse, but it also has the lady ID, and that's the lady that swallowed the horse. Because if you have multiple ladies in a room who are eating flies and birds and things, you got to make sure when you're building your XML that the right ladies are within the right within the right birds or within the right cats, dogs. Otherwise you just have a mess. Okay, so there you go. So every one of these has the right thing. If we look at the root, this is sort of what the whole document looks like. You're going to see. Okay, here it is. Here it just says there's ladies. Oh, by the way, just that's the XML. Just process all the ladies. And if we look at the ladies, this is where it gets really exciting. Okay, we scroll down here. You're going to see, if I look at a lady, she has an ID. She has a name. Okay, and we had to have a name and an ID because you could have 2 ladies with the same name. So you had to give them a unique ID. Okay, so that's what's going on there. And the ladies contain horses, but what horses do the ladies contain? Well, they only contain the horses who have the lady's ID who matches the ID of the lady. Okay, so what this demonstrates is if you're bringing together a whole bunch of relational tables and you're generating deeply nested XML, you actually can use all of your relational linkages to make sure that you're nesting your tables properly. And and there you go. In one single transformer, you're able to. In this case, we're doing 1, 2, 3. We're doing about 9 nested tables to make for as many ladies and IDs as you want. So now that there was no lady who swallowed a fly, and there actually was a bunch of ladies who swallowed flies. It wasn't very wise to swallow the flies, and so on right there. So there you go. And that's XML. And if you two have any XML problems, send them to us. In the early days when we first started this thing, when we got a new XML document, we were actually scared. Like we'd break into a cold sweat because we were scared of these things. Now when we get a new XML submission, we actually get excited because we're confident that we can solve your problem. So I challenge all of you, if you have XML you're struggling with, either reading or writing, send them to us. We'll help you. We'll get you going. And if we can't read it, then hey, we get to have an opportunity to make our product better. And that's really what it's all about. And please, if you do love XML and maybe you're a little shy, just send me an email saying, I love XML. And xml@safe.com goes right to my mailbox. And it does. Yeah, seriously. Yeah. And with that, with FME 2012, you too will be singing all about XML. Okay? So there you go. I'll pass it over to Mark. Any questions on this before I get yanked off stage here? Yep. Great question. Basically, the question is I just grabbed sort of a tag arbitrarily in and then pasted it in there and it grabbed it. If you had a longer path, I would want to grab the longer path. Yeah, because I might have, let's say I had name and the name, and so I put the field name in there, but it was also like responsible party and he had a name, but also it might be data creator had a name, things like that. I would have to go up high enough, make it as long enough to be unique as I want to be. And that's why we want to have this ability for you to click, and then the GUI would help you decide how long of a path you want to go. Obviously, you want to go as short as you can to make it unique, but you don't want to go shorter. Otherwise, you would get multiple matches. So if you just said name, and there was names in many different nestings, you would get all the names with all, you know where they were, but you'd still get all the names. Yep. Yep. So good. Okay. Well, thank you very much. And I think we're now on with Mark, and I'm not sure how much time you have left.
Oh, we've got lots of time. Thanks a lot.
Good.
I hope so, anyway. You'll notice that Don's presentation wasn't on the agenda, so we actually want to give him a special thanks for doing that spontaneous, short notice, unplanned presentation.
I just happen to have the slides handy.
That's right, yeah, we can. So what do I have to do here? I have to do that, and some. Look at that, happened automatically. So we're going to wrap up the afternoon on a quest with some interactive tips and tricks. Earlier on, Dale was being a little cruel to the Mayan civilization, you noticed. He was saying they're all passed away and that they're causing the end of the world in December, I think. But, you know, they were actually fairly sophisticated. This is today's date in the Mayan calendar. We're on the second, actually the third day, because they start counting at 0. One of the earliest civilizations to even come up with the idea of 0 well before the Europeans did. So their maths was pretty sophisticated. So the third day of a 20-day week, that's their kind of thing there, they worked in base 20, so I assume they ran around in barefoot so that they could count properly. Anyway, so we're going on a quest with the Mayans, but why are we doing that? I mean, really, why do we have a lizard dressed up as... So that's always a good start. So why do we have a lizard dressed up as Indiana Jones? So the issue there is... do we have a wire? Is that in the history of our splash screen, starting around 2006, the lizards started appearing in our splash screens. And why that actually happened, nobody really knows. If we've got an internet connection suddenly appearing, that looks a little better. We might be able to see that. Yeah, oh, look at that, amazing. So our FME FMEpedia website, Stuart has already taken us through. It's got a lot of very useful information on it and some not so useful information. And this is the short history of Splash. So in 2005, we always been experimenting with the splash screens. So going through here, lots and lots of stuff. Some experimental models, which we never, I don't think, ever convinced Don and Dale to get dressed up like this in reality, but maybe it'll come next year.
Yeah, that would be our theme.
Yeah. But then in 2006, the lizard started appearing, and then my favorite release, FME 2006, goes bananas. Lots more lizard-y things. In 2007, we actually removed the lizard, and a lot of our resellers in Europe, who seem to have more time on their hands than we do, or maybe they just work more efficiently, who knows. So they rebelled against that, and so the lizard came back. And then it's been with us ever since. And so our quest is to find the lizard's name and his roots. So he went on an adventure, he's going on an adventure, and we're going to help him build some map data as he goes to find out what his name and his roots are on this adventure. So he started trip planning and looking for his route from Vancouver to his destination, and he wanted to build a great circle. And since there isn't a great circle or orthodrome transformer in FME, what should he do? Give up and use ArcGIS instead? Create a great circle custom transformer on his own? Write something in TCL? Check out the FME store or ask a friend if they'd create something for him. D. We've got a couple of Ds there. That's correct. You could go to the FME store. You've got to hold your hand up and keep it up so that our Safe Software Rapid Response team can service your table there. Check out the FME store. And there's great prizes going here as well, remember. So try and get in. And check out the FME store. And the main thing about the store is, there are some very useful custom transformers up there. But remember, those custom transformers can be used as ideas for your own work. So if there's something that doesn't quite fit but looks similar to what you want to do, like I didn't really want an orthodrome, I wanted a loxydrome, which is some other related bearing kind of great circle-like thing, then you might download the orthodrome replace transformer and have a look how you might morph that into a loxodrome thing. So our lizard went off and he took some photographs of some areas of interest that he thought might represent where his roots were in this place that he's investigating. And he wants to load the geodatabase images as attachments into his file geodatabase. This is all new in FME 2012. So should he create an Esri geodatabase, give up and buy ArcGIS instead, use an FME template, check out FMEpedia, use FME to reference an XML workspace template, or use XML template a transformer. So any guesses there? Have we got any guesses there on how he should create that Esri geodatabase? Whoa. There's lots of muttering going on. I think you should just throw some sporks out there. This is revision, ladies and gentlemen. We've been through this already today, so you should know what the answer is. The answer is D. Could you reference an XML workspace template and then create a nice, clean geodatabase from scratch with all the relationships, domains, subtypes, and so on, okay? So to create that attachment workspace that loads those attachments, what configuration steps do we need to do here to get that going? Create the tables using ArcGIS or XML template, load the point of interest table, load the destination table, set relationships, or load the relationship table. Which of or some of those steps should we need to do in our workspace? By the way, there are consolation prizes, I think, and they're very good. They're these stickers, and they are actually very valuable, because you'll notice that Don and Dale have been using an Apple. Well, these stickers will upgrade your Dell laptop to be better than an Apple. So they are worth going for. What's that? C and D. Okay, well, it's actually all of the above. Making these things, if I can find the right workspace that I've got here somewhere. Yeah, this one here. Is messy and a little tricky in FME, but it is rote. That's not what I want. It is a rote task. So what you have to do when you create relationship tables in general, and attachments is kind of in the same category as that. We're reading in the points of interest. We're reading the directory paths that contain the imagery in this case. And then you do have to create a couple of weird attributes to initialize these relationship tables in when FME writes to the geodatabase. And then we can write out the points of interest up here. We can write out the attachments, which in this case are the images here. And then using our friend, the feature merger, we can join together those two streams of data and write out the attachments table. So it is a little messy to do in FME, but it is rote. So when you go onto FMEpedia and you download this example, you'll be able to apply it very quickly to your own particular application. And it's pretty much the same for any kind of relationship. The steps are more or less the same. So that's a good thing here. In this case, this would be a good example of when it's not a great idea to use the inline querier. The feature merger will work fine here. You don't have hundreds of different data sets that you're merging together, and you're only doing it once to each data set, so the feature merger will work fine. But in other places, you might find that the inline querier would be a good option. Okay. We've already seen the photo sharing. So Lizard, as he's strolling around in the jungle here and along the coast, posting up his images, and he's using the notification services to send up his geolocated photo. So we don't need to chase that one too much, but that's what he can do with his holiday snaps as he goes. And then he needs to do a bit more trip planning here. So he wants to gather together a whole bunch of data. He's found some boundary settlements, road networks, and hydrology. He's going to clean that up and load that into the same file geodatabase he's just put his attachments into. And then he's out there found some DEM imagery and stuff, and we'll try and help a 3D PDF in a moment. So in that process of gathering together all the data and loading it into the file geodatabase, he doesn't have ArcGIS installed, and he wants to know if he can still load the data on his laptop as he's walking around. So should he find some treasure and buy ArcGIS, use the data interoperability extension in Esri, use the file geodatabase API writer, XML workspace template, or should he just wait and install FME 2013 when it comes out? C, lots of C's. So Jonathan had it up there. First, very quick, rapid response by Jonathan, but probably a couple of the sporks need to be thrown out for people who aren't holding their hands up. Okay. And I think we do have some family packs of sporks, don't we, Dale, still to give away? So a special, yes, 4-color packs. So still the Lizard is planning his trip, and he's gathering together the data, and he ran the gather data workspace, but now he can't find the output file geodatabase. So what's the best thing to do? Wait and ask Don and Dale, right-click open containing folder, use Windows search, contact safe support, or just use Windows Explorer and start browsing. B, that's a good option there. I wonder if I've got something. Yep. So it's taken us at the request of one of our users in Nanaimo a long time ago, too long ago to mention, why don't we just do open containing folder? So that will pop that open, and you can get your results there. So that's a good thing. Actually, also, we learned the other day that if you happen to lose your workspace, you can also open containing folder up there. So if you want to open the folder containing all your workspaces, you can do that as well. So there's a super handy thing for you to play around with. So out on the coast, turns on his GPS tracking unit. He's getting back some XML here. Yeah, so this is pretty exciting stuff. And the XML GPS tracks are coming back in little tags. They've got a lat long embedded in the tag itself, an elevation, and a time in a complex Mayan date format. And so the Lizard wants to know how he can best interpret this XML document. And as he's reading that, should he use the XML templater transformer, use XML reader with XF maps, GML reader, XML reader with flatten, or a text line file reader and loads of other transformers, breaking Don's 15 transformer limit? B. Well, who said B and who said D? D? And was there a B? D, yeah, okay. So you got to keep your hand up there. So gentleman in front here. Yeah, so we've only just done that. So we should have really been giving about all the sporks there, because Don explained that very clearly how we should have done this. So yeah, if you're reading an XML document, and in this case here I have an XML document, it's just got the one set of tags, which are these ones here. But then at the bottom, some big binary blob of data that we don't understand, and so we probably want to ignore it and not read that into our workspace as part of the data flow. So we can do that as well in the workspace. So when we configure that workspace elements to match, we can open that little editor. In this case here, we've just got the TRKPT entry. And then elements to exclude, the FP data, which is that binary blob, so we can just enter that, one or more of those lines to exclude tags that we don't want. And then the flatten options, enable flattening will just take any of the other tags or pieces that are sitting within the tag that we're interested in and make those attributes on the feature. And so we now have some nice attributes that we can work with. And this is an interesting little workspace. Often the smaller workspaces are more interesting. So with converting those GPS elements into 3D points, taking the attributes that we've flattened from our XML tag, we're trying to interpret this complex Mayan date here. We do have a date formatter. Some of you have probably tried to use that. I'm sure Heidi has in her GPS stuff. And sometimes that won't interpret a date correctly for you, so then you have to do some grunt work and split it out manually. So in this case here, we're using the attribute splitter to do that. We're breaking it out bit by bit, 4 parts for the year there, the dashed, the 1S, 2S for the next piece of the date, which is the month, and so on through that, and creating up a list of attributes that represent all those individual pieces of the date. And then what I want to do is set a measure on each of those points that represents the time. So rather than having the time as an attribute, I want to put a measure, because later on when I join that string together, I want the time stamp on each vertex of the line. And so here we're using the advanced parameter tools that were introduced earlier on to string together those pieces of the list to make up the piece of the attribute I want to work with, and that's getting set as a measure down here. So let's just run that while we're working. And then the point connector here is stringing all the GPS points together for each of the different GPS tracks that the lizard has made around on his explorations there. So those are those GPS tracks, and if I click on one of those, we can see all the attributes we've pulled out from the XML. And here is that track line. If we click through here, we can see as it's traced through. But we've added there the time on each vertex of that as a measure, which we could load into a geodatabase or something else as a measure on a geodatabase entity. He's down in an exotic place, so he wanted to take some time and have a bit of a holiday, chase some tail. On the road network, something we don't really promote greatly in FME, and we probably will be soon, is some of the linear referencing and network tools that we've been adding over the years. A lot of this work has been done for NRCan, who maintain the National Hydrographic Network. And in this case here, what the lizard wants to do is to make sure he can get from all of his point of interests to the others on the road network. So we're validating the road network using the network topology calculator. And what that does is you throw in a network into the topology calculator, and then everything that is connected gets a common ID. And then in this case, I'm just coloring those different pieces. So we've got some green up here, patches of blue. And so those pieces of the road network are disconnected from the rest. Maybe they're little independent little Mayan communities isolated from, that no civilized person has ever come across and met. Maybe they're more civilized than us. Anyway, so the lizard has determined that the road network is pretty consistent. That's the red patch here. That means that they're all consistently joined together, and so that we can, or he can trace his route from point of interest to point of interest. And there we have the network road workspace. So he's working that. He opened the workspace and he pressed F11. So what happened? He sent Don and Dale a notification with an image of the workspace with the new notification services, opened an overview window, zoomed in to a transformer, maximized the workbench canvas, or he bought an F11, maybe it's an F35 on eBay. See, it's D. Okay, yes. Yeah. We've got to give this stuff away. We don't want to be carrying it home. We've got a long way to go. So yeah, we're always trying to add more useful shortcuts. So F11, if you're short on real estate when you're making big workspaces, gives you that. Dale said that the other day, Shift F11 does the same thing, but also keeps the menu so that you can do menu-y type things. F11 will take you back again. Of course, you can always lift up these panels if you've got multiple screens and move them around. You know, but sometimes getting real estate for working on a large workspace is tricky. What was the other one? Dale was zooming in. So if you zoomed in there, the intuitive shortcut key, Shift 0, Control 0, yeah, right. Control 0 takes us out, zooms us out somewhere. Okay? So, lots of shortcut keys that we're trying to keep going, and we'll try and document better. So, confirming that he can get from a road to a point of interest without too much jungle thrashing around. So Ted has already mentioned how useful that neighbor finder transformer is. It is useful, kind of swaps attributes between different data sets. In this case, we're comparing the point of interest with the road, getting the distance from that point to the road, getting the name of the road segment that is near that point of interest. So it does lots of things. The neighbor finder is a very powerful transformer. So to find when he's building that workspace for using the neighbor finder, and he's in there transformer quick add. So what does he need to type in as he's using quick add? Does he use neighbor finder for the Queen's English, neighbor finder, NF? Depends on what side of the Atlantic or border, or depends on your language settings. Which of those can he type in? C, we've got a C. There's a C over there, that's nearly correct, so probably deserves a sticker. Okay, so it's A, B, and C. So yeah, you can type in NF. So all the transformer names are title case, and so if you use the uppercase parts of the name, then it'll pull up transformers that have those uppercase characters in there. Once you really, if you really are a speed typer and you know all the transformer names. And also we do have the English and the US spellings within these things. Now this all originated from some work we were doing in 2012 where actually we've been consolidating transformers and reducing the number of transformers. So when we see that there's common functionality in FME, or in the case of the advanced parameters, we were deprecating some existing transformers because they kind of blended into others. We were getting rid of transformers, and the attribute setter transformer is an example. So that was a transformer that used to be an FME, but with the new advanced parameter tools became basically redundant, and so we got rid of it. But then, of course, we had people testing FME 2012. Somebody's typing in attribute setter, nothing's coming up. They think the whole system is broken and it's not working. So we've added aliases to the advanced parameter selection there. Sorry, not that, the quick add. And you can also see right from there the custom transformers available on the web. So sometimes you'll type in something and you'll get a slightly different transformer in FME 2012, and that means that other transformer that you used to use has been deprecated and bundled in to something else. And I think the other one was the hull replacer. We used to have a concave hull replacer, and that got all merged together once we added the concave hulls and stuff. So lots of aliasing in FME 2012. At the moment, you can't add your own aliases. Yeah.
VI guy, are you? What? You use VI? We had Dan Eisenhower, that's the same thing. But yeah, we're thinking about that.
Yeah. So more on that kind of networking side, the lizard can find out he's on the coast down here at a point of interest, and he's heard that there's some excitement over at Caracol, so he can find the shortest path using the shortest path finder along that route. In this case, it's just using the length as the control, but you can use an attribute and add some weights to do weighted factors. So we could use the road classification. Is it a dirt road, highway, or whatever, if they have highways down here, I suppose. So he goes to Caracol, and he's going to build a 3D model of the area of interest where he thinks he's going to find his name and his roots. And he builds an area of interest boundary, clips out a little bit here. The DEM model that he could get off the internet was pretty low grade, but he did talk to some archaeologists who are working in that area and stole some LiDAR data. Well, he didn't steal it, he gave it to them. Actually, he had a hard time getting that data because when he requested it, they asked him if he was a tomb robber, because archaeologists are one of the biggest users of LiDAR data that reflects out and shows potential sites for excavations very well, especially through thick forested and jungle areas. So the lizard had to convince them that, in fact, he was really just up here giving a silly presentation. But anyway, so we can use the LiDAR in that area to maybe get a better tin surface and a more higher resolution surface in there, get some satellite imagery, get a 3D model of the Mayan temple where he thinks his name might be written, and build a model from that. So that's the LiDAR flyover data. You can see that it picks out some of the ruins quite well from within the jungle area. Using that LiDAR data, he's getting multiple returns. He's not gone cross-eyed, and he needs to pick the correct classification. So which transformer should he use? The test filter, the point cloud splitter, the cloud thinner, the cloud ground surface acquirer that Dimitri loves, or the coercer. B or D? I couldn't hear that. Delta. Delta is not in FME, but does certainly deserve a couple of stickers, upgrade stickers. Over there, yeah, sticker. What was the other one? B. It is B. So, yep, we've got a couple actually in the workspace that we're using for this stuff. Let's just zoom in there a little bit. So you can split out your LiDAR data by classification returns and stuff. This was pretty high grade LiDAR. So we're pulling out the last return, and then it's got a good ground classification. So the point cloud splitter can be used also to get an attribute back with the different classifications on that you can filter out on. So some pretty good tools in FME for manipulating your point cloud data. And so there he's got a 3D model of his data. Not going to run that to see it created. It came out as a 3D PDF. We saw how we can create 3D PDFs before. It's got different layers in it that we can fool around with. We can rotate it. The imagery does constrain it a little bit, so it's not that high grade. There is, in the Mayan culture, there is 7 levels of the underworld. So this is the schism between the LiDAR and the DEM, where those 7 levels of the underworld emerge from underneath there. Anyway, there's the temple, which is probably a bit offset from its real location, but maybe that's part of the schism thingy that's going on. So there's the location of our lizard's roots. So on the temple there, he's able to discover his birthday, which is 12/19, 12/17/8, which is more or less the date of FME 2006 release. But his name, nobody can interpret these hieroglyphics. So I guess we'll just have to wait until next year and find part 2. Yeah. If there is a next year, yeah. Well, see, some of us have to be more optimistic, I guess. So where did the lizard go on his quests? Got any takers for the quest destination? Probably 1 T-shirt left and a few sporks to throw around. B? Who said E? We got a couple of E's. Sporks going out goes to E. I'm glad nobody said C, which is the same place up until 1980 odd. So yeah, that's where the lizard went on his quest along the coast there, second large barrier reef outside Australia. Okay, so that's the end of our quest here. Our adventure is just beginning, is that right? Thanks to the people who did provide that data for the adventure there, especially the LiDAR data.
So I think that's it. Well, thanks very much. What a lot of people don't know is that SAFE spent a pile of money to send Mark on that trip. And he went everywhere on SAFE's dime, so I think we got every penny's worth out of it.
We did, absolutely.
So money well spent. Where are you going next year, Mark?
I don't know.
Okay.
Depends what the theme is.
Okay.
Maybe
Anyway.
Italy if you're going to do another cooking show.
Yes. So, thanks, Mark. I think we'll just wrap it up there. I want to thank all of you for coming today. I want to thank all of you for tuning in and sticking it out. It must be like 3 a.m. in
Yeah,
Great
it's
Britain.
got to be. It's got to be.
Midnight, anyway.
Yeah.
So thanks for watching. But overall, this is the end now of a total of 15 different cities Don and I have been at.
Yeah.
7 each, and then today together here. And it's just been amazing to go out and see all of you and your colleagues and counterparts all across North America and all the amazing work that you're doing. And it's an honor to be able to play a role in that. We work very hard to try to make a great product that makes you more productive. We love the ideas that you give us, and we keep working to try to incorporate them so that you can get your jobs done more quickly to help your organizations accomplish your goals more efficiently and better.
Yep.
And so it's just been great.
Yeah, yeah. And don't forget the restaurant model. We talk about that at SAFE a lot. And if you go to a great restaurant, they have to have good food and good service. And we think it's the same thing with the product. So if you're using FME, we work really hard to make a good product. But don't forget to contact us, because we also want you to say, wow, those guys also give me great support. And so if we don't, let us know, because those are really our two goals: great product and great service. So thank you.
If you're here today, please fill in your comment sheets, and if you have suggestions for us or anything like that, please do record all that. For the folks at home, and Drew's going to be our collector, I guess. And for the folks at home, you can type in some comments. Roger, what's the way for folks at home to give comments?
Folks at home to give comments. There'll be an email that will have the online feedback form, and actually on the webpage too, there's a link off the side that you can get at right now.
So you can give us your feedback. We do value that feedback greatly. We look through it very carefully. These tours we've done have resulted in a variety of the transformations of possible in FME over the years. LiDAR came as a result of 2 years ago. SQL stuff from last year. And so anyway, all your ideas are very well appreciated.
Yep. Yep. So thank you very much.
And that's it from Vancouver. Okay, good night.